W.F. Howells presents an unabridged recording of Narcotopia, In Search of the Asian Drug Cartel That Survived the CIA, by Patrick Winn, narrated by the author. Dedicated to all the world's Highlanders. Author's note. Most accounts of the drug trade are told from the law enforcement perspective. There's a reason for this. Drug Enforcement Administration agents who describe their adventures to journalists are often lionized. They might even score a budget hike for their department. But drug traffickers have little incentive to tell their stories. In that profession, running your mouth leads to prison, or worse. The upshot is that most drug war stories sound the same. Valorous detectives battling vile figures, the junkie, the pusher, the kingpin. It is a genre of half-told tales. This book does not presume virtue among anti-narcotics agents or cruelty among traffickers, or vice versa. I've relied heavily on accounts of lawbreakers in the Golden Triangle, some of whom risked their necks to talk to me. Because few of these sources are scrupulous record keepers, I'm forced to lean on their memories. Every attempt has been made to corroborate their oral histories with other witnesses, but in some cases, I can only present recollections as they were told. Police records and anthropological studies of Wa rituals helped me reconstruct scenes. Central Intelligence Agency and DEA documents proved vital. Some are declassified, others acquired by creative means. For clarity's sake, I've sometimes rendered multiple conversations into one, or shifted the order in which certain facts were revealed to me. Most names in this book are genuine, but I've disguised several identities to prevent retribution from either criminals or government agents. These are my caveats. They allow for perspectives seldom heard. Few of the stories in this book appear elsewhere. My goal is to present a narrative that is more expansive and truthful, less monochromatic. There is good and evil in this book, but it mostly resides in the heads of its characters, crusading for honor and power and always believing themselves more righteous than their enemies. Finally, a note about the term Golden Triangle, which lacks a formal definition. I use it to describe Southeast Asia's drug-producing heartland, a mountainous area almost entirely in Burma that seeps across the borders of China, Laos, and Thailand. It is, to coin a phrase, a narcotopia, a place where narcotics are a defining force shaping commerce, politics, and daily life. This zone powers a regional heroin and meth economy that is, according to the United Nations, possibly worth more than the entire GDP of Burma itself. Prologue. The Wa are among the most vilified people in Asia, if not the world. This has been true for ages. To the Imperial British, they were filthy and undoubtedly savage. Before that, China's Qing dynasty deemed them the most obstinate among the barbarians. Even Vasco da Gama slandered the Wa, though the 16th century explorer never reached their homeland, a jagged stretch of mountains dividing Burma and China. He only heard rumors about the tribe, which he immortalized in a poem. On human flesh with brutal hunger they feed, and with hot irons stamp their own rude deed. He was wrong. The Wa weren't cannibals, they were headhunters, ritually planting enemies' heads on spikes. Like Scottish clans and French revolutionaries, they had their reasons. From the Middle Ages to the 21st century, the Wa have been steadily denigrated. They quit headhunting a few generations ago. The last skulls were lopped off sometime between Beatlemania and disco, but the stigma endures. They're now branded as a narco tribe. Practically everything written about the Wa portrays them as vicious hill people who churn out illegal drugs. Few cultures are so strongly linked to a commodity. The Amish build furniture, the Swiss make watches, the Wa cook meth. And before meth was in vogue, the Wa churned out heroin. Their soil is cold and bitter, terrible for vegetables, but ideal for heroin's raw ingredient, Papaver somniferum, the opium poppy. Like mountain peoples from Chechnya to the Ozarks, the Wa like to do things their own way. A tribal authority called the United Wa State Army, the UWSA, controls their native terrain, even though every inch technically sits inside Myanmar, also known as Burma. The UWSA makes laws, defends its motherland, builds roads, and collects taxes. It even issues driver's licenses. In every sense, it is a government. Yet to the United States of America, the latest empire to target the Wa, the UWSA is just a cabal of kingpins and drug lords presiding over a dangerous criminal syndicate. Dangerous to whom? Americans, we're told. That may surprise the Americans who've never heard of the Wa people, which is practically all of them. Still, the Drug Enforcement Administration insists that the Wa foster crime, violence, and terrible social damage here in the U.S. Illegal drugs are indeed one of the UWSA's top revenue sources. Over the years, tons of narcotics produced on Wa soil have hit the black market, and traffickers have smuggled them onto American shores. The DEA therefore sees the UWSA as a mastodon-sized trophy kill. America's stated goal is to disrupt and dismantle the entire system of Wa governance. Herein lies the problem. The UWSA isn't some jungle-dwelling mafia. It's running an honest-to-God nation called Wa State, home to more than 500,000 people. It has its own schools, electricity grid, anthems, and flags. Because it is not sanctified by the United Nations, its territory isn't marked on official maps, but it comprises more than 12,000 square miles. Wa State controls nearly as much soil as the Netherlands. Wa State's army commands 30,000 troops and 20,000 reservists, more than the militaries of Sweden or Kenya. The Wa possess high-tech weaponry, artillery, drones, and missiles that can knock jets out of the sky. When it comes to firepower, the UWSA makes Mexican cartels look like street gangs. The Wa stockpile guns for a reason. America isn't the only country they've had to worry about. Wa people are indigenous to China's frontier, just like Tibetans and Uyghurs, minorities who've suffered deeply under a Chinese government that micromanages their every move. The Wa have faced the same threat. So why is there a free Tibet movement, but none to free the Wa? Because they freed themselves. Yet, through Western eyes, they did it the wrong way, by producing illegal drugs, spending the profits on weapons, and daring outsiders to come take their land. There's no getting around it. Just as Haiti was built on sugar and Saudi Arabia on oil, Wa State was built on heroin and methamphetamine. The UWSA sits at the core of a Southeast Asian drug trade generating $60 billion each year in meth alone. The national economies of most real countries are smaller than that. Wa leaders are indeed sovereigns of a narco state, but to capture them and toss them into American prisons would wipe out the executive branch of a foreign government. In other words, it would constitute regime change. This book is based on a modest conviction. When a superpower tries to undermine an entire civilization and doom its people as untouchables on the world stage, it is essential to seek out the underdog side of the story. That's what I've spent years trying to do. I'm an American journalist who has lived and worked in Bangkok for more than 15 years. In my day job with The World, a foreign affairs show airing on national public radio stations, I might cover anything from pop groups to riots. But I'm also a part-time narco-periodista, a reporter specializing in drugs and organized crime. The premise of my first book, Hello Shadowlands, is that lawbreakers tend to be rational actors, not just black-hearted ghouls. It's a collection of real-life stories about smugglers and rebels in Southeast Asia. You might suppose it would offer the UWSA more than a cameo, but that was all I could muster. Like Vasco da Gama, I'd only encountered the WA through second-hand tales. I've been fascinated with WA State, a forbidden republic hiding in plain sight, since the moment I learned of its existence. Growing up in a factory town in the Appalachian foothills, I have a soft spot for mountain peoples, and always assumed the WA couldn't be as sinister as their reputation. But it is hard, no, really damn hard, to get to WA State. Vastly more difficult than traveling to North Korea or Antarctica. Americans face the highest bar to entry because the UWSA regards all U.S. citizens as potential spies. Harder still is sitting down with UWSA leaders, many of whom are wanted by the DEA. Still, I set out to meet the supposed supervillains of Asia's drug trade and understand their worldview. This book is the result. It is the saga of an indigenous people who've tapped the power of narcotics to create a nation where there was none before. But much more is at stake here than the struggle of a little-known tribal group. Hollywood and cable news would have us think the war on drugs is a conflict solely waged in the Americas. They've wrung dry every last detail about Latin kingpins. Meanwhile, Asia's underworld goes ignored. It is treated as a fringe curiosity that has little to do with the United States. That is a dangerous lie. When I began peering into the UWSA's inner workings, I didn't expect to find puppies and marshmallows, but what I uncovered was far stranger than I ever imagined. As it turns out, the origin story of this narco army is smudged with American fingerprints. Not only did the Central Intelligence Agency create the conditions for its inception, but one of its foremost leaders was also a DEA asset. The American government tells us the UWSA is a monster, poisoning our society for profit. But this is a beast that U.S. agents, through malice and incompetence, have secretly nurtured. Every empire needs its barbarians. Superstar. They called him Superstar. His former Drug Enforcement Administration handlers still speak of him with reverence, which is unusual because confidential informants are seldom praised by anyone. CIs rat out fellow criminals to spare themselves from prison. Some CIs snitch for envelopes of cash, others to help police arrest their underworld rivals. As DEA agents see it, most are liars and squirmers who believe in nothing bigger than themselves. But Superstar was different. Unlike other CIs, he brought a grad student's intensity to the informant role. His DEA handlers would go to a rendezvous in some Burmese safe house and find him already waiting inside, a sheaf of papers on his lap. His handwritten reports contained coordinates of heroin refineries and upcountry poppy farms, even rosters of corrupt police. They read like almanacs of crime. "My God," said one DEA analyst, "the intel he gave us and the things he did to get it." Said a DEA agent, "I don't want to give away any sensitive secrets, but he certainly earned it, the name Superstar." And yet another agent said, "I'd never met a CI who was also an idealist." As DEA agents extracted information from Superstar, he sought to extract something in return, a promise that America would honor its Christian soul and uplift the world's downtrodden, including his own people, the WA. Superstar had a dream that one day WA children would tote school books instead of Kalashnikovs, that WA elders, once prone to decapitating outsiders on sight, would welcome foreigners into their homes. He imagined a doctor on every mountain to spare the sick from pointless death, a WA nation of which he could feel proud. Superstar told the DEA that the WA wanted to go clean. They would torch their poppy fields, demolish their heroin labs, and stop making the white poison that so entranced addicts in New York and Los Angeles, a people clueless about the WA, yet spellbound by the silky powder they produced. In exchange, Superstar wanted American aid, schools, hospitals, expertise in building a modern nation, and the glory that comes from friendship with the United States. Superstar believed divine forces sought to bind together the world's most powerful country and its most despised tribe, and that he was God's intermediary. He was a CI who talked like a messiah. Like the heroin addicts that result from opium we grow, we too are in bondage, he wrote in one of his classified reports. We are searching for help to break that bondage. He dreamed of an alliance between the DEA and the United WA State Army, known to the United States as a drug cartel. The agents had every reason to laugh, yet one by one, Superstar seduced them with this radical idea that the DEA might bring about the largest narcotics eradication in history without firing a single bullet. For a brief time, there emerged on the horizon the glimmers of a bloodless alternative to the war on drugs. The DEA called him Superstar. But by the time I met him, no one had used his code name in a very long time. He was an old man with scars and a conviction somehow undiminished by a tragic life. He made me call him by his WA name, Saw Lu. Book 1. First Encounter. It's been said there are two ways to enter WA lands: fight your way in or get invited. Since my last fight was in middle school, I lost, I'd have to invite myself. If only I knew how to start the conversation. The United WA State Army, the UWSA, has many trappings of government, a central committee and departments of finance, health, and education, but it does not have a press bureau that actively courts international media. The UWSA would rather starve journalists of contact, particularly Westerners, assuming anything we write will further the same old narco tribe narrative. Google UWSA and you'll see why. The acronym conjures third-hand stories about meth labs and child soldiers inside what the BBC calls one of the most secretive places on Earth. Over the years, I'd requested permission to visit WA State through various interlocutors. Sometimes I'd get a curt no. Usually I was ignored. But in 2019, my stubbornness generated a twinkle of hope. My emails to a senior UWSA officer, an envoy of sorts, received a reply written by the envoy's assistant in Google Translate assisted English. First, he asked for scans of my passport, which I sent reluctantly. Then he told me to come to their office later in the week, a de facto UWSA embassy located in a Burmese city called Lashio, roughly 50 miles west of WA territory. The assistant did not provide a street address or a date or time. I tried to nail down the particulars, but his follow-ups made little sense. Good morning, Patrick. Thanks to received your concerning. Yours, WA State. Sent from mail for Windows 10. Screw it, I thought. An invite's an invite. I bought a ticket from Bangkok to Lashio and started packing. In my luggage, envelopes full of pristine $100 bills, always good to have in Burma, and a box of chocolates for the envoy. My wife was skeptical. Is this a date? but the chocolates, I explained, were treats for his children, a gesture that might skirt the Kingpin Act, a piece of U.S. legislation that can put anyone conducting dealings with the UWSA in prison for 10 years. Then I scrambled to line up a translator, ideally a WA person in Lazio who could articulate my long-shot request to enter the UWSA's territory and interview its leaders. I contacted a local travel agency, usually a good source of people who are bilingual and outgoing. Over email, they put me in touch with a high-character WA guy about 40 years old with a history of working for the WA government. Perfect. The interpreter introduced himself in an email, I'll call him Jacob, and wrote that he looked forward to meeting me at Lazio's airport. I told him not to bother. I could make my way to the hotel just fine on my own. But he wouldn't have it. Jacob was waiting outside the arrival hall among the taxi touts and ladies with tonica tree bark paste painted on their cheeks. He was scanning for a pale face coming out of baggage claim. When I emerged, he jostled forth, flip-flops squeaking on the tile floor, a stranger coming straight at me with a handshake. His free hand relieved me of my luggage. "Oh, Jacob? I can carry that." "No, Mr. Patrick, let me do it. It is a pleasure to make fellowship with you." Bespectacled, his onyx hair gelled into a schoolboy part, Jacob wore a clean sweater and gray jogging pants, in lieu of the usual sarong, worn by men and women alike in Burma. We walked toward his car, parked beyond a security booth manned by officers with shotguns. My wheeled suitcase rattled behind him. "Your first time in Lazio," Jacob said. I took it as a question. "Yes, though I can't count how many times I've been to..." I stopped myself from saying either Burma or Myanmar. A person's preference between these names indicates their politics, and I did not want to reveal much about myself, not just yet. This country. I detected a stagger in Jacob's walk, more pronounced as he wheeled my luggage. Most WA males have served in the UWSA. Each household must hand over at least one son for a few years, sometimes at the tender age of 12. And I wondered if he'd been injured while soldiering. "Did police bother you inside the airport?" he said. Not really. When I came off the plane, two vacant-eyed Burmese cops waved me aside and took camera phone snaps of my face. Nothing atypical. I was relieved they didn't ask the purpose of my visit. "I don't think police will be a problem on your visit," said Jacob, sliding my suitcase into the trunk of his old Japanese hatchback. "Don't worry. We will take care of you here." Jacob told me my hotel was close to the airport, distance-wise, but we'll have to take the long way around. There was something in the way. Northeast Command Headquarters, a giant Burmese military base. Lazio is an army town and has been since the British colonial days. It sits on a plateau with mountains hunkering on the horizon. As far back as Queen Victoria's time, British troops used it as a staging ground for raids into the peaks. They were hell-bent on conquering native tribes. This subjugation drive remains unfinished. When the Brits pulled out after World War II, ending more than a century of occupation, Burma became an independent country. Its military picked up where their colonizers left off, deploying brute force into the borderlands. The old colonial machinery creaks on, only now the generals are Buddhist and ethnically Burmese, the country's majority race, native to the balmy lowlands. Their mission is to dominate everyone inside the former colony's borders, especially the unruly mountain folk. They're not very good at it, though. Beyond Lazio, eastward in the direction of China, military rule weakens and the country shatters into pieces. It is an archipelago of rebellions, the scattered domains of hill-dwelling minorities, the Shan, Kachin, Kokang, and Lahu, to name a few of Burma's minorities, which number in the dozens. They intend to rule themselves, and most have their own mini-governments, complete with armed wings, defending patches of homeland with rifles and rockets. Among these groups, the UWSA is the mightiest. Just as the WA terrified the British in the 1800s, they terrify the Burmese military now. Cruising past Northeast Command HQ, I took in a sprawling fortress secured behind spiky iron gates. Seeing Burmese platoons running drills on a dusty field, I wondered which indigenous group they'd attack next. "It's good you didn't need to fly here last month," Jacob told me. Apparently, some guerrillas crept down from the hills, lobbed mortars at the army base, missed, and blew up the airport runway. There were no flights for a while. Jacob was full of questions. Was I married? Yes. Is your wife American? Thai American, and we live in Bangkok. In which American state did I grow up? Carolina. I admitted the North so he wouldn't mistake me for a Northerner, but Jacob knew his U.S. states, asking if I was from the Carolina that touches Tennessee. Impressive. My turn. You work for that travel agency? No, I am well known in town and they just connected us as a courtesy. Where do you work? I have various jobs, he said, failing to elaborate. Family? Yes, wife and kids. Languages? Wa, Burmese, English, some Chinese. Are you friendly with the UWSA envoy? Yes, he said. The Wa community here is small. Jacob said he was finalizing a meeting for me inside the UWSA embassy, a compound where the Wa conduct diplomacy with lowlanders. That's great. So wait, are you in the UWSA too? Jacob hesitated. After a long pause, he said, no. It was late afternoon. Lashio appeared typical of any second-tier Burmese city. Leafy creepers running up concrete walls. Metal rooftops splotched coffee orange with rust. Sun-bleached billboards for instant coffee powder or jade necklaces. A patina of dust cast a sepia tint over the streetscape. Jacob braked in front of my hotel. A sign out front depicted a handgun X'd out, a no weapons pictogram. Patrick, I have prepared a schedule, Jacob said as he retrieved my luggage from the car. Tomorrow I will greet you here at 8:15 a.m. We will eat breakfast from 8:20 to 8:45. Then we will arrive at the UWSA office at 9 a.m. for your meeting. I'd only seen that degree of punctuality in Germans and military officers. Jacob was not German. That's very specific, I said, teasingly. He did not smile. I like to be on time. Enjoy your rest, and God bless. The next morning, I took the stairs down to the lobby, declining the elevator over fears that a citywide power outage could trap me in that metal box and sabotage my precious appointment. I descended to find Jacob sitting on a sofa, his forehead crumpled in a pained expression. Patrick, I'm very sorry. I just found out. Our meeting is canceled. The envoy was called urgently to Pangsang, Wa State's capital, UWSA headquarters, located on the China-Burma border, roughly 100 miles and a zillion checkpoints away. Jacob stared down at his phone, holding it like a kid presenting a bad report card. When will he return? In a few days, maybe. It is not certain. What if I just hang out in Lashio until he comes back? That was fine. Jacob's week was open. But even as I voiced the suggestion, I thought it sounded risky. There was no way to know if there had been a genuine scheduling mishap or the envoy had zero intention of ever seeing me. The envoy's main role was smoothing relations with Burma, the country that Wa State awkwardly nests inside. That made him a bureaucrat. And in my experience, bureaucrats in Southeast Asia never tell you to get lost. They'd rather ghost you or rain check the meeting eternally. Jacob took me to a tea shop for breakfast. Then we cruised around town, two strangers with an ocean of time ahead of us. I assumed he was driving aimlessly until his car strained up a hill and he announced, "Here it is, our Wa village." In a typical village in Burma, you see bamboo shelters bent by gravity and mothers squatting over charcoal fires. Here, the streets were arranged in blocks lined with two-story homes. There were middle-class signifiers, satellite dishes, trucks and driveways, balconies with wrought iron banisters. Painted on the sides of a few homes were buffalo skulls, a Wa symbol of vitality. A village? This looks more like a neighborhood. A village in spirit, he said. All people here are Wa, all coming from the same place. I pointed at the mountains in the distance. He laughed. Yes, from that direction, but more far than you can see. There was trouble in an old Wa village called Pangwai. They had to flee here and start over. It happened before I was born. The largest home, squatting atop the hill's summit, was painted seafoam green and defended by heavy steel gates. Security cameras peered down from the awnings. "The home of our village leader," Jacob said, "a very important man." I was surprised to see an old red brick chapel right across from the very important leader's home. A crimson cross painted on its wooden doors removed any doubt. This was a church. Out front, there were two wooden beams jutting upward from the dirt, and strung between them with a heavy chain was an ancient-looking bombshell. Jacob parked next to it, engine idling. "Patrick, what is your religion?" I'd expected this. Race and religion undergird every social interaction in Burma. They predetermine your allies and rivals, your career prospects, whether you are merely neglected by the state or targeted by its attack choppers. The stakes for me, a foreign visitor, were obviously far lower, but the wrong answer could close doors. I wasn't sure how to respond. I knew the UWSA was a strictly a-religious organization. I knew that the Wa traditionally worshipped a multitude of spirits in nature. But atheist still felt like the wrong answer. "I was raised going to church." "Yes, but what kind? RC or Baptist?" RC meaning Roman Catholic. "Baptist." Jacob perked up. "This is our Baptist church." He hopped out of the car, shuffled over to the dangling bombshell, and rapped it with his knuckles. It groaned like a Tibetan gong. "A makeshift church bell," he explained, "hung by the village leader after he established this village, long ago, in the wake of a terrible exodus from their Wa homeland." "Your people here were pushed out because they were Christian?" "Something like that. Very few Wa are Christian, and the rest view us with suspicion." Jacob said the Christian Wa had been seen as judgmental by the other Wa going back 100 years, when the former urged the latter to quit planting human skulls on sticks. Last stop on the tour, a cobbled-together house, half brick, half wood, roof of crinkle-cut tin. It looked a touch shabbier than the other homes. "This is where I live with my wife and children. I hope you will come to dinner sometime. How about tonight?" It was decided. Jacob would drop me back at the hotel while he and his wife prepared a Wa feast. He would then retrieve me at 17:20 for our 17:30 meal. Jacob's limp did not owe to some old battle injury. I realized this on the way into his house as I knelt by the stoop to unlace my shoes. I got a close look at his right foot, wrapped in fresh gauze. "A minor infection," he said, catching me staring. "I just need to buy some pills. I'll take care of it after your trip." I felt a twinge of guilt. My imagination had superimposed a grim backstory on Jacob just because he was Wa. I also worried he needed my payment for his translation services to afford antibiotics. That guilt surged when I saw the dinner table. His wife, Grace, was laying out a fantastic spread. Fatty cubes of pork, a big golden fried fish, and a Wa staple called moik, a risotto-like rice dish flecked with herbs. So much for stereotypes about unwelcoming Wa. For many in Burma, meat is a once-a-week luxury. They were splurging on my behalf. They asked me to bless the food, Baptist style. We held hands, and I bumbled through. Then we dined al fresco on a concrete patio by their back garden. Over dinner, I confessed that I was not a churchgoer. "That's fine," Jacob said. Not long ago, his life had been devoted more to the UWSA than to Jesus Christ. "So you were a soldier?" "An officer," he said, "but never fighting. I don't like fighting." "What did you do?" "Mostly education. I started by teaching small soldiers." I asked if he meant soldiers with low rank. "No," he said, standing up and holding his hand at rib height to indicate a short person. 10 years old, 11, 12. As we talked about the UWSA, Jacob slipped into the tone of a man recounting a tragic divorce. "It is a lot to explain, Patrick. There are good people in the UWSA wanting to make our government better, but some leaders, they are not so good. Inside our society, there is..." Fumbling for the right word, he beat his fists together. "A war?" "Not that strong, but okay, like a war, between people who are striving and people who only care about money." Striving was one of Jacob's favorite English words. He believed all of humanity was divided between the selfish and the strivers, the latter pursuing some cause bigger than themselves. His wife spooned more myoik onto my plate. "Imagine you want to set up a dirty business deal," Jacob said. "The UWSA officers will rush to meet you. But if you want to discuss doing good, like building a school, they will arrive 2 hours late or not at all." "You like people to be on time." "Yes," he said. "Wa people are far behind. We cannot waste time." I sensed an opening. My obsession with the UWSA centered on two leaders. One was Chairman Bao Yuxiang, the face of the Wa nation. Like Fidel Castro, he appears to own only one set of clothes, olive green fatigues, occasionally accented with a Hermes belt. His resting expression is grumpy, lips downturned, eyebrows slanted in a V of vexation. "What about Chairman Bao? Have you ever met him?" "Many times." "Is he good or bad?" "Pretty good. A very striving man." The Drug Enforcement Administration has a different take on Bao. It identifies him as a drug lord. But in the DEA hierarchy, drug lord is a rung below the more treacherous kingpin, a title for narco moguls so paramount that, were they killed, a huge part of the global drug trade would instantly collapse. So goes the DEA theory. The leader on whom I was truly fixated was the UWSA's so-called kingpin, Wei Shigang, the organization's finance czar and the DEA's most wanted man in Asia. Whether the UWSA is itself a drug cartel or a government financed by an in-house drug cartel is a matter of semantics. Either way, Wei masterminds its drug trafficking, and he is as mysterious as he is powerful. In one of the only known photos of Wei, a grainy mugshot from the late 1980s, he is scowling. He may be 5'6", but to the DEA, he is Sasquatch. I started to ask Jacob about Wei, but didn't want to spook him. Better to stick to Bao for now. Jacob, what do you think? Am I crazy to ask for an interview with Chairman Bao? Jacob pushed his glasses back up his nose and sighed. He translated my question to his wife. Grace said nothing, but studied my face carefully. Jacob asked what I wanted to know exactly. Everything, I said. Opium, heroin, crystal meth, how the whole operation started, what it all looked like from the inside, what the outside world got wrong. And I wanted it from someone with gravitas. Jacob muttered something to his wife. Both of them seemed to be thinking hard. Grace abruptly scooted her chair back, legs screeching on the concrete. She went into a back garden and rang someone on her mobile phone. I could see her pacing under a canopy of banana trees, talking in a deferential voice. Jacob's ears were cocked to his wife's conversation. The energy felt odd, and I was beginning to regret bringing up Schedule II narcotics during an otherwise lovely dinner. When she returned to the table smiling, I could not have felt more relieved. Okay. Okay, what, Jacob? The village leader will meet you, an important man, like Chairman Bao. His name is Saw Lu. He is the father of my wife. He is... Jacob was grasping for the word. Father-in-law? Yes, Patrick. Saw Lu is my father-in-law. We were immediately up and moving, trying to catch Saw Lu before bedtime. Jacob talked fast. He had only 5 minutes to brief me on our walk. Saw Lu was once the UWSA's top statesman, his ranking equal to that of Chairman Bao. Jacob struggled to convey the totality of his eminence. He'd been a warrior, a diplomat, and an inspiration. But most of all, Saw Lu was a founding father, an architect of Wa nationhood. There was little about the UWSA he did not know. Whether he would indulge my questions would depend on his mood. A servant girl unlocked the gates to Saw Lu's compound and led us into a living room. The man of the house would be down in a moment. His home's decor looked very 1970s. The walls were painted teal and splotched with condensation stains, too deep to scrub off. The furniture looked straight out of a Sears catalog. There were tables topped with doilies and, in one corner, a clunky electrical converter. Everyone in Burma has one, lest power surges fry your electronics, but this model was prehistoric. It wasn't a poor home, but one in which the owner did not believe in extravagance. I deduced the family's prestige by looking up. As in many Southeast Asian homes, photos of kids and grandkids who've gone to college are mounted high on the wall, mortar boards and tassels on their heads, staring down at guests. You usually see one or two at most. Saw Lu's exhibition of university graduates ran wall to wall. In the center of it all, in pride of place, was a portrait of the patriarch, Saw Lu in full regalia. Emerald-colored uniform with brass buttons, a peaked cap, and a crimson breast tag reading UWSA. It was a novel sight, for me at least. A Wa leader presented not as a fugitive glowering in a mugshot, but as a hero, worthy of a gilt frame. This young Saw Lu in the portrait looked debonair, with his bright black eyes and service pistol jutting from his leather belt. Though clearly Christian to the core, the opposite wall was graced with a painting of white Jesus, Saw Lu had a face like the Buddha, broad nose, full lips, imperturbable confidence. The door creaked, and I turned to see a grayer, heavier Saw Lu. He wore slacks and a plaid shirt. Jacob offered an arm to steady the old man's walk, but he waved him off and plopped down in a chair. I introduced myself as a journalist. Saw Lu asked in his sandpaper rasp if I was American. I thought the answer would make him tense up. Instead, his shoulders relaxed. He murmured a question to Jacob in the Wa language, and I caught the letters D-E-A. Jacob stole a glance at me, looked back at his father-in-law, and shrugged, as if to say he had no idea. Like I said, Saw Lu, it's an honor to meet you. Is it all right if I take notes? Go ahead, he said. I'd expected an interrogation or long preamble, but it seemed like he'd done this before. Played man with the answers for a foreigner scribbling on a notepad. Scoring an interview like this should have taken months. Here I was, on day one, sitting across from the Wa Nation's answer to Ben Franklin, apparently, and despite years of research, I felt utterly unprepared. All I could manage was a run-on question about how the Wa started their nation and got mixed up in narcotics. No, he said. No? The opium came first, then the nation, and before both, an epic of self-annihilating blood feuds that stretched back before recorded history. Skull collecting, the tribe's original sin. A ritual that left the Wa weak and disunited, unable to come together as one powerful race. Saw Lu sent the servant girl to fetch tea. Let's start at the beginning. Would you like to hear about the headhunters? Stranger in the Peaks. Winter, late 1966. Saw Lu plodded uphill on feet numb with cold. At his back were Burma's Nubby Hills, rounded like molars. He was advancing into the Wa highlands, where mountains take the shape of fangs. As he ascended, the whine of insects dimmed. The trees grew stunted, and the air went thin, quickening his breath. Beside the pebbly trails were skulls, mounted on sticks. Crania were arranged in neat rows, with eye cavities facing west, the direction of setting suns, the direction of death. That is how the Wa conveyed no trespassing without words. 2 or 3 skulls posted by the trail warned that a small Wa hamlet was nearby. A mid-sized Wa village might declare itself with 20 heads. But Saw Lu's destination was Pang Wai, a larger settlement worthy of many dozens of skulls, glaring at intruders from hollow sockets, some splotched green-black with lichen, fresher kills gleaming white. Headhunters always arrayed skulls at a fair distance from any settlement's entrance, as if to offer uninvited visitors one last chance to heed their squirming bowels and turn back. Saw Lu saw this grim menagerie and trudged onward. Call it courage if you like. Anyone who knew the Wa by reputation would think him insane. You simply did not enter the realm of headhunters, not without an army. Saw Lu wasn't even carrying a rifle. Worse yet, he'd brought his new wife, Mary, baby-faced, barely out of her teenage years, and wed to a man dragging her through a forest of horrors. Saw Lu was only 22 himself, and once he got an idea in his head, he would not let it go, even if it could get him decapitated. This was not just some facet of youth. Stubbornness was coded into his very being. At the time, Saw Lu's notion was this: I am going to get inside Pangwai, this bastion of headhunters, and I will not leave until its inhabitants, my ethnic kinfolk, are civilized Wa like me. As an agent of Burma's military regime, Saw Lu had orders. He was sent to assimilate among the headhunters, then somehow persuade them to hone their killing prowess against Chinese communists. High peaks form a natural buffer between Burma and China, but at the time, China's government was plotting to come over those mountains and spread communism to Burma's indigenous peoples, starting with the Wa. Though their land technically fell on the Burma side, the headhunters felt no loyalty to Burma or any nation at all. So, if he managed to gain their trust, Saw Lu would present the pitch. Defend the status quo, for the Burmese will never try to dominate your ancestral lands. Unlike Chinese communists, fervid under Mao Zedong's leadership, who hope to erase your unique tribal identity and extinguish your way of life. Saw Lu intended to follow orders, but only because they aligned with his own personal agenda. As a self-proclaimed civilized Wa, educated since childhood by American missionaries, he hoped to enlighten his race in every single way. As Burma's junta instructed, Saw Lu would unite them against communism, but then go further, abolishing their head-hunting ritual, teaching them to read, and perhaps even converting a few to Christianity. It was a near impossible feat, and Saw Lu didn't have much of a plan. But he felt confident that, in time, he'd find a way to succeed and all Wa would hail him as their savior. As Saw Lu and Mary reached the outskirts of Pangwai, they realized the town was larger than they'd imagined. Its outer defensive walls rose high as the trees. At a distance, they could see these ramparts were made of packed mud and thick logs, and upon those walls, the Wa had planted hra, a shrub with lacerating thorns, a living form of barbed wire. They could not walk toward the fortress town from any which way. The Wa were known to surround settlements with traps, moats filled not with water, for water was scarce in the highlands, but with wooden spikes, each sharp point lathered with poison, milked from amphibian glands. There was only one proper way to approach the town, a trench path. Entrants had to climb down into a dirt rut and proceed forward. With each step, the trench deepened, gradually forming a mini canyon that blocked out the sun. This dark corridor snaked at odd angles, shortening lines of sight. Navigating that black gauntlet, Saw Lu and Mary feared swordsmen would lunge from blind corners. But none emerged as they pushed ahead. After a few minutes, the tunnel disgorged them into the sunlight, and they stood before two wooden doors, tall as giants, set into the fortress walls. Pangwai's doors were ajar. Within minutes, the couple was spotted. Soon they stood half encircled by Wa men and women, nude except for cloth scraps hanging over their genitals, their bodies plastered with dust the color of yellowed bone. Saw Lu told Mary to keep quiet. He stepped forward to let the people assess him. He was doe-eyed, thin but sturdy, and richly melanated, like most Wa, more so than the Chinese to the east or the Burmese to the west. But the similarities between his appearance and that of his onlookers ended there. Saw Lu was dressed like a lowlander, plaid sarong, shirt with buttons, leather shoes. His panther black hair was combed to the side. The barefoot observers were unsure what to make of him. It did not seem this man could belong to their race until Wa words spilled from his mouth. "We want to live among you, Saw Lu said. "My wife and I. We have come to seek permission." Permission? From whom? There was no one to give it, they said. Anyone who was truly Wa ought to know that. The Wa did not obey any man with a golden crown or some council of priests. The fortress town of Pangwai didn't have jailers or shopkeepers either. With few exceptions, there was only one class of person, the warrior farmer, an anarchist who did as he or she pleased. The few outsiders who'd encountered the Wa in the past always struggled to believe people could be so free. In the late 1800s, British colonizers, intent on adding the Wa highlands to Burma, their colony, marched in with a similar request: "Take me to your leader." Surely, the explorers wrote, this race of ogres, dark-skinned, dirty, poor, and savage, must kneel to a great Wa chieftain whom the British crown could manipulate. But they were wrong. The tribe was scattered into a constellation of many fortresses, each thoroughly independent and often estranged from the others. How to subjugate a people with no leader? The British were flummoxed. Still, they persisted in encroaching upon Wa lands, even after receiving a warning in 1897 from a village. "Please return by the route you came. Ours is a wild country, and the people devour rats and squirrels raw. Our people and yours have nothing in common." Only after losing a few of their own heads did the would-be colonizers get the message. They slunk away in defeat, but added the Wa highlands to paper maps of Burma anyway, as if the peaks had been conquered. This was pure fiction. Privately, the Brits groused that the Wa were notoriously subject to nobody. That remained true in Pangwai well into the mid-1960s, when Saw Lu and Mary showed up at the town gates. All the better, for there was no ruler who could make them leave. Had they come as gun-toting colonizers or warriors from a rival clan, the locals might have chopped them down on the spot. But the couple was deemed harmless, led inside the town walls, and shown a patch of land where they might build a home. "Not a home," Saw Lu said, correcting his hosts. "A school. We've come to build a school for you." Saw Lu and Mary explored the cloistered interior of Pangwai. Within its walls were hundreds of wooden dwellings with bristly thatch roofs and spacious interiors, big enough to light a cooking fire inside. The town was well populated, with more than 500 denizens, and alive with singing children, groaning buffalo, and the clink of ironwork. A painted drum carved from a log occupied its center. This was their public broadcasting system. Morse code-like rhythms could signal danger, enemies incoming, or joy, a successful hunt. Pangwai even had aqueducts, bamboo piping snaked over the walls and up to a gurgling stream on the mountainside. Fresh water on demand was a great convenience, the locals explained, because they hated traveling beyond the front gates. They would only do so in groups, lest they fall victim to enemy clans. Women hardly ever left the walls except to till nearby poppy or cornfields. The men only left to farm, hunt, or slay rivals. They always hurried back. The locals were kind to Saw Lu and Mary, helping them gather bamboo to build their house. "Actually, we're building a school," they repeated. Within days, the couple's novelty wore off. Saw Lu kept repeating that he was ethnically Wa, just like them. No one argued, even though his incessant questions revealed an ignorance about the simplest facts of life in the highlands. Saw Lu and Mary felt hopeful. Though they'd feared living among crazed headhunters, there was little sadism on display. Perhaps the skull-gathering ritual was only perpetrated by a vicious few. Surely most of these soft-hearted villagers would recoil at such violence. But this naivete would not survive the month of March, when they witnessed neighbors cheering in front of a newly severed head. Headhunting season was beginning. Half a dozen Pangwai men had just returned from the wilderness, and they nestled the human head in the crook of a tree, right at eye level. It had a ferrous stink, like rusty nails. Everyone in Pangwai crowded around, eager for FaceTime with the year's first kill. At these spectacles, aunties would shoulder their way to the front of the throng to gently tease the head. "Oh dear, why did you walk through the forest alone, presenting such a gift to our warriors?" They'd crack an egg on its teeth and dribble yolk into its mouth, a final snack for the dead, whose sacrifice would bless them with good fortune. What had the victim done to anger the headhunters? Another one of Saw Lu's obtuse questions. It wasn't personal, the killers explained. Wrong clan, wrong place, wrong time. The headhunters said they'd crept toward an enemy fortress and laid an ambush on the approaching trail. Some guy happened to walk past. They sprang from the bramble, jostling to sever his spinal cord, and left the body twitching on the trail. They stuffed the head into a wicker basket and hoofed it back to Pangwai, with blood crusting on their chests. That was the how of the killing. As for the why, Saw Lu knew the gist. Though not raised among headhunters, he was Wa enough to know the tribe's guiding belief, that every human head was suffused with a mystical force. Only the Wa race could extract its power and manipulate it for their own needs. The procedure was simple. Plant the head on a pole, let the flesh decompose, and drip onto the soil below. The warrior farmers would scoop up that gore-sopped dirt and scatter it among seedlings in the fields. Its death force acted as supernatural pesticide, scaring off vermin and insects. Failure to uphold the ritual would result in pests eating your crops and starvation in your village. Per local custom, this newly cleaved head would remain inside Pangwai's walls until every bit of tissue had sloughed off. Only when the skull was sun-blanched and smooth would the warriors add it to their exhibition by the trail, the one Saw Lu and Mary had passed on their way into the fortress town. Saw Lu was repulsed, but the locals were joyful, as if the home team had just pulled off a victory. Their joy had a sharp edge, though, especially among men who'd failed to join the hunt. They were possessed by a restless feeling that found its release with the favored sport of the highlands. Someone trotted a hulking black buffalo into the dirt arena next to the drum. Men clutching blades encircled the beast. One of them hacked off its tail and flung it skyward. Like the firing of a starter pistol, this signaled the game's start. They pounced on the buffalo, swords rising and falling, misting the air red. Whoever sheared off the biggest flanks would be declared victor and enjoy honor second only to that of the headhunters. Competitors often lost fingers in the frenzy, Saw Lu was told, sometimes ears. The game was over in minutes, but celebrations carried on into the evening. When the sun fell behind the peaks, they replaced its warmth with a bonfire. The Wa skewered buffalo meat and glugged rice wine from communal bamboo jugs. The drum was rhythmically thwacked. Young and old alike twirled around the flames and collapsed in fits of glee. But Saw Lu was not in a twirling mood. Their fun was obscene to him. He stood with Mary at the edge of the circle, in the flickering orange light, pitying the revelers for falling under a demonic trance. Some old-timers gathered around them, hoping to impress the newcomers with big fish tales. One elder, bent with age, boasted that he'd once lopped off the head of a man sprinting at full speed. Nudging Saw Lu in the ribs, he asked, "How far do you think a man can run without his head attached?" "I wouldn't know," Saw Lu said. "Farther than you think. His body kept running down the trail as I held his head in my hands." Lord, give me strength, Saw Lu thought. How will I ever make such people decent? He breathed in deeply and reminded himself it was possible. For he was Wa, after all, and the Americans had civilized him. Saw Lu was born in 1944, amid the last days of an unusual sect. His people were Wa, but not noticeably so, for they covered their bodies in scratchy black tunics and believed that decapitation angered God. That is what their oracle had taught them. The oracle's name was William Marcus Young, an American Baptist missionary from Nebraska. He had a walrus mustache and a conviction that his fiery gospel could refine any non-believer, even people from forsaken tribes. Young longed to test his skills in remote parts of Asia, and at the beginning of the 20th century, in his early 30s, Young sailed with his wife to Burma. It was then a colony ruled by the British Empire, which encouraged missionaries to roam its fringes as civilizing agents. The Youngs made their way to the colony's northern environs, a rolling hill country known as Shan State, home to many ethnic groups. At first, they focused on converting the Shan, Burma's largest minority group and the most populous race in its north. Most Shan dwelled in fertile valleys, congregating in small upcountry kingdoms with glittering temples and lively bazaars. Like the Thais, their ethnic cousins, Shan people nurtured a rich faith in Buddhism. They were painfully disinterested in diatribes about Jesus. William Marcus Young lurked around a town called Kangtung, attempting to convert the locals, but he was mocked and occasionally robbed. He achieved little during his first 2 decades in Burma, apart from fathering 2 sons. Then came a miracle on 4 hooves, an alpine white pony ambling toward the preacher one afternoon. Trailing it were 3 tribesmen from some faraway place. "This creature is enchanted," the bare-chested strangers told Young. "We have chased it for weeks down forbidding mountain paths. It leads us to a great white teacher, an oracle bearing the true religion." "Me?" "Indeed. Our tribe is called the Wa," the men said, "and you, sir, must be the bearer of the white book and the white law of God." The trio implored William Marcus Young to pack up his belongings and venture east, beyond the reaches of the British Empire. "Follow us to a desperate place where wickedness reigns. Your arrival will fulfill a prophecy that a white man shall someday come to teach our tribe to live in piety." So goes the Young family lore. Apocryphal would be putting it politely. But this is how the Youngs always explained why they moved to the Wa ancestral lands, or rather to their outlying edges. The tribesmen would not lead the Youngs directly into the Wa peaks where headhunters ruled. "Even we cannot go there safely," they said. "We are a peace-loving offshoot of Wa, who've abandoned our violent heartland to settle nearby, in lower-lying green knolls close to the peaks, an area called Ban Na." Ban Na fell on the Chinese side of the border, inasmuch as there was any recognized border at the time. It was a remote hideaway for Chinese frontier folk, poppy planters, opium smugglers, outlaws, and others brave enough to settle in the shadow of the feared Wa Peaks, a place where headhunters sometimes came down to raid villages. The offshoot band of Wa that besieged Young lived among these gritty lowlanders. They'd laid down their headhunting swords and, in doing so, lost much of their dignity. To survive, they hired themselves out to Chinese settlers who worked them like oxen. Many were hooked on opium, smoking themselves into a daily stupor. William Marcus Young was keen to save them from depravity. With his wife and sons, he relocated to Ban Na in hopes of carving out a little Christian utopia and finally fulfilling his evangelical quest. Soon after arriving, to the family's delight, they amassed dozens of acolytes. The bedraggled Wa who flocked to their side made easy pickings for missionaries promising a better life, if not now, then in heaven. Other disaffected local minorities joined the sect too, namely the Lahu, a long-persecuted migratory tribe, also native to the China-Burma border, whose name means tiger hunters. The Wa and Lahu disciples called Young the man god. By the 1920s, the man god and his followers, now numbering in the hundreds, lived together in a large commune. He imposed a lifestyle of militant Christianity. No booze or opium. No nudity. Literacy was mandatory, how else to read the Bible, yet neither the Wa nor the Lahu had a written language. So the Young family invented one, using the English alphabet, and translated the New Testament into this original script. There was only one path to redemption: obey the man god and the sons of the man god, Harold and Vincent, then in their early 20s. When preaching to their acolytes, the Youngs spoke of love and salvation. Privately, however, they said there was a strangeness about Wa nature that few can understand. The Chinese frontiersmen, observing from a distance, believed the Young family were the truly strange ones, a pale family in safari hats running a teetotaler tribal cult. Babies born into the sect were given odd names, such as Jeremiah, Moses, and Peter. Though William Marcus Young's flock kept growing, he was never satisfied. He gazed longingly up at the fog-shrouded peaks, the terrain of headhunters. Again, his followers cautioned him. That way lay certain death. The Wa Highlanders, they said, clung to folk stories about mankind's origins, and there was no knocking these ideas out of their heads. Many headhunting Wa believed humans originated from a hole located in their peaks. The first people to crawl above ground were industrious, inventing tools, farming, and speech. They called themselves Wa. Unfortunately, the hole kept spewing out more people, ill-mannered latecomers who stole knowledge from the Wa and scuttled down the mountains toward warmer, flatter places. Soon enough, these lowlanders made up their own funny languages, and eventually they bowed to emperors and holy men. Today, they are the Burmese, the Chinese, the Indians, the Europeans, and other races who've rejected the way of the first humans and their life of undistilled freedom. Young's flock kept warning him. These headhunting Wa will never bow before any pallid prophet, such as yourself. But the Youngs wouldn't let the idea go. Trying to convert actual headhunters was the ultimate trial of their faith. The white heat of Baptist gospel, they said, could burn away this occultism and fuse all the squabbling headhunting clans into a single glorious polity under Christ. A son of the man god wrote, "It is impossible to watch this appalling annual waste of human life, or even know about it, and remain unmoved. Christianity is the only remedy." The Young's disciples paid for this obsession with their own blood. Of a failed evangelical foray in 1931, William Marcus Young said, "4 of my boy converts lost their heads. A 5th was brought back in serious condition, with a spear through his back. The dead were buried," he said, "with their arms pressed over the neck where their heads should have been." Growing desperate, the Youngs imagined madcap solutions, such as asking the U.S. government to fly airplanes over the highlands and shock the headhunting Wa into submission. It would help them to realize, without bloodshed, the overwhelming resources of Western civilization, Harold Young said, for even their devil doctors do not claim to be able to fly. William Marcus Young's fantasy of converting headhunters en masse was never realized. By the time Saw Lu was born, in late 1944, Young had been dead for nearly a decade. A son of the man god, Vincent, was running the Ban Na mission alongside his disciples, including Saw Lu's parents. The couple named their son after Saul, the first king of Israel, who united scattered Israelite tribesmen under an organized state. They dreamed he could one day achieve the same outcome for the Wa. Though Saw Lu never met the man god himself, he was deeply indoctrinated with his dogma. Its key tenets: most Wa were trapped in darkness, Americans were bringers of light, and blessed were the Wa who risked death to civilize their unenlightened kin. But Saw Lu never got a chance to join one of those civilizing forays into the peaks. He was still a little boy in 1949, when his sect had to flee Ban Na, leaving everything behind. In one of his earliest memories, Saw Lu is 5 years old. He grips his mother's tunic in his tiny hand. They are walking in a procession, hundreds of black-clad Wa Baptists, miserably trudging toward Burma, escaping only with the clothes they wore, taking neither livestock nor gold. At their backs, the only home he'd ever known, their bamboo-built compound in Ban Na, grew smaller with every step. "Mother," he asked, "from whom are we running?" "Communist," she said. "Now try to keep up." Still a boy, Saw Lu didn't know much about the Chinese communist soldiers in beige garb and steel helmets spotted marching toward Ban Na. His parents explained that these men would burn down their mission compound, shoot any white foreigners, then corral every Wa and Lahu disciple into labor camps. The Baptist didn't intend to stick around and give them the pleasure. "Communists despise our kind," his mother said, "and that's all you need to know." Saw Lu, toddling behind her, decided to hate them in return. In truth, he was scared witless, as were many others along China's frontiers. No event in modern Asian history was more monumental than China's takeover in 1949 by the Chinese Communist Party, an upheaval whose ripples shook every neighboring country and altered innumerable lives. Led by Mao Zedong, the communists won a civil war for control of their country. They trounced their enemy, a U.S.-backed regime called the Kuomintang, which had ruled China for 2 decades after helping chuck the last dynastic emperor off his throne. The Kuomintang were avowed nationalists, fascist in every quality except efficiency, as one scholar put it. So rotten was the Kuomintang that China's peasantry, riled by Mao, were willing to battle its troops with farm tools, hacking them down in human wave attacks and snatching their guns. The overwhelmed Kuomintang government, along with shopkeepers, landlords, and other capitalists, escaped to Taiwan, an island off China's coast. Mao was triumphant, But his revolution was incomplete. He needed to ensure that all of China, even the farthest borderlands, fell under his iron-hard communist monoculture. China's distant reaches were inhabited by Mongols, Uyghurs, Tibetans, and other minorities committed to their own traditions and faiths. This was intolerable. Every ethnic minority needed taming, including the Wa, reputedly the most untamable tribe of all. Numbering roughly 500,000 at the time, the Wa people respected no government and cared little about borders. Their walled settlements dotted both sides of the China-Burma line. For centuries, Chinese dynasts kept their distance, believing the Wa ugly in appearance and evil in nature, a warrior tribe best left alone. Mao thought differently. No previous Chinese leader had possessed the People's Liberation Army, 5 million soldiers strong, and this heavily armed Goliath would not shrink from headhunters gripping crude swords. Mao ordered battalions to subdue every Wa living on the Chinese side of the border. This amounted to roughly half the total Wa population and half of Wa ancestral lands. Communist soldiers gunned down Wa warriors, torched their fortresses, kicked over skull posts, and smashed the crania under their boots. Adults were herded onto communal farms, children shunted into Chinese language schools. This was the terror that Saw Lu's sect fled. Mao's subjugation campaign lasted more than 10 brutal years. By the mid-1960s, all the Wa on the Chinese side had been colonized. Meanwhile, the other half, on the Burma side, lived as they had in ancient times. Inhabiting a super rugged stretch of highlands, about 6,500 square miles altogether, were Wa clans who still decorated settlements with rival skulls, as did their forebears. They had no rulers, save for a few Wa warlord clans staking claim to slopes and valleys here and there. It was the last refuge of Wa civilization. According to international law, this untouched zone belonged to Burma's government. But this was a joke. After the British Empire relinquished Burma following World War II, control of the colony, reborn as a nation-state, fell to a native-born military junta. These Burmese rulers inherited all that the British once claimed, including their lies. No one had ever conquered that part of Wa country, except on paper. And unlike Mao, Burma's leaders did not possess an army that could subjugate the Wa highlands and make the lie true. In the 1960s, Burma was fracturing. The junta could barely keep the country whole. Hills seethed with rebellion. The Shan wanted their own country. The Kachin, the Karen, the Mon, and other indigenous highlanders also wanted to govern themselves, as they had for eons before colonization. Burma's troops struggled to suppress each new ethnic uprising, lest one country split into many. Their army was spread thin, broke, and far too exhausted to take on Wa warriors. The frazzled Burmese generals would have preferred to forget the Wa existed, but they couldn't. Not with Mao's revolution at their back door. Having already colonized roughly half of the Wa tribe, the Wa living on the China side of the border, Maoists had erased much of the human buffer that for centuries separated the Burmese and Chinese civilizations. People's Liberation Army troops were now amassed along the border, in prime position to roll across and capture what remained of Wa lands. They could easily claim that the territory was there for the taking, since the Burmese government didn't control the area anyway. The Burmese junta had good reason to panic. At the time, communism seemed poised to engulf much of humanity. Communist-controlled Russia, the world's largest country, as well as China. the most populous. The eastern half of Europe was communist, and Marxist rebellions burned across Africa and Latin America. Worse yet, Maoists were among the most evangelistic type of communists, especially keen to spread their doctrine through brute force. Burma, teetering on collapse, presented a tantalizing target. If Mao's army wanted to invade the Wa lands inside Burma's borders, the junta couldn't do much to stop them. The Maoists might then decide to keep pushing, swarming the rest of the country, liberating its masses from a feckless regime and planting red flags from the misty mountains to the shimmering coast. The threat was real. Burma's generals needed a miracle. What they got was Saw Lu. Saw Lu never figured out how the Burmese military discovered him. He knew only that he was exactly what they sought. Someone Wa but not wild, book smart but brave, and naive enough to take on an extremely dangerous mission. In late 1966, Saw Lu was 22, all lean muscle and bravado. He'd grown up rough as a refugee kid in the Burmese foothills, alongside other Wa and Lahu Baptists who'd escaped Mao's China. They'd settled around the city of Kangtung. In boyhood, Saw Lu adapted to his new country quickly, learning the Burmese language, then bouncing around to various Christian boarding schools, always wowing teachers with his smarts. Burmese intelligence officers fished him out of a missionary-run academy outside Yangon, the capital. He was a plucky young man who just married his sweetheart, Mary, a Lahu girl also raised under the Man Gods sect. She was studying at the same academy. The Burmese spies invited Saw Lu to tea. "Your Wa race is under threat by communists," they said. "The same Maoist army that cruelly banished you from your childhood home now fixes its hungry eye on the Wa living inside our borders. Wouldn't you like to save them?" Under their plan, Saw Lu would deploy into the peaks as a covert agent. He'd infiltrate the fortress town of Pang Wai, presenting himself as a harmless teacher sent by Burma's government to open a free school. Mary could come along, helping teach the Wa to read Burmese. Teaching would provide cover for his real assignments. Wa country was terra incognita to the junta, so Saw Lu would serve as its eyes and ears, reporting back whatever he witnessed. But his ultimate mission, if he accepted it, would go far beyond scouting. Pang Wai was only a day's walk to China's border, and from there, the Maoist empire began, stretching some 1,000 miles eastward to the sea. Saw Lu's job would be somehow stopping this colossus from lumbering out of its pen. The junta's idea, ill-defined, was for Saw Lu to get cozy with the Wa, urge them to quit killing each other, at least temporarily, and organize them to fight intruding Chinese communists. Burma's cash-strapped military had few spare guns with which to arm the Highlanders, so Saw Lu would have to think creatively, fortifying Wa clans for the looming invasion by any means necessary. It was a half-baked, desperate mess of a plan, likely to end with a young couple's heads on 2 pikes. Saw Lu signed on at once. Here was his chance to exact revenge upon the godless communist who'd marred his childhood and scattered his sect. Though Ban Na was lost forever, this fortress town called Pang Wai might be spared. Saw Lu had never heard of Pang Wai. It was some 100 miles from his birthplace, but he was keen to protect any patch of Wa land from Mao's hordes, however possible. That night, after accepting the mission, Saw Lu went to his wife and said, "Mary, God has laid a divine task before us. The Burmese know not the magnitude of their request. We can go far beyond defending the Wa peaks from communists. We can also revive William Marcus Young's crusade to civilize the Wa Highlanders, possibly succeeding where the man-god faltered. Saw Lu proposed that he and Mary take the junta's cover story seriously, doing their utmost to teach headhunters to read. The Youngs had taught that literacy was the first stepping stone toward enlightenment. But Mary, he said, we must show the Highlanders not just how to read, but how to live. Saw Lu aspired to end their headhunting ritual altogether. He believed this would prove essential to uniting them against the Maoist, who longed to swallow their land, their very essence, and prevent them from ever knowing God. Mary asked, "Will you Christianize these headhunters, as the Youngs longed to do?" Saw Lu had his answer ready. He did not want to repeat the man-god's mistake, needling the Highlanders with talk of Jesus from the very first encounter. That had proven fatal. He'd instead focus on the most urgent priority, mustering the Wa against communist invasion. To do this, Saw Lu said, he and Mary would gently ingratiate themselves into their world and discover what motivated the Wa Highlanders, so as to sway them in the right direction. Saw Lu imagined himself as a shaft of light, penetrating an abyss dark with ignorance. That grand sense of purpose swept him up into the treacherous peaks, through Pangwai's gates, into the heart of the town, where he and Mary built a schoolhouse from bamboo, mud, and thatched grass. Assimilating among the Wa was easier than he'd imagined. Only months later, in the spring of 1967, did Saw Lu fully comprehend the difficulty of his task. It wasn't just the head-cleaving episode that rattled him. It was what followed, an understanding that Wa Highlanders only respected raw strength, and that he was just some outsider in funny clothes, armed with nothing more than a savior complex. Springtime, 1967. About 3 months into Saw Lu's mission in Pangwai. It was not in the nature of warrior farmers to sit quietly and regurgitate rote lessons. The children and teenagers who attended Saw Lu and Mary's classes talked back, or just ambled off once they got bored. Lessons often ended in mutiny. Inside the bamboo schoolhouse, Saw Lu and Mary would chalk out the Burmese alphabet on a blackboard, its letters whirling and looping in globular shapes. There were no books. The students held their own little black slates, some etching out letters with pointed rocks instead of chalk. When the teachers' backs turned, the class devolved into gossip. Unable to control their students, Saw Lu and Mary would put down the chalk and listen. They learned about courtship rituals and regional clan feuds, a tangle of grievances as complex as geopolitics writ large. It was sometimes hard to tell who was teaching whom. The kids' parents often dropped by too, chiming in with their own stories. At least Saw Lu was learning, bit by bit, how the society functioned. Though Saw Lu was ethnically Wa, just like his pupils, a vast cultural chasm stretched between them. Saw Lu was the rarest of Wa, and not just because he was raised by non-headhunters. Few Wa had ever seen electric lights or automobiles, but Saw Lu had. As refugees in Burma, his family had settled down in Kangtung, a bustling town. And as boarding students, he and Mary lived in Yangon, a sprawling metropolis left behind by the Brits, now the capital of an independent Burma. Occasionally, Saw Lu's students, such as they were, wanted to hear about city life, brick buildings, raucous streets, record players. They were curious about modernity, but not dumbstruck by its existence. The Young family once believed the mere sight of a flying machine would drop the Wa to their knees, but that was clearly not the case. As it turned out, the kids already knew about aircraft. The students said silvery propeller planes had once buzzed over Pang Wai, disgorging wooden boxes fixed to big blankets that caught the wind and drifted to the forest floor. Each crate contained exotic-looking weaponry. Ask the elders, the student said. They remember it well. Weapons? What kind? Metal guns, heavy and long. What an odd tale, but the Highlanders were full of bizarre talk. Saw Lu's pupils also told him to watch out for giant wolfmen stalking the forest. In interacting with his students and their families, Saw Lu made a few futile attempts to bring up Jesus, just to test their interest. But he wisely gave up. Talk of religion made him seem even stranger, and to properly gather intelligence, he needed to build rapport with the locals. He instead probed their thoughts about communism, discovering that only a few understood it only in an abstract way. Most were wary of the Chinese in a general sense. The border was only 10 miles away. But invasion was a secondary worry, drowned out by fear of rival Wa clans, a constant terror. They also fretted over food. Their soil, tan in color, was a crunchy grit that frosted over for much of the winter. It was so lacking in nutrients that corn and rice sprouted weakly from the earth. Only one crop truly thrived in this alkaline dirt: opium poppies. School attendance was always spotty, but when poppy harvesting season came, it plummeted to almost zero. Parents needed children working in the fields. Twice a year, slopes bloomed with ivory and scarlet petals, which fell away to reveal little green pods underneath. These pods, when sliced, oozed a milk-colored goop that turned molasses brown in the air. The Wa would scrape the opium into big clay pots. Next to farming rice and corn, this was the activity around which they organized their days. At dusk, when parents returned from the poppy fields, Saw Lu would harangue them about their kids' truancy. The looks on their faces said, "You are wearing out your welcome." The Burmese language lessons Saw Lu taught were nearly useless. The people of Pang Wai had never met a Burmese person and did not expect to. His lessons brought little utility to their lives. "I'm here to help," Saw Lu said. They told him that if he wished to help, he could pick up an opium-scraping knife and join them at sunrise. Saw Lu's mission was fizzling. His Burmese junta minders had cautioned him to stay limber, adjusting course when necessary. Saw Lu decided to clear away his preconceptions and focus on what made his subjects tick: opium. They were obsessed with it. No one watching the Wa cultivate it could call them lazy. Saw Lu marveled at their work ethic, but he couldn't fathom their motive. Opium was magical stuff. Smoking it could make the pebbly ground feel like a bed of cotton. And yet no one partook unless severely ill. They believed lolling around in a drugged-up stupor was a dereliction of warriordom, practically inviting enemies to an easy beheading. So for whom was all this opium harvested? Little made sense until the caravan showed up. One afternoon, a drum beat signaled that visitors approached Pang Wai. Saw Lu joined a throng of warriors heading out to greet them. Through the dark maze they went, emerging into sunlight. On a nearby ridge stood a brigade of men with Chinese faces, each holding an assault rifle, all dressed in identical khaki uniforms. Saw Lu froze. The communists are upon us, he thought. But the other Hua explained that these men were non-communist Chinese, traders who'd come to buy their opium. Hua families poured out of the fortress with clay pots, merrily walking toward the visitors to lay opium at their feet. The Chinese trader brigade had arrived in a long column of donkeys and mules, all strung together, known as a caravan. They pulled sacks off the beasts' backs and dumped the contents onto the ground. Sa Lu saw treasures from the industrial world: gold ingots, moldable into ornaments, flintlock rifles and gunpowder, useful for hunting deer or bear, blocks of salt, invaluable for preserving meat through cruel winters, fat sacks bursting with rice grains. The traders only accepted one form of payment for these goods: opium, the currency of the highlands. Sa Lu realized why no one smoked it. That would have been like lighting cash on fire. Unable to speak much Chinese, Sa Lu did not approach the traders. He just watched them pack the opium into canvas sacks, load it all onto the mules' backs, and clomp away. Later, when his students returned to class, he asked about these men, learning that they were truly the opposite of communist, hard-nosed Chinese capitalists hated in Mao's China. They'd fled into Burma in 1949, just like Sa Lu's sect back when he was a little boy. These merchants now dwelled in a jungle hideout somewhere on this side of the border. As for the exact location, no one in Pangwai had a clue or even cared. They just knew that twice a year, the caravan would show up and trade precious items for opium. Sa Lu asked how these Chinese outsiders ventured into the peaks, up serpentine paths with slow-moving donkeys, without the Hua snatching their wares and their heads. The men traveled as if they had a permit to enter headhunter country. They basically did, the students explained. Everyone knew starting trouble with a Chinese merchant caravan would incur wrath from their main trading partners, the warlords, leaders of the most powerful Hua clans around. Not far away, to the south of Pangwai, there were mountains where poppies grew with greater vigor. That was where these warlords roosted. There were 3 of them, each dominating his own patch. They weren't rulers or chieftains, the students explained, and the warlords issued no laws, other than to stay away from their poppies. But they were unusually domineering, an aberration to the egalitarian nature of Hua life. Each led his own armed posse, a private security force, drawn from the toughest headhunters, protecting poppies and slaying trespassers. The typical Hua warrior farmer might own a black powder gun, at best. But the warlord clans, their fighters, in addition to swords, carried fancy rifles bought off the Chinese traders. As the caravan's VIP customers, the warlords were privy to a menu of high-end weaponry. Most coveted among their wares were metallic auto-loading rifles, black magazines jutting underneath, some stamped with the letters USA. Chinese traders toted the same guns, but they did not sell them to the denizens of Pangwai, which was only a minor stop on the opium-collecting route. Sa Lu asked his pupils what the warlords were like. Each is unique, they said. One is flamboyant. He wears gold watches, an ostentatious device in a place where people know no other clock than the sun. Another is cruel. He leads the most prodigious skull-collecting clan in the highlands. The third is a sorcerer. He sculpts little animals out of mud, waves his hand, and makes them dance. When angry, he morphs into a tiger. So said the rumor mill. Again, Sa Lu wasn't sure what to believe. But in the ensuing months, he endeavored to learn everything he could about these warlords. He did not care for their reputed head-chopping and black magic, but he envied their strength. These murderous strongmen might prove useful, he thought, if China's Maoist army, lurking on the other side of the border, ever stormed into the peaks. In the summer of 1967, Saw Lu entered his 6th month in the highlands. At first, he dismissed that bizarre story about airplanes raining weapons from the sky. Now he thought of it constantly, daydreaming about what he'd do with those guns, if they were even real. It pecked at his consciousness day and night. Determined to figure out if the tale was true, he canvassed Pang Wai's elders. When exactly did this cargo fall from the clouds? Years ago, they said, maybe 15. And what happened after the boxes hit the ground? We tracked them down in the forest. They were filled with guns, but no ammunition. We put the weapons back in their crates and buried them close to where they fell. Why? They did not belong to us. To whom did they belong? We had no idea, but we didn't want the intended recipients, whoever they were, to find the guns and use them against us. Why not use the weapons on enemy clans? Each head we take is a response to some injustice. One of our men slain, one of our women violated. Anyone from the offending clan can pay the head price. But we're not like lowlanders, seeking to totally exterminate our rivals. Would it be all right, Saw Lu asked, if he dug up a few of the boxes just to have a look? The elders stared blankly. Any Wa was free to do as he or she pleased. To Saw Lu, that was close enough to a yes. One morning, Saw Lu told his teenage pupils that language classes were postponed. Go home and scour your parents' and grandparents' memories, the schoolmaster said. Ask them where the fallen boxes are hidden. Soon, students were leading him into caves and helping him dig beneath buffalo pens. He would forever remember the moment he first plunged his hand into dirt and felt the top of a wooden crate. How he wrested it from the earth and pried back its lid, sticking his arm inside, his fingers brushing against something hard in a nest of fragrant sawdust. The euphoria that washed over him as he pulled out a submachine gun and cradled that black metal in his arms. It took weeks to find all the boxes. They contained several varieties of weapon. Some of the guns were small, the length of Saw Lu's forearm. Engraved with the letters STEN, they resembled lengths of pipe with stocks that folded out to brace against your shoulder. Others were like miniature cannons with retractable tripods. There were even some M1 Garand semi-automatics, America's standard World War II-era rifle. At Saw Lu's request, his students lugged the weapons through Pang Wai's gates and piled them up inside his schoolhouse. It soon resembled an armory. They dug up 8 boxes, a dozen guns per box, nearly 100 firearms total. Saw Lu had no doubt that God was delivering the weapons into his hands, pulling him towards some pivotal moment. It was time to draw upon his evangelical powers of persuasion, bred into him by his Baptist sect. But he would not pressure the Wa to accept Christ. Instead, Saw Lu would urge them to accept him as their protector, almost like a warlord, one possessed not by wicked traits, but by virtue. Before his death, the man-god once predicted that the Wa, who fight like cats and dogs among themselves, could pause their clan feuds and come together when facing some existential threat. So that is what Saw Lu conjured to the villagers of Pang Wai. He whacked their wooden drum, summoned them to the center of the fortress town and declared, "The communists are coming." Saw Lu revealed himself as a Burmese agent. "Our military analysts," he said, "are certain the Maoists will invade, perhaps as soon as this year. Every Wa should have already started preparing for war. Instead, your headhunters hack each other apart. Disunity will be your downfall. Do not underestimate the communist cruelty," he told the crowd, "for I speak from experience, as a refugee from a world they have destroyed. They will snuff out your entire way of life, even eradicating your opium poppies." That got the crowd's attention. "I may be an outsider," Saw Lu said, "but deep down I am Wa like you, and ready to mount a resistance. You can start by taking up these weapons." Saw Lu held aloft a machine gun, like the sword in the stone, a great weapon wielded by an unlikely leader. He thanked the Lord for this windfall. But it wasn't God who dropped these guns from the heavens. It was the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States of America. Guns, drugs, and espionage. Become the warlord of Pangwai. Meet the other warlords and earn their respect. Unite them against the Red Menace and save the Wa race. That was Saw Lu's new plan, more or less. But the young man was profoundly naive about the men with whom he hoped to collaborate. He'd rightly ascertained that the opium-rich Wa warlords could prove useful in subverting communist China's expansionist fervor. He was wrong in believing this idea was original. The Central Intelligence Agency beat him to it. There was plenty else Saw Lu didn't know. He was clueless to the fact that America, the country he revered from afar, was already a hidden force in the Wa Peaks, its clandestine services overseeing an operation run on guns, drugs, and espionage. The warlords were essential to this operation. And those enigmatic Chinese opium collectors, armed with American rifles, they were at its very center. So, if Saw Lu wanted to become an effective warlord in the Wa Peaks, he'd have to first come to grips with this CIA-run enterprise and find his own role to play in it. The CIA never set out to entangle itself in Asia's drug trade. This was an unintended consequence of a badly conceived plot, one that involved dropping machine guns from airplanes. Here's the backstory. In the early 1950s, Mao Zedong's army didn't just flush Saw Lu's sect out of China's borderlands. It purged all manner of undesirables, including Chinese enemies of communism, frontier opium traders, rich landowners, marooned Kuomintang soldiers. These targeted Chinese groups clung together, escaping death by fleeing into the wilds of Burma. At first, the Chinese exiles wandered, eating lizards and roots to survive, a rabble turning more skeletal by the day. Some got lost in Wa country, doing their best to evade headhunters, while others drifted into foothills dotted with isolated Shan villages. Many expected to starve in this unfamiliar land. But then salvation arrived. Propeller planes whirring into view, swooping low, dropping crates hitched to parachutes. The floating boxes contained rice, bullets, and firearms. Each was a care package from the CIA. The newly created spy agency was embarking on its most ambitious mission in Asia to date. In coordination with the Kuomintang government, displaced to the island of Taiwan, the CIA wanted to arm these communist-hating stragglers in Burma and fuse them into a mighty armed force. Then they'd send them back to China to seize the country from Mao and re-establish Kuomintang rule, so that China would, once again, belong to a U.S.-friendly regime. This clandestine armed group in Burma, created by the CIA and the Kuomintang, went by several names. So, for simplicity's sake, I'll call them the Exiles. The airdrops kept coming. CIA planes, stripped of all markings, delivered a mishmash of firearms to the Exiles. British-made Sten submachine pistols, M1 rifles, even Thompsons, the machine gun made famous by Chicago gangsters. Many guns were pulled from old U.S. stockpiles, their serial numbers scratched off. The operation was top secret. Only the U.S. president and a small CIA clique knew of it. By the spring of 1951, the Exiles were ready to cross back into their native China. They gathered along the China-Burma border and awaited a fresh round of weapons. Most crates hit their drop zones accurately, but a CIA air crew must have goofed one of the deliveries, because at least 8 boxes also fell near the fortress town of Pangwai, more than 10 miles from the nearest drop site. The Hua buried these strange crates and got on with their lives. Not until Saw Lu showed up 16 years later were the weapons pulled out of the ground. The Exiles, meanwhile, shrugged off the waylaid airdrops and focused on the mission at hand, retaking China. They loaded their weapons and prepared for combat. Numbering in the mere thousands, they were about to face more than 300,000 communist troops glued to the border. The CIA naively believed the Exiles would push through and triumph. They were certain the Chinese masses, surely growing sick of Maoism, would rise up and join this fight for freedom. This didn't happen. When the exile fighters rushed into China, the People's Liberation Army shot them to bits. They ran back into Burma's jungles, wounded and demoralized. Over the next few years, America goaded the Exiles into several more incursions into China. Each ended catastrophically. But instead of ditching its plans, the CIA concocted ever stranger solutions, even wondering if it could recruit the legendary Hua warrior tribe to join the cause. CIA officers actually thought Hua Highlanders would drool at the chance to serve any campaign led by Caucasians, an idea put into their heads by the Young missionary family. A CIA memo drafted after consultation with the Youngs stated, "The Hua have a special feeling of affection and respect for white men, and are unanimous in their desire to have the white man assist them and even rule them." This was deranged, and the Exiles knew it. Many were Chinese frontier folk who'd grown up near the border, in striking distance of Hua headhunter raiding parties. They were well aware that attempting to rule Hua Highlanders could result in your brains fertilizing their fields. The CIA could not accept that China was forever lost to communism, but the Exiles had to face reality. They were permanently stuck in Burma. They made the best of it, drifting back to what many knew best, commerce. Though the Exiles continued amassing American supplies, weapons, food, medicine, as if still intending to reclaim China, they treated it as seed capital for a business venture, transforming their guerrilla force into an opium trafficking syndicate. Burma's mountains contained Asia's finest soil for poppies, but as the Exiles saw it, indigenous tribes squandered their potential by only churning out a few dozen tons of opium per year. To increase output, the Exiles turned their superior firepower on upcountry peasants. As conquerors on horseback with new model American machine guns, they easily strong-armed locals into farming as many poppies as the land could bear. They mostly left the Wa alone, too hard to subjugate. So the Shan people, being most plentiful in Burma's hills, bore the brunt of this coercion. The exiles bought their crops for a pittance, turning them into serfs living hand to mouth. This business expansion proved wildly successful. The exiles boosted Burma's opium production to 500 tons per year, almost a third of the world's opium supply, according to the CIA. Drugs were clearly the exiles' new raison d'etre, not vanquishing communists. Yet the CIA still wouldn't abandon them. In fact, when the exiles needed help moving their opium to buyers in the cities, the CIA lent its airplanes to the task. Agency-hired pilots would skitter down on dirt runways in Burma, offload guns to the exiles, then onboard bundles of their opium. Then they'd fly to Bangkok, where purchasers, mostly CIA-supported Thai police officials, picked up bulk drug shipments right at the airport. The proceeds of these sales supercharged the exiles' growth. It was the first instance of CIA-contracted planes running drugs for an armed group, but hardly the last. Over the next decade or so, the exiles perfected their business model, assembling an opium trading behemoth greater than their ancestors could have imagined. Almost all of Burma's opium supply fell under their monopolistic control. Burma's junta wasn't thrilled that a U.S.-armed drug cartel marauded through its country, but the exiles mostly stuck to mountains beyond the military's control. Occasional shootouts between the exiles and Burmese patrols often ended poorly for the latter, so junta regiments tried to stay out of their path. The exiles even managed to extract the coveted Wa poppy crop, more potent than any other in Southeast Asia. The Wa, unlike other indigenous peoples, were too intimidating to bully, so the exiles had to acquire their opium by trading fairly. In Pang Wai, for instance, they proffered gold nuggets and black powder rifles, while the Shan farmers got bolts of cloth and axe heads. In the most luscious Wa poppy growing areas, the exiles sought out the toughest headhunting clans and plied them with finer gifts, U.S.-made assault rifles. From these clans rose the infamous warlords, the very three that Saw Lu hoped to meet. These warlords were vital opium suppliers. Under the exiles' guidance, each Wa warlord grew organized enough to consistently supply premium opium and well armed enough to guarantee the caravans safe travel into their lands. By the mid-1960s, the exiles ran vast trade routes snaking through Burma's upcountry, an area larger than Portugal. The Wa peaks, luxuriant with poppies, marked the far end of their supply chain. Pang Wai, where Saw Lu watched exiles collect opium near the fortress gates, was one of the northernmost collection points. The caravan he witnessed would also have picked up opium from the Wa warlords, then traveled south to load up in various Shan villages before lugging it all back to the exiles' headquarters, a network of camps some 200 miles south of Wa country, located along Burma's border with Thailand. The exiles had come a long way from their scrappy origins. As they evolved, morphing into Asia's largest opium syndicate, so too did their relationship with the CIA. By 1967, the exiles cartel numbered some 3,000 armed men, their calves diamond hard from tromping up and down Burma's slopes. When they weren't on months-long smuggling runs, the men and their mules rested in secret camps strewn along the Thai-Burma border. Business was splendid overall, though the rank and file didn't live in opulence. Sustaining all those armed personnel, plus their wives and children, ate up much of the profits. Several men led the exiles, but Li Wenhuan, General Li he called himself, was the most influential. Unlike other Chinese men of stature, he wore no gold or jade. His command center was a stone dwelling with scalloped roof tiles, styled like homes in rural China, even though the structure sat atop a mountain in Thailand's Chiang Mai province. It was located just a few miles from the Burmese border. General Li's flinty personality was typical of the exiles. They were cowboy types, hailing from China's dusty Yunnan frontier province. Almost Texan in their mores, they loved horses and rifles, but didn't readily trust outsiders. Li came across rough. A heavy-set man, he often spoke in grunts, but his cunning was incredible. After years of floating around Burma's hinterlands, building the exiles into a mighty but transient cartel, he'd permanently planted his syndicate in a part of Thailand that most considered semi-inhabitable. As mountain environments went, it wasn't as raw as the Wa Peaks, with their cusp slopes and winds that cut you in two, but the Thai-Burma border was still a gnarled and dry place. Mountains dividing the two countries formed a wall of stone, and Li was wise enough to see the potential in this bleak geography. On one side of this natural wall were Burma's poppy lands, locked away in a place where only the brave dared venture. And on the other, Thailand, a modernizing country connected to the rest of the world, a portal to millions of potential customers, many longing to melt away their hurt with opiates. The only way to pass from one side to the other was by navigating slender mountain gaps, some barely wide enough for mules to pass single file. All opium flowing south out of Burma would hit these choke points, little Suez canals. On Li's instructions, the exiles seized these passes, installed checkpoints, and settled in. They held Southeast Asia's drug trade in their fists. The CIA called it ideal smuggling territory and likened the area to America's own bootlegging heartland, Appalachia. Classified reports describe limestone hills honeycombed with caves where the exiles could stash illicit cargoes smuggled across the border. But American spies did more than praise Li's choice of location. They also encouraged the government of Thailand, then a U.S. client state, to let the exiles unofficially control that border. Asking Thailand to effectively cede territory to a drug cartel was an unusual request, but times were tumultuous, and this was no ordinary cartel. Its ranks were filled with men who reviled communism, an ideology sweeping across Southeast Asia. The United States had already invaded Vietnam to stop its spread. It wasn't working out too well. In the countries sandwiched between Thailand and Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, smaller communist insurgencies were heating up fast. America treated Thailand, right-wing and military-run, as a firewall through which communism must never pass, lest it keep burning all the way to Burma, India, and beyond. The United States convinced Thai leaders to let the exiles dig in and protect that northern border. The idea was that if communist guerrillas of any stripe dared come near it, or even popped up along dope smuggling trails in Burma, the exiles would crush them. They were hardy fighters with rocket-propelled grenades and 50 caliber machine guns, enough U.S. weaponry to hold their own. Best of all, the exiles would provide this service for free. Drug cartels don't require outside financial backing. As for their criminality, this was something both the CIA and Thai leaders could overlook. Running drugs was unseemly, sure, but nothing was more important than containing communism. To further ingratiate the exiles with Thai authorities, the United States nudged them into profitable partnerships. By the late 1960s, the exiles had progressed far beyond simply peddling raw opium. They now focused on a value-added product, heroin. Hired chemists ran a dozen bamboo-walled refineries around their camps. The profit margins were incredible. For an outlay of $300, the exiles could acquire 10 kilos of Wa opium and synthesize it into 1 powdery kilo of heroin. Wrapped in cellophane, that brick would sell for $1,000 in Bangkok. But the Thai capital was very far away, and the exiles could hardly march heroin across the country on its mules. Once again, the exiles needed assistance moving their wares out of the hinterlands. Thailand's Border Patrol Police, a CIA-created organization, stepped in to help. It owned U.S.-supplied trucks and armored vehicles, rugged enough to drive up steep slopes. For a cut of the sale price, Thai border cops would load their trucks with exile heroin and drive it down to Bangkok, a 14-hour journey. Much of the ride was made smoother by sleek highways, built by the United States to develop the country. Thanks to corrupt Thai police, the exiles could deliver their product without fearing arrests or seizures. Piece by piece, the infrastructure of the Golden Triangle narcotics trade clicked into place. America hadn't planned to help construct a 650-mile-long opium pipeline, but that's what it was. At the far end were the opium suppliers, Wa warlords. In the middle, mule caravans, drug labs, and shady cops. And at the terminus, wholesale buyers in Bangkok. The exiles exclusively sold heroin to one type of customer, Bangkok's ethnic Chinese, a community that had migrated long before, establishing themselves as urban merchants. They were high society types, respected members of their communities, according to CIA files, viewing themselves as businessmen first and criminals second, if at all. Chinese Thai families ran export businesses, shipping everything from pineapples to car parts, so they already owned warehouses, trucks, and boats. Everything needed to smuggle a kilo, or 10, to whichever market fetched the best price. And in the late 1960s, the hottest market for heroin was South Vietnam. As the U.S.-Vietnam War intensified, draftees kept flooding in until 500,000 young men from the world's most prosperous country were plopped down in a jungle nightmare. Terror and trauma ran rampant. Many troops craved chemical escape. Without intending to, the Pentagon created the perfect customers for heroin produced in the nearby Golden Triangle, all while the CIA helped sustain supply chains that fed soldiers' addictions. GIs didn't think they were rich, but on an $80 monthly salary, they were far wealthier than the region's peasants, who ate whatever they grew and could never afford a drug habit. As the war dragged on, according to the highest estimates, as many as 1 in 6 U.S. troops in Vietnam were using heroin. Americans back home had no idea they were subsidizing Southeast Asia's dope trade. U.S. citizens' salaries got taxed to pay soldiers' wages. GIs took that money and paid Vietnamese dealers. The Vietnamese dealers, in turn, paid the ethnic Thai Chinese distributors in Bangkok. And they told the exiles to keep the product coming. The CIA coldly observed this flux of dollars and heroin, in which it was complicit, but did nothing to stop it. The agency could hardly claim ignorance. In secret memos, it noted that the exiles were building new drug labs for a specific purpose, meeting a sharp increase in demand for heroin by U.S. forces in South Vietnam. What on earth could justify the CIA propping up a cartel whose heroin shot into American soldiers' veins? Behind every CIA scandal, there is always some big-picture justification. In this case, it was communism, specifically communist China. The CIA didn't just want the exiles watching out for communist uprisings in the Golden Triangle. That was only one of their responsibilities. The agency also needed them to go much deeper, probing their native homeland, China, a country controlling nearly 20% of all human life, plus a growing arsenal of nuclear bombs. To America, Mao's kingdom was frighteningly inscrutable, and the CIA was obsessed with peering inside, a highly difficult task. Putting spies on Chinese soil was nearly impossible. China's borders were mostly fronted by countries hostile to the United States: Mongolia, North Korea, North Vietnam, or seawater. But there was one back door: the Hua Peaks, looming over China's southwestern fringe. The CIA had finally accepted that Caucasian men were not welcome there, but its drug trafficking assets, the exiles, had permission from Hua headhunters to come and go. To enjoy the perks of CIA protection, the cartel would have to collect more than opium. It would also need to help gather intelligence along that border, by any means necessary, even if that meant roping the Hua warlords into CIA operations. The exiles, secretive as they were, went by various names. If asked, most smugglers would simply say, "We are Yunnanese," referring to their home region in China. The CIA settled on calling them Chinese Irregular Forces, or CIF. But one of the exiles' leaders once suggested a more poetic description for his group: watchdogs at the gates. Watchdogs sounded a lot nobler than drug traffickers. It evoked courageous sentinels, ready to alert the so-called free world if communists stirred in the distance. This description was also fairly accurate. Throughout the 1960s, the exiles ran surveillance operations on behalf of two spy agencies, the CIA and Taiwan's Military Intelligence Division, practically a subsidiary of the CIA. Taiwan's spy division was dependent on the United States for its very existence, as one high-ranking CIA official put it. Working in tandem, the CIA and Taiwan helped establish more than a dozen radio outposts across Burma's hills, a string of bases running between the borders of Thailand and China. The exiles defended and staffed each base. Their brightest soldiers were trained to operate U.S.-made receivers and relay coded messages. These radio outposts kept in close touch with the exiles' caravans, which roved far and wide on their opium-collecting routes. Embedded in each caravan were radio men who wore clunky transmitters strapped to their backs, heavy devices painted pond scum green and pokey with antenna. If a radio man spotted something suspicious along the trails, he'd zap that intel to the nearest base, and the base could beam it all the way back to the exile camps in Thailand. This technology was a godsend. Running drugs is mostly a logistics game, moving stuff from A to B without incident, and airwaves held their operation taut. Had warm weather worsened the poppy yield that season? The exiles knew. Were bandits laying an ambush up the trail? The exiles knew. And whatever the exiles knew, the CIA knew as well. The CIA kept meticulous data on the organization's drug trafficking, down to the average foot speed of its mules, 2 miles per day with 150 pounds of opium on the animal's back. But that was not the main purpose of this surveillance web. This technological gift was contingent on the exiles helping the CIA pull intel out of China. They were instructed to extend this radio matrix all the way into Hua warlord territory, right on the Chinese border. Luckily for the CIA, the Hua warlords didn't object to this. They proved gracious in letting the exiles, trusted business partners, plant electronic gadgets on their turf. One warlord welcomed the construction of a permanent radio shack in his territory, in spy parlance, a listening post, soaking up People's Liberation Army transmissions bleeding over the mountains. Another warlord offered to go even further. For bonus payments in gold, he'd send Hua headhunter teams into China to slay communist officers and steal documents out of their hands. The CIA got exactly what it desired: probes into China, courtesy of what one agency official called a bunch of dope runners and other strange bedfellows. Strange it most certainly was, this system of narco-espionage, and what kept every player under the covers, the CIA, the exiles, the Hua warlords, was a common desire to stop China's Maoist from expanding even 1 inch into the Hua peaks. Every group involved believed this threat to be existential, but each had its own motives. The CIA viewed communism as a virus threatening U.S. supremacy and would do anything to stop the contagion anywhere on Earth, even get cozy with a drug cartel and a headhunting tribe. Beyond using the exiles and their Hua suppliers to collect information, the United States needed them to keep the Golden Triangle communist free, denying its opium profits to enemies. As one CIA secret memo put it, without U.S. covert action, all Asian people can be plucked by the communists like ripe fruit. A lawless place such as Burma's mountainous north, which even the country's own junta couldn't control, was the sort of place where communism could take root. Other members of Team America, Thailand and Taiwan, harbored similar fears. The exiles' motivations were a bit more complex. They genuinely despised Maoist for driving them from their homeland. But they also understood that without a role to play in the Cold War, they were just a crime syndicate. Belonging to Team America conferred privileges, a place to hunker down in Thailand, access to weapons and radio tech, immunity to arrest, that guaranteed their supremacy over the Golden Triangle region's drug trade. As for the Hua warlords, they just wanted to keep warlording. And they knew that if the Maoists conquered their land, they'd go from bossing around their clans to shoveling chicken shit on a communal farm. Simple as that. And then there was young Saw Lu, traipsing into this murky situation with big dreams and not much of a clue. Saw Lu was an agent of Burma's junta, Burma being the only country that, under international law, actually had a rightful claim to those Hua peaks. According to any classroom globe, that land was squarely inside Burma's borders. But neither the CIA nor the Maoists cared much about that. Burma's ruling generals were virtually friendless. Terrified of Chinese invasion, they might have made natural clients for the U.S. empire. But after suffering more than a century of colonial rule, they refused to grovel before anyone. Certainly not another Caucasian empire. As a result, Burma's leaders were isolated, and their army was too weak to scare either the CIA or the Maoists away from the Hua peaks. The best they could do was send in the likes of Saw Lu and pray for the best. Even Saw Lu, after months in Pangwai, would momentarily forget who'd sent him there. He had his own personal quest, which just happened to overlap with that of his junta handlers. He too was fanatically driven to keep the communists out, but not because of some hyper-patriotic desire to uphold Burma's territorial integrity. Saw Lu just wanted to preserve the last Wa refuge on Earth so that he could have a shot at civilizing them, cleansing them of their wicked headhunting, unifying them as one, and perhaps, when they were ready, leading them toward Christ. Only then would he fulfill the dream prophesied by the man-god. Become a warlord. Meet the other warlords and earn their respect. Unite them all against the Red Menace and save the Wa race. That was his plan. It was time to get started. The League of Warlords. There are no official prerequisites for becoming a warlord, but a track record of slaying enemies helps. In that regard, Saw Lu's resume was lacking. In all his years, he'd killed nothing larger than a monkey. At least the 22-year-old had connections, which he flaunted to gloss over his lack of experience. Pangwai's villagers pointed out that, without bullets, this schoolteacher's arsenal was a heap of useless steel. Just wait, he told them. Burma's army will provide for me. Soon it did, sending boxes of ammo on horseback. Mary continued teaching grammar inside the schoolhouse, but the staccato of gunfire interrupted her lessons. Saw Lu was running combat drills out back, his teenage male students forming the nucleus of a nascent militia. Having never raised a fighting unit, Saw Lu improvised, drawing on what he'd gleaned from hunting macaques. As a teenage refugee growing up around the Burmese city of Kangtung, Saw Lu had sometimes borrowed a black powder rifle, slipped into the forest, and shot monkeys out of the trees. His family was poor and needed the protein. Hunting primates can't be that different from bushwhacking men, he thought, for stealth is paramount. Macaques have excellent hearing, and so is frugality with bullets. Accustomed to rifles that took 45 seconds to load, Saw Lu believed in carefully considering each shot, even though the guns he'd unearthed were automatics. He requested a showpiece weapon from his Burmese handlers, something highly lethal to impress the villagers. They delivered a .50 caliber machine gun with an ammo belt that he slung over his shoulder. Each bullet looked like a brass carrot, powerful enough to punch through an anvil. The weapon turned heads. Even the headhunters wanted to test it out. Back when Saw Lu first showed up, they'd regarded him as an eccentric, sometimes a pest. But now that image was melting down and reforming into something new. Each day, fresh volunteers came knocking at his schoolhouse turned command post. Telling people what to do and preparing for a showdown with evil, for Saw Lu, this was a taste of heaven. But his militia's chain of command was droopy. It was more like running a volunteer fire department than a company of Green Berets. Trainees showed up tinged scarlet from boozing, or bare-chested, disinterested in the straw beige uniforms Saw Lu procured from Burma's army. As an outsider, he could command only so much authority. An area tough guy named Rang noticed the young man struggling. Rang headed a clan that dominated a large tract of poppy fields nearby. He was no warlord, just a minor strongman, protecting his crops with a small band of poorly armed fighters. But Rang and Saw Lu each possessed something the other desired. Rang had good old boy legitimacy and local know-how. Saw Lu had the charisma of a warlord in the making, plus a stash of guns and a steady ammo supply. They joined forces. Rang served as the militia's deputy, helping close the cultural gap between Saw Lu and the native-born Highlanders. He often cautioned Saw Lu to temper his idealism. Take opium, for example. Saw Lu was raised to fear the drug. His sect warned that it could render anyone pathetic, even a strapping headhunter. Though almost no one in Pangwai was hooked on it, there was a fierce taboo against addiction in the highlands. Saw Lu believed opium was generally bad for humanity. He told Rang that after the communist threat was quelled, the Wa must stop producing it. Get over yourself, Rang said. Opium is the lifeblood of the Wa and always will be. Our militia must demand a share of the local farmers' crops, like a tax, and sell it in high volume to the exiles for guns, just like the other warlords. Their militia couldn't solely rely on sporadic deliveries from Burma's army. But don't worry, Rang said. I'll handle the opium, collecting it, storing it, and selling it to the exiles. Saw Lu was relieved to put distance between himself and the drug, for that allowed him to focus on what he loved most, recruitment. Flanked by rifle-gripping students turned militiamen, Saw Lu took his show on the road. He traveled to smaller Wa hamlets orbiting Pangwai, with which the fortress town kept friendly ties. The Wa typically cultivated rivalries with settlements more than a day's walk away, not close neighbors. He'd march past their skull groves, through the village gates, and up to the communal drum, summoning everyone with a few good whacks. Saw Lu's speeches veered from darkness to light. Armageddon looms, he told the assembled villagers, and it shall come in the form of screaming Chinese stormtroopers. He scared them to death, and then, like a good pitchman, dangled a lifeline. We can repel this menace, but only if you join my militia and stop decapitating your fellow Wa, for this act tears us apart at our most precarious moment. No more headhunting. This was Saw Lu's most radical demand, and Rang couldn't talk him out of it. He gave off a whiff of John Brown, the rifle-gripping, Bible-quoting American abolitionist. I would preach to them, Saw Lu said, patiently breaking through their skepticism, but I would not take no for an answer. If any headhunters sneered, he warned them, listen to me. From now on, if anyone here cuts off the head of another man, we will personally shoot him dead. And with that, a centuries-old practice, so ancient no one knew when it started to fizzle away, at least in the vicinity of Pangwai. Saw Lu grew cocky. William Marcus Young, the man god, only tried to bring religion to the Wa, he said. But me, I was going to change everything about them. After Saw Lu's speeches, Rang would force villagers to cough up an opium tax. Call it extortion, call it passing the collection plate. Either way, the militia expanded its turf and revenue. Proceeds were put aside to buy weapons from the exiles. As the militia co-opted more and more villages, Rang also started collecting servants, teenage boys and young men, most disheveled, some orphaned by clan feuds. For steady meals, they'd fetch hot tea or wash the leader's underwear. Of this rotating cast of minions, the only one Saw Lu remembers is Lai. Lai was a sulky dude, built like a praying mantis, all bones and insolence. He would just sit on a log, staring into space, Saw Lu said. He never had a worthwhile thing to say. I wouldn't even trust him with a gun. Lai would drift in and out, playing servant boy for a spell, and then vanish from the militia. Not that Saw Lu cared if he returned. "I thought he was dumb," he said. "An absolute idiot." But Lai wasn't foolish, just holding his tongue. Inside, he was seething, fed up with opium-rich strongmen treating poor kids like slaves. Only later would Saw Lu realize how much rage burned inside this sullen young man. Burma's military government rejoiced over Saw Lu's warp-speed progress. In letters, they told him, "Forget the schoolmaster job. Leave the teaching to your wife. You are now our very own warlord." They even gave him an official title. He was anointed the commander of a self-defense force, an experimental type of paramilitary unit. A self-defense force was essentially any warlord-run militia loosely allied with Burma's military. This was another junta tactic to keep its upcountry communist-free on the cheap. Mountain warlords could sign up to the program, and if they did, Burma's army would offer perks. "We won't micromanage you," junta leaders would say, "or impose our laws on your turf. In fact, you'll enjoy an unofficial license to engage in crime." Opium-producing outlaws were the preferred applicants. Once minted as a self-defense force, a warlord and his gang would never have to fear Burmese police or troops. They could safely emerge from their haunts and move drugs along Burma's paved roads, breezing through army checkpoints. Even the exiles, who dominated Burma's opium trade, couldn't do that. They avoided conflict with Burma's troops by sticking to backwoods donkey trails. Those were the pros of this arrangement. The cons? Burma's military, forever broke, could provide a self-defense force with little support, beyond a bit of ammo now and again, or the occasional machine gun. Each gang would need to self-finance. Low on cash? Sell more drugs. Participating warlords also had to pledge that, no matter what, they would never allow any type of rebel, including communist, to take root on their turf. That was the whole point of the exercise, outsourcing national security costs to the opium trade. Like the CIA, Burma's junta utilized drug runners to fulfill its political goals. Burma's generals had already co-opted a few prominent warlords in the Shan Hills, though these relationships were shaky and highly transactional. Saw Lu was different, though. He was the junta's golden boy, their first self-defense force commander in the mysterious Wa Peaks, and they expected him to model the concept for the other Wa warlords. His new orders: track them down, sign them up, convince them to pledge allegiance to Burma, and vow to keep Wa country free of Maoist invaders. That synced with Saw Lu's personal agenda just fine, but he didn't think the other warlords would bite. They already had a good thing going with the exiles. Besides, offering Burma's seal of approval for their drug trading would just make them laugh. The Wa didn't fear lowlander police or troops. If anything, Burmese security forces feared them. And they didn't need any government's permission to do anything. Despite the poor odds, Saw Lu decided he'd try anyway. Pitching the self-defense force concept would provide an excuse to introduce himself to the warlords. But when he accepted the orders from his Burmese handlers, he cautioned them that his silver tongue would only take him so far. "If you want Wa respect," Saw Lu told them, "you must display strength." To that end, he asked the junta to temporarily loan him 200 Burmese soldiers, each promising to follow his every command. Saw Lu only knew the warlords by their names and reputations. One, called Shah, was considered the most ferocious of them all. According to the rumors Saw Lu heard, Shah's clan was very dirty, eating food off the ground, and only cleaning their bodies a few times a year. Shah's brother, Tang, was widely known as the most prolific headhunter in the peaks, reputedly having cleaved off 49 heads, or was it 59? Then there was Mahasang the prince, the favored scion of another powerful clan. This warlord dominated an area called Wiengun, or Silver Fortress, for its soil was veined with silver ore. Most Wa were averse to pomp, but Mahasang's family didn't care. They mimicked royalty, the only royalty they'd ever seen. Their closest non-Wa neighbors were the Shan, living in valley kingdoms with the equivalent of princes and dukes, brandishing ornate umbrellas and riding primped horses. Mahasang's clan was no proper monarchy. The Wa warrior farmers would never bow to them, but they were certainly rich. Of the three warlords, Mahasang earned the highest opium profits, and this allowed him to sustain hundreds of loyal fighters. The most peculiar warlord called himself Master of Creation. His followers worshipped him as a god, and according to Saw Lu's militiamen, he could levitate. About this man, Saw Lu knew very little. Saw Lu sent 3 messengers on foot into the warlord's 3 territories, each spread along the Chinese border. He invited each one to meet on neutral ground, a Wa valley slightly west of Pangwai. Burma's army had once ventured to build a little wooden guard post in that valley, but it was seldom manned and could serve as a meeting house. Saw Lu waited a long time before receiving any replies. Master of Creation was the first to respond. His message? Whoever you are, I don't trust you. Go to hell. Saw Lu paced his command post in Pangwai, wondering how to lure the warlord from his sanctuary. As legend had it, Master of Creation spent his leisure time communing with serpents. It was hard to guess what motivated a person like that. Saw Lu penned a letter to an uncle living in Kangtung, the Burmese city where he'd spent his adolescence. The letter conveyed an extraordinary request. Saw Lu wanted his uncle to trek into Master of Creation's territory and present himself as human collateral. He'd invite the sorcerer swordsman to hold the uncle hostage while Saw Lu and Master of Creation met, only freeing him once both were safely back in their respective areas. Surely this would ease the warlord's suspicions. While Saw Lu awaited his uncle's response, good news arrived. Shah was willing to talk. Mustering courage, Saw Lu traveled to the appointed valley and prepared the meeting house, telling his servant boys to fill vessels with blai, a buzz-inducing rice beer essential to Wa socializing. In the surrounding hillocks, visible to anyone approaching, Saw Lu positioned the 200 soldiers loaned from Burma's army. He wanted Shah to see them, a testament to his authority, and an insurance policy in case the meeting went sideways. On arrival, Shah strode in confidently. He was short but brawny, square-faced, backed by 24 rough-looking gunmen. He and Saw Lu sat across from one another, knocked bamboo cups, and got down to business. Saw Lu launched into a harangue against communism, but Shah waved his hand, cutting him off. "Save it," he said. "I've heard it before." Shah explained that he was a freelance commando, hired by foreigners to cross into China and harass communists. For the first time, Saw Lu heard about a ghostly many-tentacled American organization called the Central Intelligence Agency. This CIA would send its colleagues, Taiwanese spies, up into the Hua Peaks, always by hitching rides on exile caravans. Shah, who spoke Chinese, would meet with these Taiwanese spies. They'd present him with missions. He was free to say no, but seldom did. Shah's stories made Saw Lu's neck sweat. The warlord said he'd once abducted a high-value target, some communist officer traveling with several hundred People's Liberation Army soldiers. Shah snuck over with a crew of 5 Hua warriors, all disguised as peasants. They blew up a bridge to create a diversion and, amid smoke and bedlam, snatched their target, dragging him across the border and dumping him at the feet of their Taiwanese paymasters. Clearly, Shah, a contractor working for the CIA Taiwan intelligence apparatus, did not require a lecture from Saw Lu on communism. His bona fides were beyond question. However, Saw Lu detected zero ideology in Shah. At his core, the man was a true mercenary, bored by politics, enthralled by adventure. The things he revealed threw Saw Lu off balance. Until that day, he'd never imagined that America, a wholesome Christian country, would have anything to do with such a heathen as Shah, even if he was only a hired saboteur. The reason I've called this meeting, Saw Lu said, is to enlist your service to yet another government, the Republic of Burma. Only this relationship wouldn't be clandestine at all. It would require Shah to loudly assert that his soil sat inside Burma, and that his fighters would defend it from Maoist aggression. Saw Lu explained the self-defense force concept, confirming that he was the commander, warlord, if you like, of Pang Wai. He freely admitted that if Shah became a commander of his own self-defense force, he wouldn't get richer or boost his arsenal of weapons. He instead emphasized that by declaring an affiliation with Burma's military, Shah might deter Mao Zedong from invading in the first place. I know how lowlanders think, Saw Lu told Shah. They see our homeland as a wild and unclaimed place, up for grabs. Proclaiming that your land belongs to Burma signals that our Hua will fight hard to preserve the status quo. The Hua are squeezed between two nation-states, Burma and China, and it is time to pick sides. Choose the country whose soldiers are too weak to bother you, not the one that will march over and burn your poppies to cinder. It was well known that Maoists despised opium, believing it dulled revolutionary zeal, and hated anyone who sold it. To Saw Lu's surprise, getting Shah to agree didn't take much bly. If Burma's government keeps its distance, he said, I'm in. He asked only that the distant junta never meddle with his opium sales, or his espionage side gigs, or pitch a fit about his business relationship with the exiles. Feeling ambitious, Saw Lu decided to push further. He said that if the other warlords were similarly amenable, they could use this self-defense force framework as a foundation on which to create something more profound, a self-governing league of Hua warlords, nominally pledged to Burma, but ideologically devoted to their race's advancement. Knit together by ethnic solidarity, they could enforce their own codes in the Hua Peaks, such as a prohibition on headhunting. Saw Lu told Shah that until all the Hua clans abolished this horrid practice, they would never evolve as a people. Shah rose to leave. Saw Lu wasn't sure what he'd thought of the anti-headhunting tirade. But several months later, Shah responded in his own way, with action, not words, fortifying their relationship with a gift. Having learned that Saw Lu was a devout Christian, he offered up the soul of a wretched headhunter. His own brother, Tang, was willing to get baptized. This elated Saw Lu. He helped bring in a minister from another part of Burma, and soon Tang was standing thigh-deep in a mountain stream. A crowd of onlookers gathered to watch the killer receive the God called Jesus. The minister gripped Tang's shoulders and guided his body backward, dipping his head underwater. But when he tried to bring Tang back up, the warrior resisted. No matter how hard the minister tugged at his body, he wouldn't resurface. Was he trying to drown himself? After what felt like an eternity, Tang jolted up from the water, gasping for oxygen. Why in God's name, the minister asked, had he stayed under for so long? Because I've cut off 59 heads, sir. That much sin doesn't wash off easily. Seducing Master of Creation wouldn't prove so easy. Saw Lu's uncle, good sport that he was, had trekked into Master of Creation's territory, just as his nephew asked. The uncle had since gone incommunicado. Saw Lu wasn't sure if he was dead or alive. More good news, though. Mahasang, the prince, was game to meet. Again, Saw Lu made arrangements. Same wooden meeting house, 200 Burmese soldiers standing watch in the distance, endless pictures of Bly at the ready. Mahasang swaggered into the room, filling it with henchmen and acrid smoke. He constantly puffed cigarettes, a luxury in the highlands. In his mid-20s, Mahasang was as ostentatious as Saw Lu expected. He boasted of clan wealth, herds of buffalo, multitudes of servants, slaves really, and troves of buried silver. Whenever Mahasang spoke, his people went silent, like they were anxious he would lash out at them, Saw Lu said. He talked tough, but I suspected that when fighting broke out, he was the type who hid while others did the killing. That was fine so long as the prince signed up as a self-defense force commander and brought his 800 fighters with him. Saw Lu fired up his anti-Maoist diatribe, but Mahasang cut him short. "You're wasting your breath," he said. Mahasang explained that he already had a radio base full of exotic electronics hidden on his territory, with Taiwanese officers sitting inside, sponging up intercepts from China around the clock and sharing their discoveries with America. Here again, Saw Lu heard the letters CIA and inklings of its vast apparatus. He'd yet to come across any of its spies in the flesh. Not that they'd stand out. The CIA, instead of sending white men, only deployed spies that could blend in. Ethnic Chinese, recruited from the exiles or Taiwan's military, or indigenous people, such as the Lahu. The exiles provided transport, depositing CIA-trained spy teams in the Hua Peaks. Clad in tribal attire, the spies would duck in and out of China, tapping phone lines, monitoring troop movements, and collecting all kinds of intel. According to Mahasang, they used the base in his Silver Fortress territory to beam their transmissions all the way to Thailand, home to high-powered CIA receivers. Mahasang had every incentive to assist CIA Taiwan operations. Like Shah, Mahasang feared Maoism down in his guts, and he knew the threat it posed to his life of leisure. But he turned reticent when Saw Lu nudged him to label his militia a self-defense force and declare, once and for all, that the Hua Peaks belonged to Burma. As Mahasang saw it, Hua country belonged to no nation. As Saw Lu pressed his case, The warlords smoked and pontificated and drank. Fine, Mahasang eventually said. If it helps to scare off Maoists, I'll join. But you handle the politicking and tell the Burmese generals to keep their distance. This is Wa country and always will be, no matter what their maps say. Saw Lu ventured further, soliciting Mahasang's thoughts on abrogating headhunting. To his relief, he found little resistance. Mahasang was already weary of clan quarrels. Wealth had turned him into a practical man who understood violence was bad for business. As he saw it, this League of Warlords, proposed by Saw Lu, could have two benefits: putting up a united front against the communists, while also helping the warlords negotiate opium sale prices as a group. A trading bloc could ensure they always extracted the most generous terms from the exiles or any other buyers. Saw Lu's league was taking shape. There was only one more warlord to convince. Saw Lu knew something had gone terribly wrong. He'd instructed his uncle to remain in Master of Creation's lair as a willing hostage, refusing to leave until the sorceress warlord concluded a sit-down with Saw Lu. Now his uncle was walking back into Pangwai, alone. My heart sank, Saw Lu said, but my uncle was smiling, telling me to calm down. He told me, Master of Creation is ready to meet. He's convinced you won't hurt him. Why is that? Saw Lu asked. Because we're all family now. To Saw Lu's astonishment, his uncle was a newlywed. Master of Creation had forced him to marry his sister in an impromptu ceremony. The uncle, a devout Christian, already had a wife back home, but this meant nothing to the warlord. He only cut deals with family. Join or get lost. Master of Creation boasted at least 5 wives and roughly 3 dozen children. As he was barely literate, marriage was the contract he knew best. He even officiated the wedding himself, telling Saw Lu's uncle, I welcome you into my clan, but if you deceive me, I'll kill you and your nephew. He's really not as bad as he sounds, said the uncle, seeming oddly enchanted by the warlord, even after the man had threatened his life. Once you meet him, nephew, you'll understand too. Same setup. Wooden meeting house, jugs of bly, 200 Burmese troops planted nearby. Master of Creation approached on foot, walking up a dirt road with 100 gunmen trailing silently behind. When Master of Creation entered the room, Saw Lu was drawn into his liquid eyes. There was no denying his magnetism. When the whiskery mystic spoke, the world around him dimmed. Master of Creation was in his 50s, and when he beheld Saw Lu's young face, he softened, treating him like extended family. He was earthy and warm, the opposite of Mahasang, always straining to be cool. Again, Saw Lu's anti-communist spiel was unnecessary. Master of Creation wasn't directly involved in CIA espionage, but always meshing business with family, he'd forced a son to join the exiles. He hated Maoism, fearing provocateurs would sneak over from China and undermine his cult. So if it pleased Saw Lu, his new nephew, Master of Creation would call himself a self-defense force commander and make common cause with the other warlords. Saw Lu was doubly thrilled to learn that the warlord already forbade headhunting in his territory. Master of Creation would not abide ancient beliefs about life force swirling inside human heads, for this undermined his position as the world's ultimate spiritual authority. He only condoned rituals of his own design. A sorcerer, a mercenary, a prince, and a Baptist. The League of Wa warlords was complete. Saw Lu had to admit it had all snapped together more easily than he'd expected. The warlords already had much in common thanks to the exiles, who'd built them into organized opium suppliers, as well as the CIA Taiwan spying operation, which had turned them into anti-communist assets. Others had inked the dots. Saw Lu just had to come along to connect them. For the first time in history, a conclave of Hua Highlanders willingly acknowledged their soil belonged to a nation-state, Burma. They'd reached this point on their own terms, not through the brutal colonization Maoist forces unleashed upon the Hua in China. The League of Warlords was not an organization acknowledged by the Burmese junta, which only recognized each warlord's individual status as an official militia commander. But the League came to resemble a proto-government in an embryonic state. It collected taxes and issued simple edicts, such as a ban on headhunting inside its collective territory. It traded with a large corporate entity in Burma's north, the Exiles Drug Cartel. And it maintained relations with multiple countries, Burma, the United States, and Taiwan. Junta officials were not thrilled about the League's ties to the Exiles, an intrusive America-backed narco army, but they didn't raise a fuss. Preventing imminent Maoist incursion overrode every other concern. The League was not what Saw Lu had envisioned when he set out to unite the Hua. That opium fueled his alliance was hardly ideal. But Rang, his deputy, had been right all along. Because the Hua used opium as currency and rarely imbibed it, the drug's deleterious effects fell upon faceless lowlanders, whoever bought it as heroin at the far end of the supply chain. In Pangwai, Saw Lu built a simple church. He now possessed enough gravitas to convert the fortress town's inhabitants. Many accepted Jesus. The baptism of Tang, the most notorious skull collector in the peaks, inoculated other ex-headhunters against fears that Christ would dull their ferocity. Saw Lu's arguments against headhunting went viral, spreading into villages he'd never even visited. A spirit of oneness coursed through the highlands. Saw Lu even saw women and children walking out on the trails, traveling between fortresses to visit estranged kin. Before his arrival, every venture outside the fortress town's gates risked death. But this harmonious chapter would not last. The League was formidable, and the Chinese communists surely knew it. If Saw Lu had any doubts about that, a strange encounter with a Marxist erased them. Down in Burma's lowlands, communist cells had existed for decades, even during British colonial rule. Yangon was a hive of Marxist thought, at least in certain tea shops and cafes. Most Burmese who turned red revered Chairman Mao, the most successful communist in Asia, if not the world. They had their own underground organization, the Communist Party of Burma, and by the late 1960s, its leaders were taking direct guidance from China. In imitation of Mao, they plotted to liberate Burma's hinterlands first, then its cities. They believed Burma's Hua territory would make a perfect stronghold from which to wage this crusade, if only it weren't filled with so many Hua, a people who, by their very nature, abhorred outsiders telling them what to do. Around this time, a studious-looking Burmese man sauntered into Pangwai. The locals, who still didn't speak Burmese, could not understand a word he said. Flummoxed, they took him to the schoolhouse-turned-command post and plopped him down in front of their warlord, Saw Lu. "You're just the gentleman I've come to meet," the stranger said. "Saw Lu, You've built an impressive league up here. Only you've erred in aligning it with Burma's fascist regime. There is still time to correct your mistake. The Burmese man said he was a Marxist representing the Communist Party of Burma. He said they were brains in need of fists. If the League of Warlords reversed course and went communist, he said, China would give them bigger guns and finer rations. Any fool could see communism was sweeping across Asia and would eventually cover the entire world. Better that Saw Lu embrace this future now. Besides, the Marxist said, what loyalty did any indigenous tribe owe the junta, which treated most non-Burmese like vermin? The Communist Party of Burma wanted to base itself in Wa country and adopt the League of Warlords as its vanguard armed force, turning its warriors against the Burmese state, eventually sending them down to the lowlands to seize the entire country. As educated men, the representative said, we will lead you. We will serve as intermediaries to our patron, Mao Zedong, while your Wa do what you do best, fight. Together, we can become strong. Saw Lu gave him a cold, hard no. The man spoke as if stupid mountain folk were only good for killing and getting killed. He was lucky to leave Pang Wai with his skin attached. The Marxist later had the gall to sneak back into the fortress town, locate Rang, and urge him to depose Saw Lu, snatching the position for himself. Saw Lu smiled when Rang told him the story. The Maoists reveal their jitters, he said. Look at how they slink around, begging us to join them. They're too scared of an honest fight. But Saw Lu had underestimated his enemy's wiles. A killing wave came not long afterward. There were unexplained deaths in the forest beyond Pang Wai, near the Chinese border. Riflemen from Saw Lu's militia would go on patrol and never come back. Their bodies were found with heads undefiled, leaking blood from small bullet wounds that indicated modern rifles, not the flintlocks favored by hunters. Footprints suggested the murderers wore rubber-soled shoes.
To shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest, following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
In 1968, these hit-and-run attacks graduated into head-on confrontations. Assailants would spring from the trees, often outnumbering League patrols. When League fighters won a shootout, they'd examine the attackers' corpses, finding Chinese-made AK-47 clones in their hands, Chinese-made sneakers on their feet, and in their pockets, accoutrements such as military-issue sewing kits, all marked with Chinese characters. The dead guys didn't look Chinese, though, or Burmese. They looked Wa. And to Saw Lu's astonishment, he learned they were fighting for the Communist Party of Burma, an organization flush with Chinese supplies. Maoist invasion was finally upon them, though not as Saw Lu had once imagined. He'd feared People's Liberation Army troops surging into the highlands. But this was worse, a cancer metastasizing from inside the tribe. Someone was hypnotizing young Hua men to lash out at the League, while China kitted them out head to toe. Soon, bands of communist Hua grew bold enough to attempt raids on Pengwai itself, and Saw Lu killed a human for the first time. He recalls crouching and sighting a distant figure with his Bren light machine gun, then a body collapsing like a dummy with cut strings. He felt no fear or remorse, only a deep sense of worthiness. Blood spattered Saw Lu's vision of Hua unity. He told Mary to quit teaching. She would instead coordinate with Burma's nearest army outpost to oversee supply runs. "Tell them we need every bullet they can spare," he said. Was that slithering Marxist behind this uprising? Impossible. The man could barely communicate with the Hua, let alone rally them to action. Saw Lu asked his inner circle to tap their clan networks, collect every rumor, and identify the leader of this rebellion. They came back with an answer. Our attackers are loyal to a Hua commander who has joined the Communist Party of Burma. Born in these parts, he inspires fearlessness in his warriors, and he longs to kill you personally. Commander Longlegs. That's what his followers called him anyway. Saw Lu had known him by a different name, Lai, the idiot. Enslaved no more. In the very old times, the Hua got their slaves through war. A clan feud would boil over, and dozens or even 100 Hua would swarm a rival fortress, plundering it for chickens and cows and children. Any young boy could be scooped up, kicking and spitting, by a warrior who fancied hauling a servant back home to his wife. Stolen boys would remain slaves until age 18 or so, and then would be freed, according to tribal custom. But opium warped the nature of Hua slavery. In the 18th century, little black poppy seeds filtered into the Hua peaks from China, and eventually the slopes turned lurid with blood-red flowers and green pods bobbing in the wind. Back then, the Hua carried opium to Chinese frontier folk living in ragged settlements beyond the peaks, such as Bana, and traded the drug for salt, cheap flintlocks, and sundries. Among themselves, they treated it like tinder. That gunk was valuable and easily divisible, unlike a living buffalo or a thick chunk of silver ore. Pack it into a clay pot, and it stayed good for years, like a savings account. Opium was a perfect means of exchange. With opium money came haves and have-nots. Then exotic methods of domination, loans and debt and interest. A big-shot Hua poppy planter with lots of extra grain and buffalo could give loans to a starving family, plunging them into debt. If families couldn't square that debt with opium, children would suffice as payment. That is how Lai was enslaved. Born in 1940, he lived with his clan in a hamlet near Pengwai, a tiny cluster of huts halfway up a mountainside, surrounded by soil that was especially cruel. Trying to grow rice or poppies in that clay was like coaxing life from stone. Lai's family was often hungry and reduced to borrowing from the nearest opium planter. One day, that lender walked from his plantation, located several valleys over. Entering the family's thatch hut, he pointed to two reed-thin boys and asked their names. One is Lai. The other is Li. They are our sons. Give them to me, and your debt is erased. The boys were prepubescent and thus very valuable. They wouldn't age out of slavery for another 10 years. Lai and his brother said goodbye to their parents and went away with their new master, walking with him outside their hamlet's wooden palisade, beyond which the boys had seldom ventured for fear of losing their heads. They arrived at their master's log house, which sat on stilts. It was the biggest thing they'd ever seen. Underneath, there was a buffalo pen, fouled with dung. That is where the boys would sleep. Years of toil followed, working grime into their skin. They were always last to eat, surviving on the master's scraps. The humiliation would haunt Lai for the rest of his life. So would awe for the terrible power of opium money, which could pry sons loose from mothers, transforming little boys into two-legged livestock. One night, a whisper roused Lai from sleep. It was their father. He crept onto the plantation to free Lai and Li, but the boys hesitated to leave with him. To walk away was easy. They wore no chains. But come morning, when the master found them missing, he'd surely hunt down their entire clan. Lai's father had planned for that. He'd already moved their mother and 6 siblings to a remote Wa area on the Chinese side of the peaks, beyond the master's reach. This was back in the late 1940s, when the Wa still lived freely on the eastern side of the China-Burma line, not long before Mao Zedong's colonization drive. Lai and Li snuck out of the buffalo pen and followed their father down twisting trails by moonlight. They walked for a long time. The sun was well into the sky when they reached their new home, a farmhouse surrounded by corn and rice stalks. Lai's father said this area was safe, so remote that strangers seldom happened past, serene enough that the farm's inhabitants, a family to whom they were related, did not need to hide behind spiked walls. The host family followed some odd religion, spread around the borderlands by white-skinned missionaries that abhorred headhunting. But that was fine by Lai. He didn't like headhunters either. The soil was much kinder, and so was the company. Lai farmed crops alongside his kin. The host family had a son his age, with whom he played games in the fields. Lai finally experienced something like childhood. Around 1954, when Lai was 14, Maoist troops came marching toward the farm. His relatives panicked. Certain of impending slaughter, they fled into the highlands. But Lai's immediate family didn't budge. They were sick of running and willing to take their chances with these Chinese men in metal helmets. When the soldiers reached the front steps of the farmhouse, Lai's family stood there, timidly. "Who owns this farm?" "Not us. The owners ran away." "Who are you?" "We just work here." The communists looked at the family, limbs daubed in red dirt, and told them to carry on. The farm now belonged to the Chinese Communist Party, just like everything in sight. But as peasants, they were free to till it on the party's behalf. Then the troops stalked away. Lai had a different experience with Maoist China than did Saw Lu. The Chinese troops he met that day were among more than 150,000 sent to colonize the Yunnan borderlands. Where they found Wa fortresses clinging to mountain slopes, they torched them and herded the inhabitants into proper towns where they could be supervised. In the lower-lying foothills and valleys, where they found ethnic Chinese frontier folk, they dispossessed them of their belongings. This was the wave of terror that sent persecuted groups scrambling into Burma. Saw Lu's sect was among them, as were the opium merchants and landowners who'd later comprise the exiles, all refusing to live under communism, gray, uniform, a weight pulverizing the individual spirit. But Lai never saw it that way. To a former slave who possessed nothing, equality didn't sound half bad. During the colonization period, running through the 1950s into the early 1960s, China's communist government built roads and hospitals and schools. It forced formerly rich Chinese traders, the ones who didn't manage to flee, to sweat in the fields. It forced the Hua to wear clothing and quit headhunting. Lai came of age attending state-run primary schools in a nearby town. There, he learned the Chinese language and Mao's gospel. Opium is poison, landowners are wicked, the poor are virtuous. This ideology gave words to the rage that glowed inside him and told him it was righteous. By the time Lai reached his mid-20s in the mid-1960s, the colonization drive was complete. China had transformed its side of the rocky China-Burma border. Maoist officials proclaimed that a once vicious Badlands had been put under the benevolent protection of China's Communist Party, with military camps in place throughout. Quelling the Hua wasn't easy. The People's Liberation Army had to flood the area with 12 infantry divisions, a permanent occupying force. There was just one problem left to solve. China had erred in failing to colonize all of the Hua ancestral lands, including the still wild half across the border in Burma. Chinese commissars called those Hua highlanders raw, unlike the Hua they'd civilized or cooked to burn out impurities. In Beijing's view, those highlands were like a pustule stuck to China's rear. The local Hua warlord clans were involved in joint Central Intelligence Agency Taiwan spy operations, and if left unchecked, their imperialist machinations would grow even more brazen. China had to find a way to clear out this infestation of troublemakers. For the same reason that Burma's junta originally put Saw Lu into the peaks to sniff around and report back what he saw, China's government wanted to find its own young Hua daredevil to send in from the opposite direction. One day, a Chinese commissar approached Lai and asked if he was interested in a bit of adventure. Though reserved, Lai had proven his intelligence in the classroom. He could even read at a basic level, and he was familiar with the environs of Pangwai. The commissar presented a mission suited to Lai's unique talents. Perhaps Lai could go back there and conduct some crude counterintelligence, figure out what those corrupt CIA-entangled warlords were up to. The commissar would even loan him a rifle or two, just in case he needed to shoot his way out of a jam. Lai took those guns with every intention of spying for China, but his activities in the Hua Peaks ended up more like banditry. His handlers hadn't given him much in the way of supplies, so he stole. Buffalo and cows belonging to poppy plantations were his favored targets. He'd steal the livestock in one place and sell it in another. Lai was a lone desperado with a Chinese AK-47 knockoff, and as a counterintelligence asset, he was a bust. Marauding among Hua warrior farmers is a deadly business. Hua society loathes a thief, its people having so little, so Lai was constantly in scrapes, losing ill-gotten buffalo in the fray. He was routinely hungry and on the run. Having no family left on the Burmese side, Lai sometimes gritted his teeth and hired himself out to one of the only employers around, an anti-communist militia run by a budding warlord named Saw Lu. This new militia was expanding fast and needed servants to feed horses, brew tea, and fetch water. Lai took the job handling menial chores for Rang, the warlord's deputy, and the warlord himself. Saw Lu, with his ropey muscles and steely eyes, was several years younger than Lai, but he talked down to him like a boy. Lai found Saw Lu preachy, droning on about Wa racial solidarity, yet clearly acting superior to poor servants. At least Saw Lu wasn't as cruel as Rang and his tax-collecting goons. They treated Lai like a dog. Lai kept his mouth shut and smoldered. Once again, he saw the moral rot that opium money bred in men. He would toil for Saw Lu's militia in short stints, long enough to hide out, fill his belly, and learn a little something to tell the commissar back in China. Then he would slip away. It began as rebellions often do, with a small indignity, a slap in the face that sets loose an earthquake. At some point in 1968, Lai had fallen back into banditry, roving the highlands around Pangwai in search of cows to steal. Having nabbed 3 beauties, he needed a buyer. Any well-off man would do. He thought of Rang, his occasional employer, and led the animals to his door. Rang looked at the unkempt fool standing next to 3 handsome cows and laughed. "You stole these cows, didn't you?" Lai didn't answer. So Rang seized the animals and offered nothing in return. "Now go away," he said. "Come back when you want some honest work." The bandit gulped down his rage and stomped away. Lai trudged east, up and down roller coaster slopes toward China, through miles of violently sculpted terrain. It was the same route he'd taken as a boy, escaping slavery. Rancor crackled inside him. He didn't just crave vengeance upon his tormentors, Rang or Saw Lu or his childhood slave master. Lai wanted to burn everything down to black ash. This walk of fury delivered him to his Chinese commissar. "Give me more weapons, and I will find Wa to hold them. Give us training, and we will drown the opium warlords in violence." It was exactly what the commissar wanted to hear. Lai seemed better suited to action than spying. He was ready to form his own militia, a communist guerrilla force backed by China that could extend Maoist control into the raw peaks over the border. He sent Lai back into Burma's Wa lands to recruit followers. Traveling on horseback, Lai scoured Wa villages and found people who thought like him. Poppy harvesters who hated paying taxes to the newly founded League of Warlords. Hungry men and women who would benefit from the equity communism promised. Lai discovered that he loved to talk, and for the first time, people listened. He felt a proselytizer's zeal welling inside him. Lai could only quote Mao in fragments, so he improvised the rest. He said slavers and opium lords were a disease infecting Wa culture, that the tribe's warrior spirit had been wasted on internal feuds for too long and must be refocused on their true oppressors. Parts of Lai's spiel were indistinguishable from Saw Lu's sermons. Though one believed in Mao, the other in the man god, they'd arrived through convergent evolution at the same prescription. The head-hunting ritual must end. Only in unity could the tribe grow strong enough to strike down evildoers and seize a glorious future. But Lai had a different future in mind than did Saw Lu. Lai kept accumulating followers. Sometimes whole villages joined his guerrilla cell, eager to receive the Chinese-made rifles that Lai doled out freely. His Chinese advisors told him that instead of circulating Mao's Little Red Book, which hardly any Wa could read, Lai should impose simple commandments on his recruits. Don't drink to excess, never rape, don't torture, never steal from the poor. Exalt them instead. Eventually, Lai's Chinese backers revealed their strategy in full. They'd been cultivating others like him, young Hua guerrilla commanders in training, each heading up secret cells. The hardiest was named Bao Yuxiang, formerly a teenage headhunter, now a formidable communist warrior in his 20s. Each cell would soon receive even higher-grade weapons and supplies, enough to rise up against the League of Warlords, tear down their flimsy proto-government, and liberate Burma's portion of the Hua Peaks. But there was a catch. Even if these Hua guerrillas achieved victory, they would not govern their own homeland. Neither would the Chinese state, not directly at least. Beijing had decided that instead of stealing this chunk of Burma, it would install a puppet group there, the Communist Party of Burma. Its party members, all lowlanders, far better educated than any Hua, had an advanced understanding of Mao's doctrine. They were fit to rule, the Hua were only fit to fight. China had high hopes for its ethnic Burmese puppets, far beyond installing them in the remote Hua highlands. That was just the beginning. As Burma's junta feared, Mao hoped the Communist Party of Burma could eventually take over the whole country, recruiting more indigenous peoples in the mountains, later absorbing lowlanders in the plains and cities. The junta would fall, the Communist Party of Burma would reign. Maoist would then dominate a 2,000-mile-long band of territory, running from China's cold Pacific coastline all the way to Burma's balmy shores, along the Indian Ocean. At that point, no foreign power, not even the United States, could stop their spread. That was China's dream. But it reduced the Hua to battlefield fodder, the chaff to fuel a grand conflagration. Beijing, in prizing book-learned lowlanders over the Hua, was invoking a caste system by another name. If this bothered Lai, he squelched his feelings and readied for battle. He and Bao and the other guerrilla cells had their orders. Wipe out the League of Warlords. Strike down Saw Lu, Shah, Mahasang, and Master of Creation. Hand over the peaks to Beijing's Burmese puppets. Their uprising commenced in earnest circa 1969. Lai shot from the darkness like lightning, a gangly warrior with a Kalashnikov, galloping into firefights on a cotton-white steed. The Highlanders gave him a nom de guerre, shouted whenever he charged forth. "Commander Longlegs is coming! Commander Longlegs is coming!" Soon word got back to Saw Lu that his former servant was threatening to rip apart everything he'd built. The League of Warlords was badly outmatched. Its defeat came down to warm bodies and cold logistics. Altogether, the League controlled fewer than 2,000 fighters, and its supply lines amounted to a thin stream from Burma's distant army, and a thinner trickle of ammo and guns bought from exile mule caravans. The latter, for all its supposed anti-communist credentials, found war unprofitable and kept its distance. The Communist Party of Burma, meanwhile, was roughly 10,000 men and women strong, a mostly Hua force nourished by a river of bullets, grenades, medicine, food, and guidance coming from China. People's Liberation Army officers embedded in their ranks, beside Lai and Bao, to impart tactics. Red Guards, young Maoist super fanatics from China's cities, heard about the struggle and joined in for kicks. The uprising swept the highlands, rocket-propelled grenades flying, communist Hua barreling into League-run areas in human wave attacks. There were days, Saw Lu said, when the mortars fell like rain. To the League's credit, it held the highlands for several years, surviving into the early 1970s. Master of Creation waved the white flag and his life was spared. Shah and Mahasang the prince, having grown brotherly under the League, scurried away in tandem. Rumor had it they fled to the Thai-Burma border and sought shelter with the exiles, their longtime business partners. Then there was Saw Lu. He was driven out of Pangwai in the spring of 1971. The communist guerrillas toppled the fortress town's walls and pockmarked its poppy fields with bomblets. Dislodged, Saw Lu and his 500 or so fighters raced west to escape. Enemies at their heels, they sought refuge on an uninhabited mountaintop. Lai's forces lagged by only a day, and Saw Lu told his militiamen, who were by then Christianized, to make peace with God. I had no hope left. None at all, Saw Lu said. He was certain the communists would track them down and slaughter them to the last man. All we could do was fire back as they killed us. It was late in the day when Saw Lu surveyed the place where he expected to die. Their refuge, a mountain summit, was flattish, level enough for a few hundred militiamen to take up positions behind assorted boulders. This summit overlooked a grass-bristled field the size of a soccer pitch. At the far end of that field was the only trail leading up the mountain. To kill us, he thought, the communists will first have to scale the steep mountainside, then rush the field, then mount the summit to finish us off. He had all night to turn the place into a shooting gallery. Saw Lu positioned 300 men on the grassy field and told them to dig. Shallow trenches would form their first line of defense. The other 200 would occupy the summit above, as would Saw Lu. A precipice up there provided a view of the field below, so he lugged his 50 cal to its edge, unfolded the weapon's tripod, and planted the legs. He clicked an ammo belt into its side. Then he laid on his belly and stared through its sights. He waited all night. As dawn light warmed the dark mountainside, Saw Lu heard gear clanking in the distance. Lai's communists were scrabbling up the first slope. There was a brief hush, and then the battle kicked off in a most unsubtle fashion, a human wave attack, an old-school Maoist tactic. Guerrillas howling as they crested into view. Saw Lu's militiamen popped out of their trenches like prairie dogs and fired. Up on the summit, on the lip of a protruding rock shelf, there was a pulsing orange sun. Saw Lu's 50 cal blasting away. He curled his finger, the weapon ka-chunked, the earth quaked. Down below, the communist herd thinned. They fought the battle in flows and ebbs. The communists didn't run in all at once. They poured in and receded, each new wave littering the field with prone bodies. Some of the dying communists writhed in the grass and used their final breaths to curse Saw Lu by name. They said Commander Lai had marked him for death, and they would never stop coming, not until they dragged his corpse off that mountain. By noon, Saw Lu and his fighters had felled about 50 men, but they could not go on like this for much longer. The communists probably had more fighters than Saw Lu's militia had bullets. Then, strangely, there was a lull. The waves stopped coming. To this day, Saw Lu doesn't understand it. Perhaps the communists felt victory was inevitable and took a breather. Maybe they wanted to starve them out. Either way, Saw Lu took advantage of this pause to take stock, learning that only about 24 of his militiamen were dead. He rejoiced in God's mercy. Perhaps the Lord wanted them to live after all. But how to save themselves? The trail running up the mountain was blocked by communists. The far side was steep, with no trail at all, but they could clamber down it to the forest below if they ditched their guns. Saw Lu gave the order to retreat, quietly and not all at once, lest they provoke the enemy's bloodlust, but in twos and threes, descending carefully. By the next morning, their evacuation was complete, and so was their dishonor. For the second time in his life, Saw Lu was fleeing an ever-expanding communist blob, but this exodus was far more bitter than his first. He was just a boy in 1949 when Mao's army purged his sect, and back then he'd only had to clutch his mother's tunic and put one foot ahead of the other. Now hundreds were clinging to him for answers. After their retreat from the mountaintop, Saw Lu's militiamen fanned out to find their wives and children and the elders of Pangwai, all hiding in the forest. Everyone was asking the same question. Where will you take us, Saw Lu, now that our home is rubble and ash? There was nowhere to go but west, toward the lowlands of Burma. A column of somber faces, they put their backs to the peaks. The trek recalled Saw Lu's voyage up into the highlands, some 5 years prior, only in reverse. As they walked, the slopes became gentler, the air balmier and buzzy with mosquitoes. The toothy Wa skyline receded from view. It killed him inside, to leave that place more godless than he'd found it. Lai, perhaps not such an idiot after all, had secured the highlands for his communist masters, a cabal of lowlander parasites who answered to Mao's government in Beijing. Saw Lu pondered the consequences of his failure. The Communist Party of Burma, now lording over the Wa masses, would goad them to worship Mao Zedong, Karl Marx, Joseph Stalin. It would capture the spirit of unity Saw Lu inculcated among the tribe, but pervert it. It would swiftly abolish opium, and in doing so, show principle where Saw Lu had faltered. That his enemy would fulfill elements of his dream was no comfort at all. It only compounded his shame. Saw Lu led his followers to Lashio, the nearest Burmese city. It was modest in size, but to the Highlanders, a whirl of noise and heat. They saw rackety British-built trains, buses retching black clouds, child monks in pomegranate robes chanting Buddhist mantras. Everything about the city was alien. Not far from downtown Lashio, a quiet hill teemed with deer and snakes. This is it, Saw Lu said, our new home. Using wood scraps and bamboo, they built houses and tried to replicate the old world as best they could. Though converted Christians, some of his followers hung buffalo skulls on posts, a sanitized homage to their headhunting heritage. Saw Lu scrounged up bricks and constructed a church at the hill's apex. He painted a crimson cross above its doors. Someone in the village had been lugging around a half-corroded bombshell as a keepsake. Saw Lu requisitioned it and hung the rusty object between two wooden posts. It would serve as their village drum, their church bell. He struck it. The bombshell let out a sad, metallic moan. That was almost 50 years ago, Saw Lu told me. We were sitting in his living room, Saw Lu, Jacob, and I, not 500 feet from where the bombshell dangled, out there in the dark, in front of the church across the street. It had taken him some time to recount the whole story, but Saw Lu seemed satisfied. Now you know all about the head-hunting epic, he said, and how it came to an end. He told me the communists, for all their wrong thinking, did one thing right. They upheld the ban on headhunting, first enacted by his League of Warlords, and enforced it long enough for the Wa to lose interest in the ritual altogether. As far as I know, he said, no Wa has decapitated anyone since. Saw Lu said those godforsaken communists never took over all of Burma, as they'd vowed to do, but did manage to hold on to the Wa highlands for nearly 20 dismal years. Their reign lasted until the spring of 1989. But in that glorious year, courageous Wa Highlanders rose up, cast out the communists, and established the United Wa State Army, the UWSA, which rules the peaks to this day. Saw Lu had much to say about that epic too, the epic of Wa nationhood, for he joined the UWSA, becoming one of its most venerable leaders. But the hour was very late. It was a story for another time. Book 2. Unspeakable. My marathon evening with Saw Lu ended with him agreeing to tell me all about the United Wa State Army, the UWSA, at some future sit-down. That would have to wait, though. He was a busy man, occupied for the rest of the week. This left me to refocus on the original reason I'd traveled to Lashio, meeting the UWSA's top envoy and securing travel to Wa State. I wanted to request FaceTime with current UWSA leaders to find out what it was like to govern what the Drug Enforcement Administration called Southeast Asia's largest narcotics trafficking organization. The two best-known leaders are Chairman Bao Yuxiang, effectively the president, and Wei Shigang, the chief financial officer. Wei also happened to be the most notorious drug kingpin in the Eastern Hemisphere, and Bao, too, was wanted by the DEA. If by some miracle I got close to either of them, even speaking to their subordinates, I couldn't imagine anyone proving as forthcoming as Saw Lu, but I was determined to try. Jacob kept hustling to track down the envoy, and after a few days, he delivered on his word. He'd arranged a meeting inside the UWSA's External Affairs Office in Lashio. It's basically an embassy, but since Wa State isn't recognized by the United Nations, they can't formally call it that. En route to the meeting, Jacob driving his hatchback, me in the passenger seat, he turned solemn and staked out some ground rules. First, he said, no matter what, do not mention to the envoy that you are acquainted with Saw Lu. This jarred me. Though yet to hear Saw Lu's complete life story, I knew he'd served the UWSA as a statesman of some sort, and a military commander too, judging by the living room portrait of Saw Lu clad in a regal army uniform. I'd even hoped Saw Lu might put in a good word with the current leadership on my behalf. I asked Jacob to explain, but he muttered something about internal politics, some convoluted drama he lacked the time to recount. Second, Jacob told me, you cannot reveal any interest in narcotics. You'll come off as a spy. Fine, I said. I won't ask for Wei Shikang's whereabouts. I was being facetious, obviously prodding for details about Wei, who has a $2 million head price, courtesy of the DEA, would make me sound exactly like a spy and instantly doom my travel request. But Jacob bridled at the remark, stiffening in his seat. Patrick, please, you can never talk about him to any Wa official. Never, never. Wei's name, just his name alone, was even more radioactive than I'd thought. But if I was ever going to grasp the UWSA's inner workings, I couldn't go on forever pretending its narcotics trafficking mastermind didn't exist. I'd have to find a more opportune time to bring up Wei's name again, perhaps to Saw Lu. Surely they'd crossed paths. We arrived at the embassy, a compound located on a Lashio backstreet, and parked outside its high concrete walls, topped with metal prongs. The gates were ajar, and looking inside, I saw austere buildings painted powder blue. They framed a cement patio with a wooden table in its center. The envoy was seated at the table. He waved us over and motioned for us to sit down. Thanks for finding time to see us, I said. A phone pressed to his ear, the envoy raised an index finger to say, just a moment, please. Another phone on the table pinged with incoming messages, and I sensed our conversation would take place in the unclaimed air between cell phone bleeps. He was dressed not in his pine green UWSA uniform, but in H&M's fall collection. Burgundy hoodie, black polo, casual slacks. Late 30s with a neat haircut and trimmed nails. "Welcome," the envoy said, finally placing his phone on the table next to a pot of tea. He filled a ceramic Chinese teacup, waited for me to sip, and asked if it was good. It was, and well-suited to such a morning with crisp winds blowing off the bluish peaks in the distance. In a prideful tone, he said the tea was grown on Wa slopes that for centuries only sprouted opium poppies. So much for avoiding drug talk. The envoy was broaching the subject himself, firing up a prepared spiel. "The world had it all wrong," he said. Wa State once churned out opium, no denying that, but had since come to reject the manufacture of all illegal drugs. "We even have our own UWSA anti-narcotic squads," the envoy said. Had I seen his recent Facebook post? I looked it up while he tended to his buzzing phones. It was a photo of a sunlit meadow, satchels full of meth splayed in the grass. Forced onto their knees, behind the satchels, were 3 young smugglers in denim jackets and tracksuits, handcuffed and terrified. UWSA commandos stood nearby, pointing automatics at their skulls. "A recent sting operation," the envoy said, once his call was complete. "Non-Wa traffickers often slink through our homeland, but no country, not even your United States, can ever truly rid itself of drug gangs. We do our best, and still we get blamed for everything. I just want you to see what's really happening in Wa State." "I'd like to see it myself." He nodded. If it were up to him, I'd get travel clearance right away. "But you are American, correct?" Admitting an American would be rather complicated. "What is it you want to do, exactly?" To go to Pangsang and interview your leaders. Ideally, Chairman Bao." The envoy smiled in an awkward, tight-lipped way, so I spontaneously downgraded my request. Actually, any high-ranking leader would do. He asked that I submit a formal request in English and Chinese and wait 1 month for a reply. Then he stood up. Meeting over. I pressed the box of chocolates into his hands and said, "For your children." He laughed and briefly disappeared inside the compound, returning with a canister of Wa tea, grown on former poppy fields. "A gift for you." We shook hands. "A photo before you leave?" The envoy led me to a little reception room off to the side. Emblazoned on a wall was the Wa national seal, a blood-red sun set against perfect azure skies, glowing above emerald peaks. In imitation of my host, I stood before it and folded my hands as if posing before something sacrosanct. His assistant came out of a back room, snapping pictures with a smartphone, making sure to get a clear shot of my face. "So, what are my odds?" We were back in Jacob's car. He supposed my request would require approval from the UWSA's Central Committee, headed by Chairman Bao. They were busy people who would question the benefit of staging a manicured visit for some American. "Like 50%? He sighed. "Patrick, if it is really your dream, you will find a way." In the meantime, Jacob offered a consolation prize, a trip to Wa country, if not Wa State. Wa State is demarcated from Burma proper by a river called the Salween, originating in the distant Himalayas. No one can cross this aquatic border without UWSA permission. Its troops will arrest or terminate trespassers on sight. However, Wa society spills past the river's western banks into Wa settled villages under the UWSA's sway, if not its direct control. "I can take you there. I know people. It should be okay." "Great," I said. "When?" By noon, we were speeding east toward the jagged horizon, the sun a white disk overhead. Out the windows of his hatchback, I saw a slideshow on repeat. Winter rice fields, desiccated and tan. Hairless cows with skin drooping like shaved cats. Country noodle shacks. Families of 4 impossibly balanced on motorbikes. About an hour out, we passed a teenager in a lime green uniform, unlike any worn by the Burmese or the Wa, patrolling solo with a fold-stock AK. I asked Jacob to whom this soldier belonged. He shrugged. Some local militant clan guarding its little patch. There were many in this part of the country, dozens and dozens. Some aligned with the military, like modern-day self-defense forces, others totally rogue. The engine whined as we pushed up into the mountains on cracked roads with no stoplights, traveling beyond Burma's terra firma into a liquid place where armed groups bubbled up, burst, and evaporated before you bothered to learn their names. What do they do out here, the little armed groups? Same as the big ones, whatever they want. Drug stuff? Of course. Jacob knew for a fact that heroin and yaba, slang for meth pills, sold out here for half the city price. He said this with more authority than one would expect from a churchgoer. As the terrain steepened, Jacob shifted into second gear and veered off onto a rutted trail. The car's chassis bucked, axles neighing, back tires whipping up a wake of dust that hung in the air like powdered copper. We came to our destination, a Wa village with wooden homes spaced tightly together. Living in clusters is the way of the Wa, Jacob said. It makes us feel safe. I felt eyes upon us. Villagers stared at the intruding vehicle from windows and porches. But when Jacob cranked down his tinted window, shouting greetings in Wa, their eyes softened. We parked in front of a bamboo home and stepped out into a weed-choked yard. My relatives live here. I don't know if they are home. Please wait. Jacob stepped through a doorway without a door. He came back outside, holding a gun. With his free hand, he popped the hatchback's trunk, fished out a plastic bottle, and walked over to a fence made of sticks and barbed wire. He planted the bottle upside down on a post, then handed me the weapon, a rifle with a cherry wood stock and a metal scope. The gun's lightness surprised me. It was just an air rifle. We took turns plinking pellets at the bottle, seldom hitting our target. His marksmanship was as horrid as mine. Jacob, weren't you in the Wa army? I told you I wasn't a fighting soldier. I was a teacher soldier. When that got boring, we walked through the village to see who was idle. Elders mostly, beckoning us to sit on plastic stools in dirt yards and drink strong tea. We accepted the invitation of a wizened man in his late 70s, wiry but spry, calling out to Jacob by name. A fellow Baptist, Jacob said. They chatted in Wa. The man was soon lamenting, as rural Southeast Asian elders do, that young people kept leaving the village to chase money in the city. Jacob translated so I could chime in. Where do they go? I asked. Yangon? Bangkok? Mostly Pangsang, Wa State's capital, a boomtown thanks to its proximity to China. Jacob explained that most Wa people would rather stick to their own kind, up in the mountains, than settle in the lowlands. They look down on us. In Yangon, people will ask, "Oh, you are Wa? I thought you'd have black teeth. Do you still cut off people's heads?" Jacob said the elder, born in the Wa Peaks, was old enough to have witnessed severed heads on poles back when he was young. The old man seemed to detect my interest because he started orating passionately, making chopping motions with his hands. He says it was like something from ancient times. His clan was called Lun, and they hated the Bra clan. Back and forth, they killed and killed. He's so grateful those times are over. Grateful to Saw Lu, as a matter of fact. The old man came of age in the late 1960s, during the League of Warlords' reign, which he recalled nostalgically. He'd known Saw Lu back then, and when I asked for an assessment of his character, he offered an amused grin. Obstinate to the bone, he said, but only a man whose zeal borders on madness would have demanded the Wa quit headhunting, let alone succeeded. Saw Lu's contributions to the Wa race are truly manifold, the elder said. He asked if I knew about Saw Lu's time in the UWSA. No other Wa leader had struggled so fervently to wrest the organization away from the drug trade, and a damn shame how that crusade turned out. I wanted to hear more, but our shadows were growing long in the dirt, and Jacob feared driving through the hills after dark. We said our goodbyes and God bless yous and walked back to the car. Jacob reckoned we'd get back to Lashio well before Saw Lu's bedtime. Let's see if he's keen to talk, he said. He urged me to ask the man himself all about Wa State's creation and how he strove from the nation's first years to set it on a virtuous path. Hurtling over broken tarmac toward Lashio, we saw black plumes rising from ochre hills. Families in unseen villages were tending evening fires, boiling rice in metal cauldrons. Jacob and I were both a bit spun up after drinking so much high-octane Wa tea, bitter as kale, and in the intimacy of the car, I ventured the question that was bouncing around my mind all day. Jacob, I said, can we talk about Wei Shikang? He winced and sucked in air, a pained sound like whistling backwards. That is a not nice story. I'm sure, but he's the most famous Wa person alive. What do you think of him? Long pause. I think he is a 1,000% businessman. Contempt seeped into his tone. There were problems with that man and our family. He is the reason we do not live in Wa State anymore. I noticed he avoided saying Wei's name, as if uttering it would conjure some malignant power. An uneasy silence followed. I filled it with everything I knew about Wei. That he was once protege of the infamous Golden Triangle drug lord Kun Sa, helping him build the mightiest heroin trafficking empire of the 1980s. That he parted with Kun Sa and brought his expertise into the UWSA upon its founding, nourishing the fledgling Wa nation with heroin profits. That his mastery of that forbidden art kept improving and never stopped. Wei is now, to hear the DEA tell it, a drug lord commensurate with El Chapo, a stone-cold genius with the mind of a Fortune 500 CEO. They say harems and cognac do not excite him, that he dresses like a strip mall accountant, that he loves money but hates spending it. Wei would rather pile it up, like amassing tokens in a game, the extremely difficult game of drug trafficking, for he may be the best to ever play it. When I stopped talking, the silence returned. Just motor hum and darkening scenery. We drove like that for a long time, and when we pulled up to Saw Lu's house, the street lamps were on, splashing spectral light on the asphalt. Bats circled overhead, softly beating their wings. Saw Lu awaited us in his living room. He was accompanied by an older woman, her gray hair cinched in a dignified bun. "Are you Mary, Saw Lu's wife?" She smiled. Mary twisted in her chair and ordered a servant girl to fetch a tray of cookies. Saw Lu, in his no-nonsense fashion, wasted no time. He was already monologuing before we sat down. The subject that evening, Wa State's genesis, and Saw Lu's role in its formation. A magnificent story, he assured me. But he was getting ahead of himself. The Wa nation and its militarized government, the UWSA, were founded in 1989. I reminded him that when our last talk concluded, we were still back in the early 1970s. We'd left off with Saw Lu leading a Moses-like exodus of Wa Highlanders out of the peaks, away from the conquering communists, down to the Burmese city of Lashio, where they started life anew, right here on this very hilltop. Right, he said. There was a span of more than 15 years in which Saw Lu never set foot in the Hua Peaks, ruled as they were by Maoists. Those years, living in Lashio, weren't bad ones. They were among the more peaceful stretches of his life, he said. But he clearly wanted to ramble through them quickly. So, back to Lashio, circa 1973. Saw Lu told the Hua Highlanders under his wing, "You must acclimate or die. The Burmese city folks assume you are feral. Your survival depends on proving them wrong. Smile, learn their language, feign harmlessness. Do not go outside without clothing." At the time, Burma's military regime was spiraling deeper into racist paranoia. Ethnic minorities, 1 in 3 citizens, were automatically suspected of seditious thought. Saw Lu, a military collaborator since his early 20s, impressed upon Burmese officials that he was one of the good ones, having proven his loyalty by rallying the Hua tribe to fight Maoist invaders. Even though that mission failed, the junta ought to hold him up as an ethnic leader of impeccable caliber, an example to the other minorities. The military agreed and found him a new job as a civilian intelligence officer, a position suited to his gifts of persuasion. They sent Saw Lu into the remote hills of Burma's Shan state, where he liaised with all kinds of minority communities. His orders: monitor their activities and gauge their potential to rebel. This wasn't clandestine work. Saw Lu became well known throughout Burma's north as an agent of the regime. But as he tells it, he was usually welcomed into village leaders' homes. Everyone knew that if he marked their area as docile, troops would leave them be. Saw Lu felt conflicted about the job, surveilling fellow minorities, but he kept at it well into the 1980s. He had his reasons for serving a vicious junta, for as long as it deemed him useful, Burmese soldiers would spare his Hua flock in Lashio from the harassment meted out to other minority settlements. The refugees under his wing, newly cityfied, had propaganda value to the junta. They played their role as the good and decent Hua, making those Hua communists on the China border seem all the more sinister. These were quieter years. Saw Lu and Mary raised 8 children. They ran their local church and started an orphanage. They built the seafoam green house in which I now sat. Saw Lu's world grew small. He turned 40. His hairline receded, and so did his visions of greatness. But then came 1989, a year held sacred by the Hua, just as Americans venerate 1776. In the communist-run peaks, a valorous band of Hua in the town of Pangsang stood up to their overlords, chucked them out, and reclaimed their ancestral lands. Soon afterward, these revolutionaries tracked down Saw Lu and summoned him, for Saw Lu's reputation as a great leader still lingered in the peaks. He joined them in laying the bedrock of the first ever Hua nation. Saw Lu's oration was turning grandiose, and I sensed the telling of a foundational myth. Every country has one, a glorious account of its birth, scrubbed clean of embarrassing details. It's public knowledge that Hua State funded itself through narcotics from the outset, and that its trafficker-in-chief was, and still is, a shadowy figure named Wei. So, with reluctance, I interrupted. Saw Lu, I wanted to ask you about Wei Shikang. The name brought him to a shuddering halt. I hated doing this, but what choice did I have? I couldn't fill my notebook with some portrait of Hua State irreconcilable with its reputation. I had to coax out an unvarnished version of the story, or at least try. I won't talk about that man. I had not known Saw Lu could seem nervous. The room fell into an ugly quiet. The ceiling creaked. Outside, insects chittered. I just can't. Jacob tried to revive his mood, asking him to finish the story, but Saw Lu's speech came out clipped and lifeless. He was shrinking into himself, his mind drawn into some dark place where I was not allowed. Mary patted her husband's arm and told us it was getting late. Time for the patriarch to go to bed. I left his house that night, fearing he'd never speak to me again, and that I would never decipher his connection to the DEA's biggest target in Asia. The Prodigy. Wei Shigang is, without question, the greatest Golden Triangle narcotics trafficker of all time. The story of how he rose to such heights, however, has never been told in full, in large part because Wei so doggedly clings to secrecy, preserving even pedestrian details of his life from public scrutiny. That's not the only reason, though. With other narco lords, Pablo Escobar or Wei's former mentor, Kun Sa, the United States has built up their legends, making giants of these outlaws, so that when felled, they'll make a huge splash. But drawing attention to Wei is riskier. His biography is littered with inconvenient facts. More than once, his life is intersected with clandestine U.S. programs in ways that do not flatter the American government or its allies. He is among the infamous figures, such as Iraq's Saddam Hussein or Panama's Manuel Noriega, who once assisted the American intelligence apparatus but later became enemies of the state. Understanding Wei and the U.S. interventions that shaped his rise requires looking at the Golden Triangle with clear eyes. American officials depict the region as a maelstrom of quarreling nations, tribes, and cartels, Chinese, Shan, Hua, Thai, Burmese, and others, forging alliances and breaking them, exchanging bullets and territory ad infinitum. That's not entirely wrong, but often the roles of two particular tribes are sanitized. I'm referring to the Central Intelligence Agency and the Drug Enforcement Administration. These bureaucratic tribes share certain qualities with Hua headhunters. They hail from the same homeland, but squabble, not for skulls, but for influence, budgets, and prestige. To make sense of Wei's career, and thus the United Hua State Army, the UWSA, you must first grasp that there is not one American strategy in the Golden Triangle, but two, executed by separate wings of the U.S. government. Sometimes these agencies see eye to eye, but when the DEA and CIA clash, everything in the Golden Triangle quakes. The cleverest traffickers use these disruptions to their advantage, and Wei is nothing if not clever. A quick ethnography of these two American tribes will clarify why they often feud. Though DEA and CIA personnel serve the same government, they usually come from different family backgrounds, and this was especially true in the 1970s and 1980s. Many DEA agents are former cops or soldiers, sons and sometimes daughters of working-class stock. Straight shooters by nature, they never smoked pot in high school. Their worldview skews monochrome. We're the good guys, drug dealers are scumbags. These narcotic agents, or narcs for short, court scumbags, pumping them for dirt on other criminals in hopes of stopping drug shipments. They believe seizing a ton of heroin can save 1,000 lives. Locking up drug lords can save even more. Justice must be wrought. The law is the law. For CIA officers, the law is not the law. Their job is to ensure that America remains the most powerful country on earth by any means necessary. CIA officers are more often plucked from the Ivy League or other distinguished universities. During training, they're made to feel the empire is on the brink of peril. They must do whatever it takes to save it, including lie. That's what spies do. A CIA officer can lie to anyone, even fellow American officials. When you imagine a CIA officer, don't picture someone parachuting into hostile territory, clenching a knife in their teeth. Picture someone with coffee breath at a desk inside a U.S. embassy. They might be listed in the staff directory under a drab title, such as Second Secretary of Agricultural Affairs. That's a cover. They'll actually spend their days managing a stable of informants or intercepting communications. Their job is to gather information and, from time to time, use it to sabotage rivals. The last thing they want is another federal agent coming along to crimp the flow of intelligence. And there's the rub. The DEA would like to lock up every last drug trafficker, even ones providing the CIA with intel. As a former CIA station chief in Burma told me, DEA agents view their primary job as putting bad guys in jail. In contrast, the CIA prefers to recruit bad guys to provide intelligence on more important bad guys. Like the DEA, the CIA cares deeply about narcotics, but not necessarily for the same reasons. CIA officers understand that heroin and meth, like oil, can give life to new nations or destabilize existing ones. That's all fine and good as long as America manages this dark power. If the CIA has to canoodle with a drug cartel to defend the national interest, they adore this phrase, then so be it. The agency doesn't owe anyone an explanation, certainly not the DEA. This isn't to say narcs and spies must always despise each other. I worked around the DEA for a long time, the former CIA station chief told me. I like the DEA, but there's that culture problem, see? They're cops. They put lawbreakers away. We break laws. Not American laws, but any number of foreign laws, sure. That's how we operate. In the Golden Triangle, conflict between these two tribes was inevitable. The CIA got there first. The DEA came later, in the early 1970s, threatening the CIA's narco-espionage system. Ever since then, their feuding has injected chaos into the underworld, an unpredictability that has baffled local traffickers, many of them viewing the Americans as a confounding people, so warlike they'd fly across the world just to tussle with their own kind. Not Wei Shikang, though. Wei was different. He is different, for his career has yet to end. A man of uncommon intelligence, Wei has repeatedly peered into the chaos created by CIA-DEA infighting and gleaned opportunity. Wei can discern the plans of spies and the dreams of narcs. He predicts how their interventions might make winners and losers of various drug lords, creating power vacuums he can swoop in to fill. His decades-long reign is defined by how he's exploited various DEA or CIA operations to his own benefit. Along the way, Wei did not always play this game perfectly. But when he failed, he got smarter, ultimately bringing his accrued wisdom to Hua State upon its formation. It was there that Wei and Saw Lu would clash in a struggle for the young nation's soul. That tale will come a bit later. What follows directly is the origin story of Wei Shikang, a drug trafficker whose career ups and downs reveal the madness of America's war on drugs. It begins in the Hua Peaks, in a wooden shack filled with CIA surveillance equipment. Born in the mid-1940s, Wei grew up in Wiengun, or Silver Fortress, a corner of Hua country stuck to the Chinese border. Little about Wei's teenage years hinted at great power to come. He was gawky and shy, a misfit among other Hua boys, mostly sons of warrior farmers. Although born to a Hua mother, Wei isn't fully Hua. His father was a Chinese frontiersman who'd assimilated among the tribe. The couple raised 3 sons, and Wei was the middle child. His dad taught him to read and write Chinese, and that helped Wei land his first job. In the early 1960s, when other Hua teenagers tended poppies, Wei reported to work at a CIA-linked listening post set up on the territory of Mahasang the Prince. The listening post supervisor was an ethnic Chinese officer in Taiwan's Military Intelligence Division. The radio base was filled with electronic eavesdropping gear, powered by hand-cranked generators. Wei would sit inside that shack, sponging up Chinese communist radio chatter. He'd siphon out interesting bits and convert them into Morse code for transmission to larger radio bases, manned by the exiles. His direct employer, Taiwan's Military Intelligence Division, was a junior partner of the CIA, so American spies could have accessed whatever Wei recorded. He wasn't a CIA asset, per se, more like a subcontractor doing espionage grunt work. A head for figures and codes held no cachet among other Hua his age. Wei quietly endured their mockery. He kept to himself, only palling around with his two brothers, preferring to speak Chinese instead of Hua. In a place where people seldom bathed, Wei kept fastidiously clean. He was a rare specimen in headhunter country, a nerd. Wei was likely in his late teens when he first saw him, the outsider who would rescue him from this dreadful place and sweep him into the drug trade. Zhang Qifu was roughly 10 years older and a head taller. He was handsome too, a tangle of black hair tussling his forehead. Barely 30 years old, Zhang oozed leadership, even though he only led a militia of modest size. Mahasang ruled Silver Fortress, and though the exiles bought up most of his ample opium harvest, he'd also sell to others. This included Zhang, who would ride into the peaks on horseback with his posse of riflemen. He purchased Hua opium to supplement the opium produced in his own little fiefdom, a valley to the west on the far side of the Salween River, a few days' hard ride away. Zhang had that gift, common to politicians and hustlers, of making any stranger in his gaze feel special. When he bumped into Wei and introduced himself, the awkward teen was enthralled. Wei and Zhang discovered they had things in common. Zhang was also half Chinese on his father's side. His mother was indigenous as well, though she was Shan, not Hua. Like Wei, Zhang felt more affinity for his Chinese side. Both of his parents died before he turned 6, so he was raised by an ethnically Chinese paternal grandfather, the headman of a small but tough mountain clan. This clan dominated a poppy-growing Shan village, and Zhang had recently inherited leadership from his aging grandfather. Zhang's grandpa had been content to sell opium, harvested by local peasants, to the exiles' roving caravans. But Zhang, ambitious down to his DNA, wanted to level up and traffic it himself. He understood that the poor produced opium, village middlemen, like his grandfather, collected and sold it, but traffickers, moving the product over mountains, reigned supreme and reaped the greatest profits. So he'd rallied a few hundred Shan militiamen to transport sacks of opium down to the Thai-Burma border, the gateway to international markets. Zhang was a warlord on the ascent, and he believed himself destined to rise far above his benighted birthplace. That was a feeling Wei understood well. Zhang had been searching for an apprentice, and he offered to mentor Wei, who accepted without hesitation. Wei's job, stenography for the Taiwan CIA spying apparatus, was dull work, and worse yet, not very profitable. "Come to my fiefdom," Zhang said, "where I have my own little radio base to guide my smugglers along trails. You can run dispatch and soak up the ins and outs of trafficking opium." They made a perfect pair. Zhang was cocky and loud, a born frontman. Wei was demure, comfortable in his new boss's shadow. Money captivated them both. Zhang promised to make Wei rich. Soon enough, he said, They would graduate beyond trafficking minor amounts of opium down trails mottled with donkey shit. All you have to do, Zhang told Wei, is stick by my side and never betray me. Wei was a star protege. After joining Zhang's crew, he took on responsibilities well beyond radio communications. He tried his hand at managing the militia's budget and proved himself a financial prodigy. By streamlining the militia's operations, Wei made Zhang richer. Handling the boss's money gave Wei a sense of purpose. As a child, his bookishness drew taunts from the other Hua kids. But where were those bullies now? Barefoot and unwashed in some poppy field. His brains trumped their brute strength every time. For as long as his intellect could generate wealth, he was valuable, and some formidable leader, such as Zhang, would protect him from harm. Zhang doted on Wei, treating him like a little brother. Wei knew his place, never talking back, always submitting to his boss's demands. Zhang couldn't have it any other way. He needed to play the alpha in every relationship. In Burma, minor league mountain warlords, weak as they are, usually have to forge ties with a more powerful armed group to ensure their survival. But Zhang was allergic to authority. Though he'd formed alliances, they seldom lasted. The exiles had once recruited him as a field commander, tasked with securing trails in the Shan Hills, until he cut loose and started trafficking opium himself. After that, Zhang fell in with a Shan princess who led a rebel movement, but he couldn't stand the kowtowing and ditched her too. He joined Burma's self-defense force scheme in the early 1960s just to gain access to government roads, a boon to his upstart trafficking business. That deal actually stuck, only because the Burmese officers were located too far away to bother him. Behind their backs, he called them buffoons. Zhang would sidle up to anyone who might benefit his interest in the short term. He told Wei that other drug syndicates draped themselves in ideology, anti-communism, ethnic liberation, whatever. But these were phony flags of convenience, flown to obscure the ruthless game of moving drugs through lawless lands. I don't pretend to be anything I'm not, Zhang said. I'm a businessman, nothing more. Zhang's arrogance had undermined his relationship with the Golden Triangle's most powerful figure, General Li Wenhuan, head honcho of the exiles. Li had long tried to mentor Zhang. 10 years prior, Zhang was a nobody, some village tough whose clan sold opium to his caravans, until Li discovered him, lavishing him with guns, money, and horses. A starter kit for Zhang's transformation into a fledgling warlord. Li believed Zhang possessed the raw materials for greatness: roughneck charm, unstoppable drive, and Chinese blood. He'd even considered ceding his throne to him in the distant future. Li couldn't groom his own son for the role. He wanted his kids in college, not the drug trade. So his attention flowed toward Zhang. But Zhang was a fickle mentee. He was ungrateful, receiving gifts of mules and rifles to scale up his militia, but never truly accepting Li's tutelage. Not for long, anyway. Still, no matter what, Li refused to give up on him, always hoping he'd outgrow his ego and come into the fold. Though Zhang didn't always follow his mentor's guidance, the two would meet face-to-face every now and then, for they still had a business relationship to uphold. Zhang's militia had to set aside a share of its profits for the exiles, as did every other opium trafficking gang in Burma. Like a kingdom demanding tribute, the exiles insisted on a cut of every bit of opium produced in Burma, whether they'd collected it or not. The exiles monopolized control of the Thai-Burma border, the portal through which Burmese opium flowed to the outside world, and none could cross it without paying the tax, $9 per opium kilo, non-negotiable. Attempting to sneak drugs past the border was suicidal. Their CIA-built radio network was an all-seeing eye. Tax evaders were tracked down and shot. So when Jiang sent opium to buyers in Thailand, he dutifully paid his toll, though he'd grumble about it to Wei. One day in the mid-1960s, Jiang told Wei to mount up for a days-long journey. He decided his young protege ought to meet the big shot who dominated the Golden Triangle. Straddling horses, Jiang and Wei rode south to General Lee's headquarters in Chiang Mai Province, Thailand, just across the border with Burma. Dismounting with thighs aching, they tied up their horses and walked up moss-furred steps to Lee's home. General Lee ushered them inside his stone dwelling, planted on a mountaintop like some primeval shrine. He was a stout man, then in his late 40s, broad-shouldered and dressed in rough khaki. Lee spoke in short, grumbly sentences, and though stern, he radiated paternal warmth. Lee hailed from Yunnan, China's Wild West, a byword for spicy noodles and strong tea. Wei and Jiang also descended from Yunnanese clans, spoke the same Chinese dialect, and relished the same comfort food. In Lee's home, inside a cement-walled tea room, Wei watched his boss transform into a meeker figure, as if performing a role. He was stunned at how Jiang's brazenness receded. Out came a doting supplicant who filled Lee's teacup and would not let it go cold. Jiang even called him Master Lee. The two behaved like uncle and nephew. "Master Lee," Jiang said, "I wanted you to see how far I've come. I have my own mentee now, Wei Shikang. He's a talented radio man, but needs to improve his skills. Might he shadow your dispatchers and pick up a few tricks?" "As you wish," Lee said. He told his subordinates to escort Wei into the radio room, the exile's communication nerve center. It was right outside, not 100 feet from the general's front door, a boxy white building filled with American-made radio transmitters. Towering above it was a steel antenna, topped with 3 prongs, poking into the mountain mist like a trident. Day and night, inside that radio room, soldiers twisted dials and issued orders in code to distant outposts in Burma, including Wei's old listening post in the Hua Peaks. The skies over the Golden Triangle crackled with encrypted messages, some concerning espionage against China, others devoted to drug-running logistics, with many transmissions flowing through this dim-lit room, humming with equipment. Jiang drained his teacup, said goodbye, and rode back to his village, leaving Wei to study at the elbow of General Lee's best intelligence operatives. There was no finer internship in the Golden Triangle. After a week or so, once he'd learned all he could, Wei rode northward back to Jiang's territory. He now possessed a blueprint in his head, a mental map of the strengths and defects of Asia's largest drug cartel. "Good," Jiang said, because neither he nor his prodigy would ever visit cordially with Master Lee again. With Wei's help, Jiang intended to betray his mentor and end his supremacy. It was an early indication, to Wei, of his boss's sense of loyalty. In short, he had none. Early summer, the start of monsoon season, 1967. Jiang had it all planned out. First, he'd buy 16 tons of Hua opium up in Silver Fortress, the largest single shipment in Golden Triangle history, nearly exhausting his savings. He'd then sneak it out of Burma and sell it without paying a single cent to the exiles. If successful, he would rake in the modern-day equivalent of $5 million and evade $1 million in taxes. With the proceeds of this mega sale, Jiang would fortify his militia with finer weapons and fresh recruits. His fighters would then choke off every trail leading to the Hua Peaks, forcing the exiles to pay a toll to him if they wanted to access the coveted Hua opium crop. He would then rule a strategic zone of the poppy lands in mimicry of the exiles. Their aura of invincibility would fizzle, and everyone in the Golden Triangle would respect Zhang as a drug lord equal to General Li. That was the idea, at least. His crew had questions. 16 tons? That would require 250 mules marching in a mile-long train, 1,000-hoofed centipede, discreet as a freight train. Sneaking it across the heavily defended Thai-Burma border would be impossible. I know, Zhang said. That's why we're moving the drugs to Laos. It was an unorthodox suggestion. Burma and Laos are separated by the Mekong River. Moving opium across its waters would still violate the exiles' demand for tribute. If opium originated in Burma, they demanded a cut. True, the Mekong's sodden riverbanks were poorly patrolled by exiled troops, but for a good reason. Laos was not a choice destination for Burma-based traffickers. The country was a flaming war zone, like Vietnam in miniature. Two contestants wrestled for control of Laos, local communist rebels in comradeship with North Vietnam versus a right-wing military government propped up by the United States. When it wasn't battling the Red Menace, the Lao military, backed by the CIA, also controlled the country's drug trade. Laos was a mountainous land rife with poppies, and its army generals ran a nose-to-tail operation overseeing opium collection, a complex of heroin refineries, and finally, transport to the top-selling market, South Vietnam. The Lao military even flew heroin to Saigon on planes bequeathed by the United States. The purpose of this donated fleet was combating communist guerrillas, namely bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a supply route snaking through Laos and Vietnam. But American aircraft also proved handy for zipping heroin through the skies. The Lao military's commander-in-chief was named Uan Ratikon, a plump general whose ivory-white military uniform dripped with questionable metals. He was the CIA's main man in the country. Zhang had reached out to Uan, and with his infinite charm, convinced the chief to buy the opium megaload all in one go. Lao generals typically didn't source from Burma. They had plenty of opium at home. But by 1967, demand for heroin was sky high, thanks to cashed-up GIs in South Vietnam. Chief Uan could easily turn 16 tons of raw Wa opium into white powder and reap a delicious profit. So he agreed to Zhang's offer, telling him to drop the shipment at a lumber yard beside the Mekong on the Lao side of the river. In July of that year, Zhang's caravan lurched toward the river, its warm waters brown as Ovaltine. His militiamen and donkeys crossed on wooden barges, but Zhang did not join them, nor did his protege. He'd ordered his crew to unload the drugs, collect payment from Chief Uan's people, and hurry back across the river. No dallying. The militia reached the sawmill, a maze of log piles heaped on mud softened by recent rains. They were piling canvas sacks on the ground when metal orbs arced shrilly through the sky. Mortars incoming. Ascending the riverbanks was their worst nightmare. A battalion of more than 1,000 exile fighters, hurling bombs and recoilless rifle shells. Zhang's militiamen scrambled for cover in the pudding-soft mud, ducking behind logs, their mules bawling and crazy-eyed. They dug in and returned fire. Man and beast alike flopped dead in the muck. As the fighting raged, Chief Uan sent a message to both sides. Please cease fire so I can collect my opium. Neither stood down. So he called in American-made T-28 propeller planes loaded with 500-pound explosives, meant for Vietnamese communists, and bombed the sawmill all to hell. As both the exiles and Zhang's militia scuttled away, Lao soldiers rushed in to scoop up the 16 tons left by the riverbanks. Chief Uwan never paid for it. Soon the Wa-grown opium, in which Zhang had invested dreams of greatness, was swept into labs in Laos. It was no doubt converted to heroin and shipped to Saigon, where it swam in American soldiers' blood. Reputation is everything in the underworld, and Zhang's was defiled. He looked like a fool for challenging the exiles and for getting ripped off by the Lao army chief. He stank of defeat. The ensuing years brought humiliation in waves. Half of his fighters quit. He had to slink around now that the exiles wanted him dead. Even Burmese generals grew leery of Zhang, whose militia was still registered as a self-defense force. The last thing they needed was an erratic warlord aligned with their army, however loosely, picking unwinnable fights along their borders, pissing off neighboring countries. They opted to clip his wings while he was down. In the fall of 1969, Burmese officials lured Zhang to a meeting on false pretenses, then dragged him off to a high-security prison in Mandalay, a city in the Central Plains, far from the borderlands. The charge? High treason. Zhang, his operation on the skids, had been consorting with Shan rebels, mostly to trade supplies and cut business deals. Few seriously believed Zhang would turn revolutionary. He was a huckster, not a freedom fighter, and he'd do business with anyone. But it was a useful pretext for locking him away. In Burma, simply fraternizing with insurrectionists can result in a life sentence. Deprived of their leader, Zhang's crew deteriorated. Those who stuck around grew despondent. None possessed the charisma required to lead a narco-militia. Certainly not Wei, more comfortable with a pencil and ledger than an AK-47. If they wanted to keep the militia alive, they'd have to find some way to liberate their boss from the clink. Zhang would end up spending only 5 years behind bars. Later in life, after reuniting with Wei and other subordinates, he'd admit the prison stint was a blessing. For starters, it prevented the exiles from tracking him down in the jungle and putting a bullet in his chest. But this interregnum also forced Zhang, then in his mid-30s, to take a break from the drug trade, to slow down instead of chasing the next big score, to refine his strategy for dominance. This head clearing would prove beneficial, because while Zhang was locked up, shockwaves hit the Golden Triangle, transforming it into a more complex place. These shockwaves rippled out from America, some 8,000 miles away. In the early 1970s, Vietnam vets returned home in large numbers, and a public unmoored by foreign defeat was doubly disturbed to see sons and brothers coming back with track marks. Their loved ones hooked on heroin, families asked why the U.S. government wasn't doing more to hunt down the producers of this poison, whoever they were. This uproar would incite President Richard M. Nixon to declare a war on drugs. Back then, I believed all that bullshit, said Mike Levine, then a New York City-based anti-narcotics agent. You know, we gotta get the evil foreigners making this white powder. I was a stone-cold believer in that shit. Levine worked for U.S. Customs in the hard narcotics smuggling division. The DEA wasn't yet formed, and thwarting heroin traffic was a scattered effort, falling to the Justice Department, state and local police, U.S. Customs, and other agencies. Like most Americans, Levine was clueless about the CIA's ties to Southeast Asian heroin manufacturers, such as the Exiles, but that innocence would not last. Levine, a rookie agent, was about to stumble across this dark alliance by accident. It was the summer of 1971, and Levine found himself in the bowels of John F. Kennedy International Airport. He was sweating a perp, some ex-GI, in a windowless interrogation room. The man had just arrived from Bangkok, with 3 heroin kilos hidden under false bottoms in his Samsonite luggage. To Levine, the guy looked twerpy. Slight build, granny glasses, nervous gray eyes. Under interrogation, the perp folded like a lawn chair, squeaking out the names of his suppliers, Liang and Ge, 2 ethnic Chinese traffickers in Thailand. Levine followed the clues east. 1 month later, he was walking Bangkok's neon-drenched streets for his first overseas undercover assignment. He tracked down Liang and Ge and introduced himself as an Italian mobster. Partner with me, Levine told the traffickers, and you won't have to use 4-eyed dweebs as drug mules. At the time, Bangkok's ethnic Chinese smugglers were desperate for a high-volume pipeline funneling the exiles' heroin into the United States. They knew GIs back in their hometowns still craved Golden Triangle dope, but they struggled to traffic the product to America. Along came Levine, posing as a mafia capo, alias Mike Pagano, offering to set up phony export businesses that could pump loads of their heroin straight to New York City. I really convinced these guys I was some tutti frutti of the mafia. Levine found it hilarious. He wasn't even Italian. He was a Jewish guy from the South Bronx. They wanted to do business with me bad. Liang and Ge drowned him in good booze and pampered him with fancy clothes. Their preferred camaraderie-building exercise was a long evening at a massage parlor, the kind where women in heavy makeup bathe their clients. On wild nights out, the pair would boast about The Factory, a complex of heroin refineries in provincial Chiang Mai, whipping up more than 100 kilos per week. If what they said was true, it was one of the busiest dope labs on Earth. The Factory was my Mount Everest, Levine told me. They said it was run by their uncle. After 2 weeks, they were ready to take me up north and introduce me. But not long after Levine secured plans to visit the Thai-Burma border with his new pals, he received a call in his room at the Siam Intercontinental, Bangkok's fanciest hotel. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. Come to the U.S. Embassy, the voice said. Make sure you're not followed. Click. Inside the embassy, Levine was cornered by a CIA officer who didn't give a name, or if he did, it was fake. And he's dressed exactly like what you'd expect a CIA agent cast in a movie to look like, in a bush jacket. You know, everything but a pith helmet and a walking stick. This guy says to me, "You're not going to Chiang Mai. We want you to end this case right here." New orders: convince Liang and Ge to cough up a single kilo in Bangkok and then bust them on the spot. Hand the idiots over to Thai police, fly back to New York, boom, you're the new hotshot in your little customs bureau. Deal? No way, Levine shot back. I'm going to Chiang Mai to meet the uncle. They're going to introduce me to the guys running this shit. Well, you can't go, the CIA officer said. We can't protect you up there. I didn't take this job to be protected, Levine said. I want to go. The agent invoked Levine's 4 years in the U.S. Air Force. He knew about his service record somehow, and told him to act like a good soldier. You're ex-military. Follow orders. He says to me, we've got the Vietnam War going, it's complicated, and you don't understand the big picture. Levine slunk back to the hotel, despondent. He considered going to the factory in defiance of the CIA. I'm glad I didn't do that. I don't think I would have survived. If I got killed up there, no one would even know. Maybe they'd put one of those bullshit stars up on the wall. In the end, Levine obeyed the CIA's orders. He pinched Liang and Ge and booked a return flight to JFK. A close call for the CIA, deftly averted. But the incident augured a greater internal feud within the U.S. government, one that would disrupt the exiles' business providing an opportunity to their rivals, Jiang and Wei. That same summer, in 1971, President Nixon officially kicked off the war on drugs, a shiny new war to appease the public and distract from defeat in Vietnam. On national television, he warned that if we cannot destroy the drug menace in America, then it will surely, in time, destroy us. Congressional lawmakers channeled fear toward drugged-up new left radicals and urban black communities. But officials at the highest levels knew better. They feared putting a spotlight on the drug trade would lead to a reckoning. For anyone pursuing the root source of heroin production in Asia, as Levine did, would run smack into America's own intelligence assets. The Justice Department's anti-drug organization, the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, a predecessor to the DEA, had the president's ear. Its officials presented a plan to defuse the situation. They sought White House permission to disentangle the CIA from the exiles and push the cartel out of the opium business altogether, delicately, and in a manner that wouldn't embarrass the spy agency or its drug-running affiliates. In March 1972, 9 months after Levine's misadventure, U.S. Narcotics Bureau officials flew to Chiang Mai and walked onto a Thai army base. There, piled before them on a dirt field, lay a whopping 26 tons of opium, packed into burlap sacks. This was supposedly the exiles' entire stockpile. They'd bought it with $1 million in U.S. taxpayer money, a deal prearranged with the help of Thai military officers cozy with the cartel. It was enough opium to generate $3 billion worth of heroin, half a year's supply on America's streets. The sacks were heaped atop logs, 10 funeral pyres, each 6 feet tall. They'd come to watch it burn, an event without parallel, they said, since China's Qing dynasty had destroyed 1,000 tons of British opium 13 decades earlier. Conceived by the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs and brokered through Thailand's army, the deal stipulated that the exiles' leaders, including General Lee, would quit trafficking opium forever. They would face no charges for their past criminality. The Thai military would even adopt the exiles as a part-time auxiliary unit and bestow citizenship upon its soldiers. The ethnic Chinese fighters would stay put, farming peaches and oolong tea along the border, but retain their weapons to scare communists away from the area. All parties would walk away unscathed. Lee and the other cartel leaders agreed to the terms, but declined to attend the burning of their stockpile. American chemists flown in for the occasion tested the exiles' opium, deemed it pure, and gave the signal to proceed. Thai soldiers drenched the pyres in jet fuel and set them alight. They hissed and poured black smoke for 15 hours straight. The Anti-Narcotics Bureau, ascendant in the milieu of U.S. federal agencies, was triumphant. With the president's backing, they'd just broken up their first foreign drug cartel, Asia's largest, while also mopping up the CIA's mess. That's what they thought at the time anyway. Come spring, the exiles ignored the deal and launched mule caravans into Burma's poppy lands right on schedule. They had no intention of shutting down, nor did the CIA appear to pressure them to honor the deal. The CIA wasn't going to let an upstart U.S. bureau dismantle the exiles. Some cartel or another was going to dominate the Southeast Asian heroin trade. Better to have it run by a vetted pro-U.S. syndicate instead of one hostile to American interest, or, heaven forbid, communists. In 1973, Nixon created the Drug Enforcement Administration, a tribe of super police fanning out across the globe to root out narcotics producers and wage the war on drugs. But from the start, more astute narcs realized this war would be fought with a caveat. no targeting traffickers deemed valuable by the CIA. Case in point, that very year, an exile's lieutenant and his crew got caught smuggling opium directly to the United States. He told DEA agents they were CIA assets, tasked with spying on China, and thus protected from prosecution. And he was right. CIA officials forced the DEA to drop the case. The smugglers walked away free. Some narcs couldn't make peace with this hypocrisy, including Levine, who joined the DEA at its inception. "Bunch of fraternity boys with guns and no honor," said Levine of the CIA. The people they were protecting, their so-called assets, they were fucking America and using the CIA as a condom. The DEA-CIA feud was on. Through the mid-1970s, the DEA built up a major presence in Thailand, and though weaker than the CIA, it was a feisty organization that demanded respect. The exiles couldn't spit in the faces of American narcotics agents. They had to at least pretend they'd transformed into wholesome tea farmers, as they'd promised, if only to save face for the U.S. government. Getting sucked into another loud, nasty battle like the clash at the sawmill with Zhang's militia years earlier would not be wise. That would subvert the big lie, attract nosy reporters, and endanger the status quo, perhaps even forcing the U.S. and Thai intelligence services to rescind legal immunity and let the DEA take the exiles down. This presented a dire challenge. Any drug cartel unable to throw its full might into defending trafficking routes soon finds its turf challenged. The war on drugs burdened the exiles with a terrible weakness, and few could sniff out weakness better than Zhang and Wei. In 1974, 3 years into the war on drugs, Zhang's crew finally freed their boss from prison. Busting him out wasn't possible. The Burmese kept Zhang inside a well-fortified prison in the distant, dusty plains of Mandalay, so they had to get creative. They opted for a hostage swap, kidnapping 2 Soviet doctors from a remote clinic and threatening to blow their brains out if Zhang wasn't freed. Loath to upset the Soviet Union, then the world's number 2 superpower, Burmese officials grudgingly unclasped Zhang's manacles. Once turned loose, he reunited with Wei, his mentee, and the rest of the gang. Prison changed the boss. Zhang said it gave him time to think about who he'd been and what he wanted to become. He'd spent his confinement pondering the future of his race. The Shan race, he meant, much to Wei's surprise. Before his arrest, Zhang seldom mentioned his Shan blood, acquired from his long-deceased mother. He carried himself in every respect like an ethnic Chinese entrepreneur. But now Zhang was asking why the Burmese and Thais had nations of their own, but his beautiful Shan people did not. He told his crew that a people with no nation were doomed to grow rice for oppressors' stomachs, their sons press-ganged, and their daughters sold as prostitutes. Were the 8 million Shan not beggars, sleeping on beds of gold, rich in opium, yet deprived of its lucre by outside interlopers, such as General Li? They would live in squalor until some great leader arose to carve out an independent Shan nation. "I am that leader," he said. "Bury the name Zhang Qifu. From now on, I am Kun Sa, Prince of Prosperity in the Shan language." Prison clearly hadn't dulled his ego. Shan scholars still debate whether this transformation was sincere. Either way, Zhang appeared to realize, in contradiction to his earlier views, that a mere hustler could only amass so many followers. Few will fight to make another man rich. Many will sacrifice blood to elevate their race. This truth was vindicated as Kun Sa quickly rallied thousands of Shan fighters to his side, rousing them with promises of impending nationhood. By 1976, Kun Sa, with Wei at his side, had chosen a site for this new Shan nation. It was a valley belonging to the exiles on the Thai side of the border. Locals called the area Broken Rock, a rare breach in the Thai-Burma mountainscape connecting the two countries. The exiles used it as a thoroughfare for jumbo-sized caravans. Running through Broken Rock was a wide trail, stomped to tawny dust by a million hooves. Non-exile smugglers could also pass through. But any smuggler who wasn't with us had to pay the tax, said Jiao Kaiwa, a former exile sergeant. Outsiders always paid, unless they wanted trouble. Raw-boned and surly, Jiao was the exile's chief toll collector in Broken Rock. One morning in 1976, he heard over the radio that trouble had come through overnight. A few dozen smugglers had slipped through on foot, dropped off some opium on the Thai side, and crept back to Burma without paying. Probably Kun Sa's guys, according to the radio dispatcher. Kun Sa. Jiao knew the name. The scoundrel Zhang, newly reinvented as a Robin Hood, vowing to liberate the Shan 1 kilo of opium at a time. I didn't care about any of that shit, Jiao told me. All I knew is that he didn't pay his taxes. Not that Sergeant Jiao could see where those taxes were going. His platoon wore threadbare uniforms and only got pork flecked into their rice bowls once a month. Like most corporations, the exiles shaved cost to the bone. Jiao's rifle was a black market M16 that had seen better days. But it did the job, and now they had a job to do, tracking down Kun Sa's border jumpers, 30 of them, if the radio had it right. Jiao told his men to gear up. They were going hunting. His platoon crept into Burma and found the offenders at a small gully. Kun Sa's trespassers were resting, some snoozing, exhausted from their late-night foray. Whispering, Jiao told his men to encircle the enemy and wait for his signal. You never want to get into some long, drawn-out firefight, if you can help it, Jiao told me. They'll call reinforcements, we will too. Everyone will get stuck out there all day. You want to kill them all at once, to give them a hug. A hug? Sure, like closing a fist with the enemy at the center. You surround them and squeeze in. Slowly walk toward the middle, shooting every enemy you see, making sure you don't hit your own people. The massacre only took a minute or two. 30 Shan men slaughtered for the crime of tax evasion. Jiao didn't stick around to search their corpses. They'd made a terrible racket. It was time to leave. Darkness fell before the platoon made it back to headquarters, and the famished soldiers headed straight for the mess hall. One might expect their bravery would merit a bottle of baijiu, throat-scorching Chinese rice liquor, or at least a few sausages. But as I recall, Jiao said, they'd run out of rice by the time we got back. We went to bed hungry. That was the last time Jiao got the jump on Kun Sa's fighters. In the ensuing months, the Shan rebels plowed into Broken Rock with greater ferocity, forcing the exiles out of the valley. They could not be hugged to death. There were too many of them, eyes alight with a freedom fervor the aging exiles no longer felt. Kun Sa pried loose Broken Rock and flooded it with 2,000 loyal fighters, equal to 1/3 of the exiles' strength. He concentrated them in that one valley, daring General Li to take it back. But he couldn't, not under the new war on drugs strictures. Kun Sa and Wei had gamed it out perfectly. The exiles could manage a little skirmish up in Burma, but a larger battle right on the Thai border would draw a press like mosquitoes and reveal they were still a mega cartel, not a collective of docile farmers. Farmers don't get sucked into dogfights over dope roots. Their hands tied, the exiles had to let Broken Rock go. Kun Sa gave the valley a grander title, Shanland. a micronation, roughly 100 square miles, the size of Washington, D.C. New citizens poured into Shanland, hacking down vine-choked thickets, building homes with bamboo walls and zinc roofs. Khun Sa gave them plumbing, electricity, a hospital, and schools, even ID cards. He commissioned a flag stitched from yellow and green fabric and flew it overhead. At 4 a.m., even before the roosters crowed, Khun Sa would mount a black steed and bolt through his virgin country, shouting into the fog. "Wake up, citizens of Shanland! We have a nation to build." "Tell me one country that became independent," Khun Sa would say, "without having to bear hardships, without having to struggle and fight. If the struggle of the Shan people, to whom this country legitimately belongs, is unfair, so was the American Revolution." Khun Sa anointed Wei as his nation's treasurer. The protege got his own office, wired up with telephone lines, and a radio room fit to rival that of General Lee. Wei summoned his two brothers, Shi Long and Shi Ying, to help run the treasury. They worked all hours, ringing clients day and night, forging relationships with up-and-coming heroin wholesalers in Bangkok, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. But the Wei brothers weren't content to sell heroin around Asia. They set their sights on Americans, the most desirable customers, for they were plentiful and, by global standards, rich. Various Southeast Asian syndicates had been trying to smuggle heroin to them across the Pacific, some using former GIs as mules on commercial airplanes, but only dribs and drabs made it through. Wei and his brothers, working with Chinese diasporas, found a better solution. They managed to put Shanland's product on U.S.-bound container ships and cargo jets. Now the heroin could move in tremendous volumes. The Wei brothers' drug labs stamped plastic-wrapped kilos of heroin with a signature crest, 2 red lions mounting the planet Earth, a brand like the Coca-Cola swirl, assuring traffickers down the supply chain the dope was pristine. In 1977, just 1 year after Shanland's founding, Wei achieved what many thought impossible. He shattered the exiles' monopoly. Shanland now controlled a dominant share of the regional opium trade. But never did Wei seek credit for this stunning reversal, instead letting the Shan people believe Khun Sa was the sole source of their prosperity. That made Khun Sa love his treasurer all the more. He fawned over Wei, often at the expense of others in his crude cabinet of fellow criminals. Why couldn't the rest of them strive so tirelessly, so selflessly? "I don't want to tell you again," Khun Sa would tell them. "All of you need to be more like Wei Shikang." Vowing to wage all-out global war on the drug menace, the DEA kept expanding across the planet. Offices opened in dozens of countries, including Italy, Mexico, and Peru. Among its targets, Mediterranean mafiosi and Latin American border gangs, smuggling cocaine and cannabis into the United States. But Thailand was a major priority, worthy of 2 DEA offices, one in Bangkok, among its largest hubs in the world, and in the late 1970s, another outpost in Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai was a splash of urbanity in the hills, temple bells sounding by day, discotheques throbbing by night. Half-crumbled walls ringed its downtown, as did a moat, the ruins of an ancient palace. Though picturesque, the area was also a heroin trafficking hotbed. General Lee kept an estate in Chiang Mai City, a safe refuge for his wife and children, away from his headquarters on the border. There was also a small U.S. consulate in Chiang Mai City, ostensibly built to assist American backpackers. Hidden within was a CIA station, created in part to liaise with the exiles and other Golden Triangle assets. When the DEA had the temerity to put its outpost in the very same consulate, U.S. spies grew enraged, and the two tribes were soon at each other's throats. State Department officials struggled to contain their feuds. As one U.S. diplomat, formerly second in command in Thailand, put it, "We spent a lot of time trying to keep those guys from shooting each other. There were some hot-headed people in those crowds." Many DEA agents in Chiang Mai, fed up with the CIA dictating which traffickers were off limits, became bitter. Not Angelo Saladino. The agent realized tussling with the CIA was futile. Sicilian by blood, Saladino was a former Peace Corps volunteer in Thailand who spoke the language well, and he'd even adopted Thai sensibilities, favoring face-saving workarounds over head-on confrontations. "Honestly, I tried to avoid the CIA as much as possible," he said. That required concessions. General Lee, untouchable. But the emerging drug lord Kun Sa was fair game. If only the DEA could find a way to nab him. Saladino got his first glimpse of Kun Sa's Shanland through a spool of 8mm film. Thai police had confiscated the reel off some low-level henchman and passed it along. The home video revealed a fine soiree. Lots of guys in suits with all the trimmings of a banquet, as nice as you could have in a jungle setting, Saladino said. Kun Sa was clearly the big chieftain, receiving people who'd come to show respect. It looked like a pretty comfortable life. No wonder Kun Sa looked relaxed. He and his whiz-kid treasurer, Wei, were virtually inoculated against arrest. Neutering the DEA was simple. American narcs could not single-handedly bust suspects. They just did the sleuthing, propping up local police who held the actual power to arrest. So Kun Sa showered bribes on Thai officials, from provincial cops to military generals to, reputedly, the Prime Minister himself. Police might occasionally pick off lackeys, but Kun Sa and his inner circle were immune. That was the most irksome bit about working for the DEA. You could learn every detail about the local kingpin, down to his taste in cocktails. Kun Sa was a Scotchman. But you couldn't lay a finger on him unless the host country gave the nod. There were hardly any big drug seizures because how would you get to it, Saladino said. Everyone's making too much money. Up to the highest levels of the army. They all got their envelopes. Some Thai cops, believers in the war on drugs, would try to assist the DEA. Others played the Americans for suckers. Saladino remembers one night when, working off a tip, he hunted down a suspicious tanker truck, reportedly full of opium. He pursued it to a banana farm, jumped a fence in the pounding rain, located the truck, climbed atop its tanker, and flipped open the porthole. Inside, he found more than 1,000 parcels of opium. Thai cops showed up, seized the drugs, and destroyed them. The DEA paid a cash reward to the tipster, only later realizing he was a police colonel, not a civilian. Worse yet, the opium was bogus. It's not that hard to make fake opium, Saladino said. You take overly ripened bananas, mix it with pig fat or rendered tallow, add in bits of rice straw, and you have a very close look-alike. Saladino could have raised hell, but he understood Thai culture well enough to know this would hurt him in the long run. Thai Buddhists tend to see red-faced fits of anger as lunacy, and no one wants to cooperate with a lunatic. Those were the realities of DEA work in Thailand. Invisible guardrails everywhere. Some constructed by Thai authorities, others by CIA officers. Challenging either was not just pointless, but perilous. As a made man, Kun Sa grew bold enough to venture from his mountain lair. Local tabloids spotted him dancing at Blue Moon, a swanky Chiang Mai nightclub, or sitting in the front row at a Bangkok pop concert. In his closet, he kept a traditional Shan tunic, a drab green general's uniform, and a pinstripe business suit with 1980s-style shoulder pads. Kun Sa was a shapeshifter, a man of the people or the penthouse, depending on the occasion. Much of Shanland was pastoral, and its downtown looked like an Old West trading post. Little clapboard shops selling rice and fertilizer, a pawn shop displaying furniture and acoustic guitars behind glass windows. Few citizens beheld the opulence of Kun Sa's private quarters, which were always guarded. The head of state inhabited a posh villa with tennis courts and a jumbo-sized swimming pool. Nighttime gave way to tumblers of whiskey, chilled by cubes from his own ice factory. His entertainment room featured a projector screen where Kun Sa showed Mickey Mouse cartoons, as well as porn films titled Secrets in a Convent and The Nun Gathers Mushrooms. The splendor even attracted defecting exile officers, tired of serving a cheapskate organization on the decline, eager to work for a rising star. Wei was an infrequent presence at these hangouts. He never got drunk or partied, instead preferring the company of his brothers and the bustle of his office. He was not missed. The other Shanland officers found him strange. His incessant hand-washing, his quietude, and know-it-all demeanor. Wei was a germaphobe in the company of killers. He was so fussy that, before sitting down, whether on a chair or a log, he'd run his hands across his thighs, smoothing out his slacks, lest his pants show wrinkles. Most of all, they hated the smug look on his face whenever Kun Sa praised him. But no one could mock the treasurer openly. That would rile the boss, and it was unwise to displease Kun Sa, a vindictive leader whose brush with the good life had not buffed his sharp edges. In Shanland, Kun Sa commissioned a special prison, a cavernous underground chamber more than 30 feet deep. Captives entered through a manhole on the surface, and they were lowered into its dark interior by rope. Once sealed from above, the insides went coffin black. Inmates pulled out of the chamber after many days would blink in the sunlight like gummy-eyed newborns. The Romans could not have designed a more dreadful place. Kun Sa would sentence disobedient followers to time in this hole. The prison always reminded Shanland's top officers that, for all his high-flying rhetoric, their leader still knew how to be cruel. Kun Sa was obsessed with betrayal, as natural-born backstabbers often are. Saladino had a new boss, Mike Powers, head DEA agent in Chiang Mai. He was muscular and scruffy, described as a real He-Man Incredible Hulk kind of guy. A native New Yorker with the accent to match, Powers had been a Marine in Vietnam. He'd served as a LRP, slang for long-range recon patrollers. Scouting deep inside enemy terrain required otherworldly fearlessness, and the CIA had recruited Powers for special missions, the nature of which he would not discuss. When the war ended, he joined the DEA. In Chiang Mai, Powers crossed red lines. Determined to carve the rot out of Thailand's police force, he exposed officers' links to drug smugglers, ruining careers left and right. In doing so, Powers also threatened Kun Sa, who relied on dodgy cops to prevent his arrest and even transport his drugs. Senior Thai officials warned Powers to back down, but he just kept carving. One morning in mid-October 1980, Powers received an unsettling phone call. His wife, Joyce, and their 3-year-old daughter were taken hostage. Joyce had been shopping in a Chiang Mai market when a young Thai man stuck a .38 revolver to her head. The gunman dragged Joyce, clinging to her toddler, into the cabin of a pickup truck. He'd started to peel out, but cops arrived quickly, surrounding the vehicle with pistols drawn. Curious onlookers encircled the standoff. Powers raced to the scene, pushing through the gawking throng, walking straight toward the gunman. He ripped open his shirt to prove he was unarmed. Through a bilingual bystander, the DEA agent pleaded with the kidnapper, "At least let my kid go." The man complied, letting the bystander remove the child from the truck, but he kept his revolver barrel pressed to Joyce's face. He chain-smoked furiously. His gun hand would not stop quivering. As Powers offered vast sums of money to the gunman, the pistol abruptly went off, perhaps by accident. The killer then panicked, firing wildly into the crowd. Thai cops instantly filled his body with bullets and sank a .45 slug into his brain. When the gun smoke cleared, both Joyce and the hostage taker were slumped across the pickup's bench seats. The couple had 3 children, and Powers, stricken with grief, took them back to the States. Another married DEA agent also left Chiang Mai, fearing his wife could be next. Only a few agents stuck around, 2 bachelors and Saladino, now elevated to the role of agent in charge. His own wife, Barbara, was mortified. That, well, it caused some problems, Saladino told me. Yeah, Barbara chimed in, marital problems. But look, he said, if I left and we closed that office, that's a hell of a signal to other traffickers around the world who want to get rid of the DEA. Barbara and the kids relocated to Bangkok while Saladino stayed on. That's probably the closest we came to getting divorced, she told me. He felt he had to hold down the fort, or they would win. But who was they exactly? Who'd ordered the kidnapping of Joyce Powers? Surely the CIA would know, or had the power to find out. The agency had ears in every filthy nook of the narcotics netherworld, even in places the DEA couldn't access. The CIA guarded its intel like a dragon squatting on treasure, but the DEA agents thought the agency would make an exception for Mike Powers, a former CIA operator. Their surveillance matrix could determine who'd ordered Joyce's botched kidnapping. Instead, the spies, committed to their turf war, froze out the narcs. DEA agents fumed. Left to hash out their own conclusions, suspicion settled on Khun Sa. We'd recently confiscated a big load of acetic anhydride from Khun Sa's guys, drums of it, Saladino said. It was very valuable. We thought maybe he wanted to use the kidnapping as leverage to get his chemicals back. Acetic anhydride is clear as water and smells like pickles. It is essential to the alchemy that turns opium sludge into heroin. Labs overseen by the Wei brothers in Shanland were acquiring acetic anhydride through shady police figures, some recently exposed by the DEA and tossed in prison. Perhaps the plan was not to kill Joyce Powers, but to hold her for ransom, trading her freedom for that of the imprisoned cops, or the chemicals. But the kidnapper screwed up the job. The murder was never formally solved, but to this day, the DEA is certain Joyce Powers was killed to send a message to Mike, to the DEA, and to the Americans. If you cross Khun Sa, there will be no question you will be killed. The DEA fixated on revenge. Guardrails be damned. Narcotics officials went all the way to the White House, asking incoming President Ronald Reagan to make the war on drugs look more like an actual war, starting with a guns-blazing invasion of Shanland. Up in Shanland, Khun Sa felt under pressure. His Thai police insiders were warning him that the DEA was growing obsessed with taking him out. Stress always inflamed the boss's paranoia, and his coterie of senior officers seized the moment. They channeled the boss's nervous energy toward the target of their own palace intrigues, Wei Shikang. By that point, resentment towards Wei Shikang was really building up, said Khun Sai Jae-yin, former secretary to Khun Sa. people turned Kun Sa against Wei by mixing some truth with some falsehoods. They alleged Wei embezzled profits behind Kun Sa's back, a dubious allegation. But this much was true. Wei was an inscrutable oddball who, along with his brothers, had amassed great influence over the future of Shanland, for they controlled its finances. Kun Sa gave Wei no opportunity to plead innocence for his supposed embezzling. He instead sent Shanland soldiers to yank the treasurer from his office and drag him up a little hill. At the top, on the ground, was a circle made of bricks, not much wider than a man's hips. Resting atop the circle was a wooden manhole cover. The soldiers removed it. They ordered Wei to hold on to a rope and lowered his skinny body into the black maw. Wei should have seen this coming. Clever as he was, he hadn't anticipated how America's drug war would exacerbate his boss's neuroses. He'd benefited when the DEA showed up to Thailand and hamstrung the exiles, enabling Kun Sa's rebels to snatch away a chunk of their territory, build Shanland upon it, and provide Wei with a base to start a stupendous heroin trafficking operation. But now the DEA was breathing down Kun Sa's neck too, and the tension was driving him to make impulsive decisions, like putting his own prodigy into an underground pit. Sitting at its bottom, Wei watched the rope ascend and the manhole cover slide back into place. He was trapped in a sightless void, imprisoned in cold dirt among earthworms, excrement accumulating around him as days passed. He could have done little else in that purgatory but sit still and try to fend off madness. Mr. Success. January 21, 1982. A mechanized din broke Shanland's serenity. On that brisk morning, roughly 800 uniformed Thai riflemen stormed the Emerald Valley in pickups and armor-plated vehicles, helmeted men on motorbikes zooming alongside. Inside Shanland's primary school, the day's lessons had just commenced. The proctor, teaching adolescent soldiers to read, was losing his students' attention. The noise drew boys from their seats to a schoolhouse window, all of them jostling to see the ruckus outside. "Quiet down and return to your seats," the proctor said. "Whatever those soldiers are doing, it poses no threat. If they're wearing Thai uniforms, they've been paid off by Kun Sa." "I thought there must be some other explanation for what was happening," the proctor told me. "Like maybe they were filming a movie." But the invasion was real, and at the first crack of gunfire, the boy soldiers flung down their books and grabbed their rifles, rushing to find Kun Sa so they could defend him to the death. Thailand's Border Patrol Police, a paramilitary force, spearheaded the siege. They answered to the kingdom's new prime minister, Pram Tinsulanon, a straight-laced army general who, unlike his predecessors, did not take bribes from any drug lords. 3 months before, Pram had visited the White House to meet President Ronald Reagan, also new in office and cultivating his slay the narcos persona. The Thai prime minister presented himself as a drug war ally, and after that meeting, U.S. anti-narcotics aid to Thailand shot up, hitting nearly $3 million a year. Joint Thai Drug Enforcement Administration plans to besiege Shanland took shape. The DEA hoped to retrieve Kun Sa's corpse, or at least extradite him to an American prison. That suited the Central Intelligence Agency just fine, for the agency preferred that the exiles dominate the Golden Triangle. The Thai squadrons fought house to house, shop to shop. Shan guerrillas in their underwear sprung from doorways, firing back with M16s. The battle had the makings of a long and bloody dance between two evenly matched combatants, until the valley resounded with propeller hum. American-made Broncos, twin-engine combat planes strafed Shanland with bullets and lobbed bombs, blasting buildings into blackened rubble and splitting trees in half. It took 3 days to conquer Shanland. The operation ended with roughly a dozen Thais and more than 100 Shan troops killed. Poking through the smoking wasteland, Thai police searched the villa, the radio room, and the armory, filled with bazookas and 50,000 ammo rounds. But they did not find Khun Sa. Those of you who frequently watch American cowboy movies, wrote a Thai newspaper that week, will understand that when the county sheriff tries to catch the criminal flees into Mexico. The sheriff can only watch in frustration while the criminal makes faces at him across the border. Khun Sa did more than make faces. He escaped to hills in Burma just north of Thailand's Mae Hong Son province, more than 100 miles away, and started over. 3,000 or so fighters and most of his citizens followed him to this backup site. The DEA failed to see that Shanland was never just some criminal hideout. Like every nation, it was an idea. Shanland would follow Khun Sa wherever he went. Neither the DEA nor the Thai troops could pursue Khun Sa further without invading a sovereign country. Not that any government had true authority over those borderlands. They were fluid, the domain of narcos on horseback. But officially, this was Burmese soil, even though Burma's military was nowhere nearby. Khun Sa's citizens poured more cement, raised wooden homes, and constructed new schools and hospitals. Shanland 2.0 was even more ostentatious than the original. One observer said its training facilities were fine as West Point, the vaunted U.S. military academy. There were anti-aircraft missiles in the hills, and around the leader's new villa, Art Deco streetlights glowed over paved avenues. Humiliated U.S. officials went to the media, rebranding the Prince of Prosperity as the King of Heroin. As time passed, the superlatives grew bigger, until one DEA chief proclaimed that Khun Sa conjured as much evil into this world as any mafia don has done in our history. Reporters lapped it up. Khun Sa was a cutthroat freebooter from a Terry and the Pirates comic strip, according to U.S. News and World Report, and the spiritual father of narco-terrorism. In Congress, U.S. politicians claimed Khun Sa buried humans alive and once killed a barber over a bad haircut. No rumor was too sensational to repeat. In turn, Khun Sa blurted out secrets the United States had taken pains to conceal. He said the CIA had long protected heroin traffickers from prosecution, all while it grabs Bangkok's hair by the head and ordered Thai leaders to do its bidding. To his Shan citizens, Khun Sa said, "We have been labeled the world's worst criminals, but their accusations reflect their own guilt." As his followers saw it, the former Shan orphan was taking on a superpower and winning. On special occasions, they would hoist Khun Sa onto their shoulders and parade him around. Khun Sa asked, "Am I really a demon with fangs, horns, and a tail? And if I am the king of heroin, isn't that just one more reason you should employ my services?" He told the American government there was only one way to win the drug war: pay the king to turn off the tap. "Just buy all of my opium and burn it," Khun Sa said. "You've done it before. Call me when you're ready to cut a deal." Had they caught him, Wei Shikang would have made a nice runner-up prize for the DEA. But he too was long gone by the time Thai commandos raided Shanland. Its subterranean prison was empty when they shined flashlights into its depths. At some point before the invasion, a circle of light appeared in the endless black above Wei's head, and a long rope dangled down. He gripped it and ascended through that dank hell's mouth, several Shanland soldiers pulling him to the surface. They handed him to the men who'd bribed them, Wei's two brothers. Once swept to safety, Wei scrubbed himself clean and asked for a plane ticket to Taiwan. He wanted to put an entire sea between himself and Kun Sa. Wei laid low on the island, weighing options. Perhaps it was time to go legit. Surely the ex-treasurer of Asia's top heroin-producing organization could hack it in the legal business world, selling shoes, car parts, electronics. But what a waste of his talent. Purposeless years passed, and all the while, Wei felt the Golden Triangle's gravitational pull. He wanted to join an armed group deserving of his genius, but his options were limited. He couldn't go work for the communists who ruled his Wa birthplace because, as Maoist, they abhorred all opium trafficking. He couldn't ask General Li Wenhuan for a job, not after burning him back when Wei was Kun Sa's sycophant. Wei was damaged goods. He had no choice but to seek out the most disreputable band of drug runners in the Golden Triangle, the Wa National Army. The name itself was absurd. They weren't a real army, more like 500 or so mercenaries skulking around the Thai-Burma border. Nor did they aspire to nationhood, but they were sure as hell Wa, a crew of hardened fighters, some former headhunters, all loyal to Shah, Saw Lu's former partner in the League of Warlords. When the League disintegrated in the early 1970s, Shah led his fighters down to the Thai border to hide out, and they'd lurked there ever since. Shah, retaining none of Saw Lu's idealism, turned his militia into a gang for hire, and for paying clients, including the exiles, they'd fetch loads of opium from ultra-dangerous reaches of the Golden Triangle, terrain claimed by the Communist Party of Burma, or even Shanland. Fearlessness was their calling card, extreme missions their forte. Wei resigned himself to applying for a position with the Wa National Army, figuring no other organization would have him. He flew to Thailand in 1984 and headed to the northern border, just above the province of Chiang Mai, where the landscape rolled, high summits descending into narrow, lizard-green valleys. Shah and his people had built an austere camp atop a peak, as befitted Wa Highlanders. They lived simply in bamboo shacks with plastic sheet roofs, the sort of housing they could abandon at a moment's notice. Wei found the camp and entered it, encountering the sort of rugged Wa men he'd once feared in adolescence. They brought him to meet their leader. Shah, then in his 40s, remained strong, a thick-jawed man at ease in the wilderness. He was welcoming and less callous than Wei expected, more tough old galoot than sadist. Shah neither smoked nor drank, instead nursing an addiction to ready-mix Nescafe. He told his guest to sit down and state his business. Wei's proposition was simple. The Wa National Army had gunmen, it had a smidgen of territory on the Thai-Burma border, it had a forbidding reputation. These were all excellent qualities for a drug-smuggling gang. What they lacked was business acumen. Wei could fix that. Leveling up in the trafficking game would require connections to Bangkok's Thai-Chinese business elites, exporters who mingled in high society and never actually laid hands on shrink-wrapped heroin parcels, even though their employees, working through various shell companies, smuggled drugs far and wide. By and large, they were esteemed men who mingled with politicians and sent their kids to private schools. A goon with cruddy fingernails could not move in these circles, but Wei, a half-Chinese businessman, could. The timing of Wei's proposal was propitious. Taiwan, a dictatorship still run by Kuomintang remnants, had for years paid Shah to collect intelligence on communist China, whatever the gang could glean during opium smuggling runs near the Burma-China border. Taiwan kept up these operations even after the CIA lost interest. But in that very year, 1984, Taiwan decided to cut Shah loose and cancel his retainer. Desperate to make up for lost income, Shah needed Wei, an expert moneymaker, just as much as Wei needed Shah. So Shah presented Wei to his men. Meet your new treasurer. These Hua fighters did not readily trust the man standing before them in office slacks. That he was half Hua paled before his quirks. When they all sat down for lunch, someone offered chopsticks to Wei, and he requested boiling water to disinfect them. As for lodging, Wei refused to sleep in a hut like the others. If they wanted him as their treasurer, the Hua National Army would have to build a cement home for him. Shah told the mercenaries to do as the man bade. In the coming months, they would learn to overlook his eccentricities. Wei set up new drug labs, staffing them with ethnic Chinese chemists, and when profits rolled in, he shared the wealth. His two brothers became fixtures at the camp too. The Weis seldom ate with the Hua smugglers, a social bunch who loved strong drink and bawdy campfire tales, but neither did they get in their way. The Wei brothers just poured themselves into their work, and soon enough, the Hua National Army came to see Wei Shikang as a second leader, just as essential as Shah. Wei quickly overhauled the gang into a proper trafficking syndicate, using it to supply exporters with velvety white heroin that made its way to markets in Hong Kong and even the distant United States. It was a boutique operation compared to that of the Exiles or Shanland, but its future looked promising. The Hua mercenaries only had to keep bringing in raw opium and shoot anyone who dared threaten Wei's heroin labs. Around that time, in the mid-1980s, General Lee was turning portly, with snow-white tufts fringing his ears. He spent most of his time at his estate in Chiang Mai City with his wife and children. Grandkids toddled around the halls. He badly longed to retire from the drug trade, this time for real. So, in early 1984, when his mortal enemy Kun Sa suggested meeting face-to-face to make peace, Lee grudgingly agreed to hear what he had to say. He arranged the meeting on safe ground, Lee's own mountain headquarters, overlooking the fog-swept hills of Burma. Kun Sa came into the room exuding politeness and calling himself Jiang, just like the old days. But he quickly got to the point. Kun Sa said he was well on his way to fully monopolizing the Thai-Burma border drug trade. The Exiles, a shrinking organization, should go ahead and cede their remaining territory to Shanland. In return, he would happily pay Master Lee a lifetime stipend, ensuring he retired rich. Kun Sa was essentially proposing a corporate buyout. But to secure the deal, Lee would have to tell his Thai and American patrons to accept Kun Sa as the Golden Triangle's rightful custodian, a businessman who, despite his bombastic rhetoric, was reasonable and open to cooperation. General Lee listened closely. Father was truly ready to wash his hands of everything, one of Lee's children told me. But in the end, he couldn't go along with what Kun Sa wanted. Why not? Have you ever seen The Godfather? That more or less explains what happened. In the film, Godfather Vito Corleone is an aging Italian mafia patriarch, based in New York but born in the old country. He is approached by a brash narco-trafficker named Salazzo. The trafficker knows Corleone has New York officials in his pocket, and if he can partner up with the Godfather, he too might enjoy immunity from arrest. But Corleone knows better. The judges and politicians whose patronage he enjoys would never protect a character as sordid as Salazzo. Corleone, a Sicilian immigrant, rejects Salazzo, for he cannot jeopardize his standing in America, his adopted home. By the same token, General Lee knew sidling up to Asia's most despised drug lord would enrage his American and Thai allies. Worse yet, his own ethnic Chinese soldiers would think him senile. And nothing mattered more to Lee than respect from other Yunnanese exiles. He saw them as his children. Lee's answer was no. Khun Sa nodded and slipped away. Soon after, in March 1984, a truck pulled up to Lee's estate. The driver leapt out and sprinted away. Seconds later, 1 ton of explosives cratered the pavement, shattering windows in a half-mile radius. The blast left a smoking hole in the mansion's side. Lee's elderly wife, resting inside, was blown off her bed. Regaining her senses, she rushed to the nursery, where her grandchildren, aged 1 and 3, had been sleeping. Paint chips fluttered from the ceiling. The toddler was wailing, alive, thank goodness, but the infant made no sound. A pile of scorched planks covered the baby's bassinet. With a maid's help, Mrs. Lee clawed at the rubble and pulled her grandchild out. She was horrified by the trickle of crimson streaming from the baby's ear. Miraculously, the children were not seriously hurt, and the blast killed no one. General Lee, by a stroke of luck, was away at a last-minute doctor's appointment. Later on, his children gathered around and asked, "Dad, what are you going to do?" Lee's expression was flat. "Nothing," he said. "Such is life, such is business." CIA files indicate he was less forgiving. The exiles killed a few of Khun Sa's Thailand-based brokers as revenge. But ultimately, the bombing marked the end of an era. Lee, nearing his 60s, appeared feeble in the face of Khun Sa's wrath. Khun Sa's soldiers started grinding down the exiles, swallowing up even more of their smuggling routes. On a recruitment blitz, Shan Lan's army absorbed smaller Shan rebel groups and increased troop numbers to 20,000. Khun Sa was viewed as a menace, not only by the DEA, but also by the CIA, loath to see Asia's heroin trade dominated by a moody, America-hating supervillain. Unlike General Lee, he wasn't the sort of drug lord anyone could control. The CIA had long counted on the exiles to halt Khun Sa's expansion, but the cartel had lost its vitality. Prosperity has made CIF members complacent, wrote the spy agency, using its in-house acronym for the exiles, Chinese Irregular Forces. The cartel no longer possesses military cohesion, and its members are aging rapidly. Thus did opportunity arise for the Wa National Army, the Golden Triangle's attack dogs of last resort. Perhaps the exiles were too decrepit to smite Khun Sa's forces on their own. But if paired with fearless Wa guerrillas, they might pose an actual threat. It was 1986, and the U.S. government's Just Say No campaign was ramping up. First Lady Nancy Reagan, wearing gold earrings and a prim red dress, told primetime TV viewers that drugs take away the dream from every child's heart and replace it with a nightmare. In the war on drugs crusade, there was no moral middle ground, she said. Be unyielding and inflexible in your opposition to drugs. But in that very year, along the Thai-Burma border, U.S. intelligence officers were embroiled in a plan that was nothing if not morally muddled, for they were secretly encouraging one heroin trafficking organization to fight another. The plan, conceived by American and Thai intelligence officers, was simple. Fortify the Wa National Army, jointly run by Shah and Wei, with high-powered weapons. Send them deep into Khun Sa's empire to wreak havoc. In return for their services, the Wa gang would not have to fear arrest on drug trafficking charges in Thailand, even if they produced heroin for export to America. Thai military intelligence, a close CIA partner, took the lead in strengthening the Wa National Army. When I first saw them, said a CIA-trained former Thai intelligence officer, they were short guys wearing Converse sneakers, not even leather boots, and they had old weapons, even AK-47s, those terrorist guns. The Americans didn't want to send their own advisors, so they ran the program through us. We provided the training, equipment, even some military uniforms. According to CIA files, Thailand's army gave the Wa mercenaries easy access to stockpiles of guns and ammo, an arsenal supplied by the United States. Thai officers even aided the Wa in planning operations against Khun Sa's forces. Everyone knew our fighters were the toughest, one former Wa National Army member told me. I don't mean strong necessarily. Our guys might not be able to lift 100 kilos over their heads, but we could endure anything without complaint and master any weapon. Now the Wa were receiving new model M16s and unlimited ammo. Thailand was eager to build the gang into a formidable force, in large part to placate the American government. At the time, the United States grumbled that Thailand did too little to weaken Khun Sa. Honestly, we were trying to avoid a direct fight with Khun Sa, the former Thai intelligence officer told me. We'd already lost too many lives at Broken Rock, and we didn't want to cross into Burma. The solution? Outsource the mission to Shah and Wei's gang. People say the Wa fighters are not afraid to die, right? So why not have them die instead of us? Raised on gruesome headhunter stories, Thai officers believed the Wa were almost superhuman in their killing prowess. But with roughly 500 guerrillas, the Wa National Army could only dole out so much pain. So under the Thai military supervision, the Wa National Army was paired with General Lee's exiles to create an anti-Khun Sa alliance. The CIA praised this alliance's aggressive hit-and-run tactics, but hitting and running is all they could do. As CIA reports noted, the Wa Exiles Alliance was incapable of set-piece battles. It comprised only about 1,000 fighters altogether. Shanlan's army was 20 times bigger. At least the skirmishes, mostly on the Burmese side of the border, were so minor that the press barely noticed. The key benefactor of this arrangement? Wei. Practically impervious to arrest, he expanded his trafficking network and cozied up to Thai officials. Through bribes, he even acquired a Thai passport with a fake name and a birth date shaving 8 years off his real age. He chose the bogus moniker Prasit Chiwenitipanya. In Thai, this means Mr. Success, one who has great wisdom under the law. Wei avoided the battlefield, hanging close to the Wa National Army's main camp. While Wa fighters wore fatigues, he dressed in white-collar attire. I still think about his hair, the former Wa National Army fighter told me. It was impeccable, even in the jungle, not a strand out of place. The Wa guerrillas, aware that Wei was useless in an ambush, didn't begrudge their financier. He did his job, we did ours. Wei was quiet and rarely smiled, but when he did speak, he was very honest. We respected that. By the late 1980s, it grew obvious that no amount of U.S. weaponry or Thai military guidance could help the Exiles Wa alliance defeat Khun Sa. They'd barely dented his empire. The conflict just fizzled out. The Exiles effectively collapsed, the group's officers ditching their rifles to start tea plantations, as they'd once promised to do. General Lee slid into a placid retirement. The fatigued Wa mercenaries stuck to their own little patch of the borderlands and stayed out of Khun Sa's way. Shah and Wei kept the syndicate going, aspiring to nothing more than trafficking loads of heroin and piling up cash. But as the Wa National Army devolved back into a straight-up drug gang, it lost its usefulness to Thai and U.S. intelligence. As shock troops with a cause, warring against the so-called king of heroin, they enjoyed legal immunity. Once that mantle of protection frayed, Wei's trafficking operation was vulnerable to law enforcement. Once again, Wei should have seen it coming. Already, DEA agents in Bangkok had files on Wei, described as a supercriminal who, along with his brothers, used the Hua National Army to export multi-hundred-kilogram quantities of heroin into the United States. Without higher powers holding the narcs on a leash, they could hunt him down and score a career-making arrest. A trawler bobbed 5 miles off Thailand's coast. It was anchored near a coral-fringed island, uninhabited if you didn't count the crabs and macaques. By day, foreigners paid good money to snorkel near this island and glimpse angelfish beneath glassy blue waves. But night was falling. The tourists were gone, and a black pall fell over paradise. That was fine by the Thai men on the trawler. They hadn't come for the scenery. The two smugglers, Somsak and Damrong, were fidgety, awaiting a speedboat. Their boss had told them it would show up sometime before dawn, bearing 680 kilos of heroin. Premium stuff, soap-white flakes, upward of 95% pure, and triple-wrapped to keep out the ocean damp. The smugglers were anxious to collect the drugs and pilot the trawler into international waters. Their boat was not fast, 8 knots per hour, max speed, and it would take more than a week to reach their destination, Hong Kong, or rather the scattered islands beyond the glowing metropolis. There, per their boss's instructions, they would rendezvous with Chinese traffickers at sea, hand over the dope, and motor back to Thai shores. The moon was ascending in the sky, casting shimmers on the ocean's surface. Where the hell was that speedboat? Somsak and Damrong had done their best to disguise the trawler's origins, just in case police spotted it and tried to trace it back to their boss, in whose name it was registered. Before, the words "Sea-Loving Heart" were emblazoned on the hull, but they'd painted over that with a fresh coat. Because Thai captains liked painting boats in loud oranges and mustard yellows, the smugglers did the same, hoping their vessel would blend in with legit trawlers dragging the sea for mackerel. At last, the speedboat revved into view and slid beside the trawler. The men on board, working fast, helped Somsak and Damrong hustle the heroin onto the trawler's deck. They were almost done when a terrible roar on the horizon made everyone look up in unison. A gunmetal gray ship was speeding in their direction, fast as hell. Its bow pointed at them like an arrowhead. Royal Thai Police was stenciled in white letters on the vessel's side. Somsak and Damrong scrambled out of sight, seeking cover on their trawler, both awkwardly crouching behind the same water tank. They heard gunfire popping. Traffickers on the speedboat shooting at the cops, laying down cover fire, trying to get away. Good. Perhaps the cops would forget the heroin-loaded trawler and pursue the speedboat instead. No such luck. Boots shook the trawler's deck, and seconds later, Thai Marine Police stood over Somsak and Damrong, aiming rifles at their chests. The pair squealed. "It's our boss you really want," they said. "You can find him on the outskirts of Bangkok. Here's the address." Police tracked down the boss, and he snitched too, telling the cops to look higher up the supply chain. "I was hired by some rich Chinese guy named Mr. Prasit," he said. "Go find him on the northern border." The man was wise to confess because Thai police already knew all about Mr. Prasit, thanks to the DEA. Prasit, real name Wei Shikang, was their target all along. A month prior, the DEA had staked out a Bangkok restaurant, snapping photos of a transaction. Somsak and Damrong's boss receiving cash-stuffed paper bags from Wei himself. This was payment for smuggling nearly 700 kilos to Hong Kong gangsters, who'd then traffic it all the way to California, all on Wei's instructions. Thai police and the DEA had successfully intercepted Wei's heroin. Now they needed to nab the man himself. Wei seldom emerged from his Hua National Army camp, just north of the Thai-Burma border. But in November 1988, he came down to rural Chiang Mai province on a business trip. He was indignant when Thai police walked up to him in public and slapped on handcuffs. "I'm just a gem trader," he cried, as they hauled him into the nearest police precinct. DEA agents, waiting inside, slammed him against the wall and snapped his mugshot. Wei refused to face the camera. In the mugshot, his brow is crunched in anger, lips drooping, eyes narrowed in defiance. Wei, in his striped button-up shirt, looks like an actuary having a wretched afternoon. The DEA intended to fly Mr. Success to the United States. Wei had never seen the country, even though he owed his first job to the CIA and his fortune to America's heroin addicts. Soon he might even get to meet a few of them. It looked like Wei might spend the next decade or 3 inside a U.S. penitentiary once the United States processed his extradition. Wei awaited legal proceedings inside Thailand's Chiang Mai prison, a steamy, crowded place where jailers herded dozens of inmates into cells built for only a few. They slept on the floor in tight rows, prisoners' bodies trading sweat when they rolled over in the night. Wei's uniform was a tarnished beige smock. Metal shackles chafed his shins red. He was thoroughly miserable. Not long into his stay, Wei wondered if a little cash might improve his situation. He sidled up to a guard and inquired, "How much to remove these manacles?" The next day, when Chiang Mai's prison warden saw Wei walking unencumbered through the prison yard, he sensed trouble. He knew his own guards lacked integrity, and since this inmate held special interest to the DEA, its narcotics agents might raise a fuss if they discovered Wei enjoyed special treatment. Hoping to shift the problem elsewhere, the warden transferred Wei to a larger complex in Bangkok. In Bangkok, Wei tested the virtue of his new jailers and found them equally fond of bribes. When he requested a private cell, the guards acquiesced. And how about replacing the cell's stained squat hole with a Western-style commode? Again, the guards complied. Wei kept pushing and prodding until he discovered that, for a large enough bribe, authorities would open the gates and let him walk out. Soon, embarrassed Thai authorities were explaining to the DEA that Wei Shikang, held on potential death penalty trafficking charges, had been released on bail. The narcotics agents seethed. To appease them, Thai judges later sentenced Wei to death in absentia, but by then he was already gone. Wei had nowhere else to run but back to the Hua National Army camp, north of the Thai border. He was in his early 40s, the ground beneath him crumbling. Pursued by the DEA, banished from Thailand, even his birthplace in the Hua Peaks was off limits, ruled as it was by communists who would never welcome a black market capitalist into their midst. Wei's movements were restricted to the small area in Burma, just a few valleys, maybe 100 square miles, that his Hua National Army mercenaries could defend. But even this little stronghold was in peril. Shanland forces flanked them from multiple sides, and it seemed only a matter of time before Khun Sa sent in his best troops to wipe out the Hua National Army completely, exacting revenge on the former treasurer who'd slipped his grasp 7 years before. Numbering in the low hundreds, the Hua mercenaries sought answers from their leaders, Wei and Sha. They had none to offer. The gang's outlook was bleak. There was a simple radio receiver in the Hua camp, wires strung up in tree limbs functioning as antenna. The mercenaries used it to communicate with home base when they traveled far afield, but it also picked up chatter between other smuggling syndicates and rebel groups. In the third week of April 1989, the receiver lit up with shocking news about the Hua motherland, the place where Wei, Sha, and the entire gang originated. A revolt. The communists who'd long subjugated their homeland, some 200 miles to the north, deposed, expelled by indigenous Hua proclaiming the rise of a new era and a new Hua nation, committed not to some Maoist fantasy, but to the betterment of their race. Upon hearing this news, Sha and his mercenaries turned jubilant, for many bore scars from battling communist invaders in the late 1960s and early 70s, during the League of Warlords era. Their fellow Hua had finally come to their senses and tossed the commies out. Comeuppance at last. Wei, too, rejoiced in his own quiet way. A potential lifeline was dropping down when he needed it most. Whatever shape this new Hua nation took, no matter its creed, he was certain it could use the expertise of an accomplished heroin trafficker such as himself. Nativity. Winter, early 1989, in the Hua Highlands, a few months before the revolt. Pangsang was a rogue capital, separated from China by a cold river brown as wilted grass. The little town was cradled in a gully, its dirt avenues lined with shanties. Denizens bartered in a market built of poles and tarps, women in rags weighing produce on rusty scales. These highlands had never known riches, but under the Communist Party of Burma, the Hua contended with both poverty and degradation. They were enthralled to the party's Politburo, die-hard Maoist, all-ethnic Burmese living atop a Pangsang hill in finer brick dwellings, looking down upon the Spartan huts of their inferiors. These 21 men, identically dressed in dumpy green suits, were neither Hua nor fluent in the local tongue. Like some priestly caste, the Politburo members spoke in a strange lexicon, dialectics, perpetual revolution, citing incantations of dead prophets. Portraits of Mao, Stalin, and Lenin stared down from their walls like patron saints. They composed diatribes that aired from a radio transmitter donated by China, though few Hua peasants had a receiver with which to listen. The Politburo governed a mountainous zone patrolled by 15,000 underfed soldiers, most of them Hua. This was the largest communist rebel enclave on Earth. The Politburo members seldom ventured into the realm they governed, however, and their orders seeped down to the masses through native intermediaries. Foremost among them was a Hua man named Zhao Ni Lai, the very same Lai, once known as Commander Longlegs, whose guerrillas had vanquished Saw Lu's anti-communist League of Warlords nearly 2 decades prior. In his late 40s, Lai was still gangly, a commander whose uniform never quite fit. He'd risen as high in the party hierarchy as his race and third-grade schooling would allow. Though he devoted much of his 20s to upholding communism in the Hua motherland, he'd come to quietly loathe it, because for all their talk of class equality, the Politburo members treated his ethnicity as inferior, a warrior class that did the soldiering, while book-smart Burmese Maoists issued decrees. Lai never forgot the day his heart first started hardening against the party. More than 10 years back, at party headquarters in Pangsang, he'd received a Morse code message from Pang Wai, where his pregnant wife and daughters lived. "Congrats," it read. "Your wife just gave birth to a boy." Lai rushed outside to requisition a jeep, but every vehicle was out of fuel. So he mounted a bicycle and started pedaling. His house in Pang Wai was 50 miles away. On his journey, Lai passed shoeless children with distended bellies, nary a school nor clinic, rat-nibbled cornfields clinging to dry slopes, and few poppy flowers, for the Maoist Politburo restricted the harvesting of opium. No longer did the Wa live in skull-adorned fortresses or feud between clans, but they were as estranged from one another as ever. The party invested little in paved roads, making travel between villages difficult. If arteries connected the tribe, Lai thought, a sense of oneness might course through their homeland. As light drained from the sky, Lai kept pedaling, his long legs burning. The cliffside trail soon became nearly impossible to see. Suddenly, Lai went airborne, wheels no longer touching the earth, his body sailing through the black. He regained consciousness at the bottom of a ravine, his thumb twisted sideways at a hideous angle, his face sticky with blood. His ribs hurt with every breath. Lai ditched the bike and dragged himself up the hill, back to the path, walking the rest of the way. He reached his house in the bluish dawn. His newborn son slept inside, but Lai was not ready to face him. He sat in the dirt and wept. How many fellow Wa had he killed to achieve a Maoist utopia? And what had come of that bloody sacrifice? One of his best comrades, another commander named Bao Yuxiang, liked to say with characteristic bluffness that the Wa still lived like monkeys, illiterate, dying from common ailments, disconnected from one another. This was the society in which his son would grow up. Since that incident, Lai's faith in communism had eroded a little more each day, bit by bit. By the 1980s, radical thoughts agglomerated in his head, gradually gaining shape. Some days he wanted to reform the system. Other days he wanted to smash it. This inner unrest manifested as a funny habit. When fed up with his Maoist bosses, Commander Lai would abandon his Pangsang headquarters and set off for some random village in the peaks. He'd summon the locals to an impromptu fireside meeting and preach to them with a tent revivalist fervor, pacing about like an upright panther. He held the warrior farmers rapt, not with cold Leninist theories, but with his own gospel of ethnic awakening, hot and from the heart. Wa self-love and Wa self-pride. That was his message, Lai's daughter, Yipeng Lai, told me. I think he was still suffering deep down from his childhood when he had been enslaved. He wanted the next generation to have a better life, and he knew communism could not deliver it. Lai dared not blaspheme against communism directly, but there was a subversive bite to his preaching. It exalted racial solidarity over Marxist theories, self-reliance above nursing off the Chinese government's teat. When Lai preached, he drank. Seldom did he put down his blai, swigged out of bamboo cups. Lai would grow wobbly on his feet, and though equivalent to a 4-star general, he'd pass out on some stranger's floor, wake up foggy-brained the next morning, and race back to headquarters. The villagers adored him. In Pangsang, Lai confided his ideas to Bao, his best pal and a fellow commander. Bao was ultra-pragmatic, less of a political thinker with a hearty laugh coarsened by cigarettes. Both privately derided their leaders for dining on Chinese sausages, while the rank and file eked by on rice and salt. The two friends spoke in code, calling the Politburo students, for they were bookish and naive. Like Lai, Bao had grown up rough. In his head-hunting hamlet, the go-to childhood game was a hyper-violent take on dodgeball. Kids collected a local fruit with stone-like pits, then convened boys and girls in a circle. They'd lob the projectiles at each other's heads until only one child was upright, the others semi-concussed in the dirt. Bao was usually the last boy standing. In his teenage years, he graduated to headhunting, and as leader of a village gang, Bao fought roving indigenous spies loyal to the apparatus run by Taiwan and the Central Intelligence Agency, and he sometimes separated his enemies' skulls from their necks. His exploits attracted Chinese commissars, who made him a guerrilla squadron chief in the late 1960s and later handed him to the Communist Party of Burma. In the war against Saw Lu's League of Warlords, Bao solidified his reputation for fearlessness, and after victory became a commander who answered directly to the Politburo. Bao epitomized Hua warriordom, a weapon valuable to whoever wielded him. By the mid-1980s, both Bao and Lai could sense it. Fissures in the status quo through which shone flashes of a brighter future. Chairman Mao Zedong was long gone, dead since 1976. China, under its new leader, Deng Xiaoping, was unclenching the steel vice that gripped its economy, letting markets breathe a little. It spoke of trading with neighbors, not liberating their populations through bloody insurrection. Beijing had been whispering to the Communist Party of Burma Politburo, "Your mission is over. Come retire in China and live the rest of your lives as farmers." But the Politburo, more Maoist than the Chinese, refused to cooperate. So Beijing weaned the party off vital supplies: rice, fuel, bullets, and equipment. The Politburo harumphed and pouted, but did nothing to fix the existential crisis at hand. Without Chinese material support, its communist enclave would plunge even further into horrendous poverty. Hua villagers came to commanders Lai and Bao, complaining of hunger. "Tell your Politburo bosses we must return to producing opium, as did our ancestors, selling the highland's only exportable resource so we can buy food." Lai relayed the message, but the priggish Politburo said no. According to Maoist dogma, narcotics tarnished the revolutionary spirit. The party would only let farmers trade opium in modest amounts. Anyone caught trafficking in bulk would face imprisonment, possibly death. Insubordination mounted in the late 1980s. Hua battalion leaders answering to Lai and Bao said that, with the Chinese lifeline snipped, they were going to churn out opium, lest their troops starve. The Politburo could go shove it. These battalions took their drugs to the black market and sold them to the Exiles, an organization then on its last legs. Supposed communists were doing business with supposed anti-communists. The world was upside down. It was time for Lai and Bao to right it. On a cold spring day, April 17th, 1989, Lai and Bao amassed mutineers by the hundreds in Pangsang's outskirts, their AK-47s at the ready. It was Tingjan, a major Burmese holiday marking the Buddhist New Year. The Hua did not observe this lowlander holy day, but the Burmese Politburo leaders did, typically by gorging on food and alcohol. It was a perfect opportunity for the Hua to march through town, up the hill, and knock the Politburo members off their rotten pedestal. The revolt was scheduled for early evening. By that hour, Lai was inebriated and pacing among the rebels, revving them up with talk of slaughtering the oppressors. He always got feisty after a cup or 7 of Blai. Lai was in no state to lead a coup. Bao pulled his fellow conspirator aside and convinced him to hang back. then returned to the head of the formation and led the rebels into Pangsang. Most marched on foot, others rode in jeeps equipped with machine guns. Night enveloped the peaks, and a full moon lit their way forth. The mutineers tingled with a desire for revenge. News of the rebellion spread fast. By the time they reached Pangsang's shabby marketplace, every civilian had scattered. The road ahead was blocked by a Communist Party of Burma security squadron, also ethnically Wa, and they were arrayed in a line, with rifles braced against their shoulders, ready to protect the Politburo on the hill beyond. The mutineers mirrored them, forming their own line and raising their weapons. A standoff. Bao shouted to his men, "Hold your fire." A rifle barked. Someone's finger must have twitched, and it was not clear which side fired until a Wa mutineer keeled over, bleeding in the street. Bao's loyalists itched to shoot back, but would not do so until their leader gave the command. Such was his gravitas. Bao instead stepped forward and ordered the opposing communist troops to drop their automatic weapons in the name of racial unity. The men hesitated, but then, one by one, lowered their barrels. The Politburo's defenses had crumbled at Bao's slightest touch. The path forward was clear. Bao and his forces ascended the hill, a steep 500 feet. Up top, they found the Politburo's retinue, ethnic Burmese cadres standing frozen and mute. The mutineers ignored them and beelined for the Politburo members' dwellings. Boots shattered wooden doors, and from within came indignant cries. "Look at all these fucking sausages!" Rifle butts smashed clay pots full of baijiu. After the mutineers rounded up the Politburo, Bao asked them a single question. "Burma or China?" "China," they said. "Fine. Gather what your arms can carry and start walking. You will not die today. My men will escort you across the river." Start to finish, the uprising took only a few hours. Most countries, the United States and China included, were founded after years-long welters of blood. Yet the Wa, for all their supposed barbarism, freed themselves without killing a single person. Lai sobered up, rubbed his eyes, and found himself in charge of the first Wa nation in history. For decades, the Wa had fought in lowlanders' proxy battles, communist versus anti-communist, always spilling their own blood for someone else's ideological crusade. No longer. Lai wanted his people to know serenity. He intended to seek peace with his neighbors. But moving forward, the Wa would also demand dignity, and any outsider attempting to exploit them would find the Wa unified, indivisible, and fanatical about protecting their independence and their motherland. Bao, the new nation's military chief, would make sure of that. It was time to burn away the detritus of the past. The Wa wrenched portraits of Stalin and Mao from the walls. They ransacked houses of the elite and torched them to the foundations. Every box stuffed with documents, every communist tome was heaved into a bonfire. Someone barged into the radio station and turned on the microphone, and in bunkers and checkpoints across the peaks, Wa troops gathered around receivers to learn of their deliverance. Never again, said a tinny voice, would they suffer under racist policies or kowtow before any aggressor, local or foreign. We may be poor and backwards in terms of culture and literature, but we are strong in our determination. Wa State was born. Once the bonfire's ashes cooled, Lai sent word to Beijing that his nation desired friendly relations and open trade. He received felicitations in return. China's officials, though still communists themselves, regarded the Communist Party of Burma as old gum stuck to their boots, and they were glad Lai and Bao had chipped it off. The People's Republic of China would be more than happy to trade with the Hua and wished its revolutionary leaders well. Even higher praise came from Yangon, of all places. Burma's army had long struggled to rid its soil of communists, and Lai had fulfilled their wish. Assuring him they came in peace, the Burmese generals sought permission to land helicopters in Pangsang. They collected Lai and whisked him away to meetings in the Burmese capital. Never before had Lai flown through the sky or seen a proper electrified city such as Yangon, with its labyrinthine brick alleys and avenues glowing after dark. It was one of Southeast Asia's most decrepit capitals, yet to Lai, it looked highly advanced. My people, he thought, are even more deprived than we knew. The Burmese generals hadn't known what to expect from Lai. Many imagined some hillbilly warrior king, rude or coarse based on how he grew up, said San Puent, a top Burmese military intelligence officer. But Lai was polite and fairly reasonable. Most of all, he just wanted respect. The generals feted Lai with sumptuous buffets and tours through resplendent temples. They tried to hypnotize him with splendor so that Lai, who now led tens of thousands of Hua soldiers, would consent to some degree of supervision over the Hua highlands. Perhaps he'd fancy serving as a regime-approved warlord, commanding a gigantic self-defense force that hailed Burma's military as its ultimate authority. But in negotiations, Lai held to his convictions. Our state will nest inside yours as a nation within a nation, Lai told them. We need not go to the United Nations to seek recognition on paper as an official country. But know this, we cannot bend to your laws, nor will we abandon our standing army. Your officials are only welcome on scheduled visits. Intruding soldiers will be shot on sight. Accept these terms, and we will prosper as friends. The Burmese officials nodded along. The regime, still struggling to quell rebel movements throughout Burma, was in no position to war with the Hua. One more thing, Lai said. Opium. Everyone knew the Hua lived upon some of the world's most resplendent poppy lands. The Politburo had throttled opium production, believing it anathema to Maoist doctrine. But Lai would have to honor the wishes of his people, letting them blanket the peaks in ivory and scarlet petals, harvest vast quantities of opium, and sell it off to feed their families. Would Burma's officials interfere? Not at all, they said. As long as the Hua kept their promise, never declaring full independence on the world stage and embarrassing the regime, Burma's government would not scrutinize how they made ends meet. Lai returned to Pangsang in good spirits. In securing harmonious relations with both neighbors, he'd passed his first test as leader. Now came the hard part, building a state from scratch that offered a better life to the Hua than they'd ever known. There were hopes in the days directly following the revolution of discovering wealth hidden by the Politburo. But upon raiding their locked storehouses, Hua soldiers discovered only 100,000 kilos of rice, 2,500 ratty uniforms, and inexplicably, 5 US dollar bills. The treasury was bare. Hua State was born into frightening poverty. Lai knew he needed an economic strategy, but doubted he could devise one. He lacked any flair for business. His wife handled what little cash they possessed. At the time of the revolt, his family still lived in a dwelling made of straw and packed mud, and for dinner they might share handfuls of rice topped with salt and leafy greens. Lai lived in a world of ideas, up in his head, and hardly noticed when his own boots were falling apart. Though Lai feared the corrupting influence of opium, childhood memories of enslavement to an opium planter remained vivid. He conceded that Wa State's economy would have to center on the drug. Opium was their only viable export. Most Wa were illiterate farmers living in isolated villages, and almost any crop they produced, whether onions or persimmons, would rot long before reaching buyers in distant cities. Only poppy plants thrived in Wa soil, frigid and alkaline, and unlike most agricultural commodities, opium traveled well. If packed tightly in canvas or clay jars, it even aged nicely, like wine. Lai felt his tribe had little else to offer the world. It was their lifeblood, glutinous and black, and as if subject to some primeval curse, they were born to furnish it to humanity's addicted. So that was the plan. His roughly 300,000 to 400,000 Wa citizens would harvest opium. His armed forces, approximately 15,000 soldiers, would collect it and deliver it in bulk to wholesale buyers, directing some to China, but to avoid angering Beijing too much, funneling most to brokers around the Thai-Burma border. These were the makings of an economy and a drug cartel. But Lai had no clue how to run either. A solution to this problem arrived in Pangsang just 4 or 5 months after the revolt, in the form of a slim businessman lugging several suitcases. His name was Wei Shekang. A native son of the peaks, he was raised in Silver Fortress, though he'd been away a long time. Wei came seeking a position in the nascent Wa government, finance czar. Sitting down with Lai, he claimed rare and impeccable qualifications. In the mid-1970s, Wei enabled an egomaniac militia boss, Kun Sa, to build up a veritable nation, Shanland, still going strong. He did this by manufacturing heroin and funneling the profits to Kun Sa, who he'd loyally served as treasurer. After their falling out, Wei joined the Wa National Army. Once a third-rate gang, it was soon smuggling tons of dope all the way to the United States, thanks to Wei, the trafficker with the magic touch. Wei spoke of logistics and international distribution, a language of wealth that mystified Lai. He corroborated his fluency by snapping open suitcases to reveal 40 million Thai baht, worth $1.5 million at the time. A gift for you, he said to Lai, if you'll hire me as chief of financial operations. Lacking any other suitable candidates, Lai gave him the position. Though he hardly knew it at the time, this decision, more than almost any other, would reshape the future of the Golden Triangle. For Wei had much more to offer than luggage stuffed with grubby bills. He had a model in his head for the perfect Golden Triangle narcotics cartel. Wei didn't care how Lai wanted to run Wa State, democratically, tyrannically, whatever. As it happened, Lai favored governing his nation through its armed forces, a militant model that would ensure order, limit chaos, and inspire a healthy fear in his neighbors. Fine. But if this government wanted to start a world-class drug trafficking operation, it would have to think big. Wa State, with its coveted poppy lands, already had much in its favor. The problem, Wei pointed out, was geographical in nature. Living in a remote and landlocked state, the Wa lacked a direct portal to the region's key heroin wholesale market, Thailand, replete with ports from which exporters could ship drugs to richer countries overseas. This was a severe hindrance. Lai's troops could traffic opium or heroin south to Thailand's border. No problem. But they couldn't go any further, not without a fight. Kun Sa dominated almost every mountain passage into Thailand. They'd have to sell to Kun Sa, a middleman who'd take a hefty bite out of their profits. Or would they? Lai was in luck. Wei and his associate, Shah, just happened to control a smidgen of land on the Thai-Burma border, a rare oasis of real estate outside Kun Sa's control. Their Wa National Army stronghold had everything Wa State needed: heroin labs, backcountry trails winding into Thailand, and battle-tested ethnic Wa mercenaries to defend it all. Wei proposed discarding the Wa National Army's name and establishing it as a division under Lai's armed forces. More crucially, he suggested anointing its 100-square-mile turf as official Wa State territory, a special economic zone oriented toward generating cash as quickly as possible. The potential for profit was electrifying. Never before had any armed organization possessed both the poppy-lush Wa peaks and a channel to Thailand. Again, Lai said yes, and from that moment, the Wa nation became cartographically strange. Its main body, the motherland, was nearly as large as Israel. Its new acquisition, totally detached, was far away and quite tiny, spanning only a few valleys. They called the latter Wa Southern Command, or simply Wa South. Since Wa South's main purpose was producing revenue, that left little to do for the aging warrior Shah, founder of the now dissolved Wa National Army. Shah, nearing 60, was given a largely ceremonial role in the Wa government, political commissar, and effectively retired. Wa South was Wei's baby, and he was its chief administrator. During this period, Lai settled on a formal title for his government, the United Wa State Army, or UWSA, a hybrid military political institution. Though created in defiance of communism, its structure would ironically resemble that of a one-party state, such as Cuba, North Korea, or China, because this was the type of system the Wa knew best. The citizens even called Lai their chairman. Wei went by financial chief, but in truth preferred no title at all and no public persona. He was a creature of the shadows. Chairman Lai never grew close to Wei, a non-drinker who thought carefully before he spoke. Lai, always refreshed, burst with passion and let his soul do the talking. The two conversed in Chinese, Wei's preferred language, though they seldom met in person. As financial czar, Wei stayed in the profit-focused southern node, while Lai ruled from Pangsang. Though each had something to offer the other, the two were driven by wildly different motives. Lai was a hardline patriot who wanted to see his ethno-state grow strong. Wei's ambitions were strictly personal. He wanted to assemble an armed cartel under UWSA auspices, one so daunting that no one, neither his two-faced former boss Kun Sa, nor the snooping Drug Enforcement Administration, could ever threaten him again. To keep Wei safe, Lai transferred hardened soldiers from the motherland down to Wa South, fortifying it in case Kun Sa's assassins or American narcs dared to encroach. Wei got to work, proving he hadn't lost his flair. Opium from the Wa peaks soon flowed to his jungle refineries on the Thai-Burma border. Once he was sitting on a mountain of heroin, Wei reached out to ethnic Chinese contacts in Bangkok and Hong Kong, readying international traffickers to move his product abroad in enormous volumes. Success came very fast. By 1990, within a year of its creation, he turned the UWSA into a heroin-producing leviathan, nearly on a par with Kun Sa's Shanland. Combined, the two organizations processed nearly 2,000 tons of opium that year, 4 times the Golden Triangle's output just 1 decade prior. Wei's moves shook the planet. The world's other great poppy-growing region, South Central Asia, the so-called Golden Crescent, was dwarfed in output. In that same year, 1990, Afghanistan and Pakistan produced 1,000 tons, supplying 30% of America's heroin demand. Burma, meanwhile, supplied 60%. Mexican syndicates produced the rest, a comparable pittance. The UWSA and Shanland were the world's largest heroin exporters, and their prime customers at the far end of the supply chain were Americans, a people whose appetites proved plenty big enough to handle the production glut. Golden Triangle dope hit the United States like a hurricane. On American streets, purity shot up and prices shot down. Never great with geography, Americans called the Southeast Asian product China White. Unlike Mexican black tar heroin, a sticky substance that must be heated into liquid and injected, China White was clean enough to snort right out of the baggie. Heroin's ethereal warmth was now available to everyone, even people afraid of needles. The snowy flakes melted into pop culture. Models turned waifish, the media called it heroin chic. Kurt Cobain and other grunge idols fell under the drug spell. As A-listers and suburbanites alike dropped dead, drug war rhetoric grew even more sadistic. On the floor of Congress, the Los Angeles police chief opined that casual drug users ought to be taken out and shot. Kun Sa, already established as a mega-villain, soaked up most of the blame. He did himself no favors by giving interviews to American TV crews, telling ABC News, "President George Bush may have the button for nuclear weapons, but I have the button for opium, stronger and more potent than nuclear bombs. I should feed you poison. Why do anything else?" Kun Sa's braggadocio benefited Lai, who was still unknown to global media and hoped to stay that way. But how long could he evade scrutiny? Surely the DEA would, at some point, turn America's attention to Wa State, a renegade narco nation run by ex-headhunters and a fugitive financier who'd recently slipped the DEA's clutches. The headlines would write themselves. Lai's grasp of international drug trade economics was weak, but he possessed an acute sense of politics and power. Mollifying Burma and China had proven easy enough, but he faced a much more vexing challenge. With heroin as his nation's primary export, Lai had good reason to fear the Americans' rampaging war on drugs. Yet he wasn't sure how to ward off this threat. Lai could not fathom the minds of white people, but he knew one Wa person, and one person only, who could. Lai needed this man's advice. Problem was, the two of them had a history of trying to murder each other. Not long after hiring Wei as finance chief, as Chairman Lai continued filling out his cabinet, he asked his assistants to contact Saw Lu. "Find out if my former enemy is open to a face-to-face chat. Tell him I mean no harm." Soon the answer came back. Saw Lu was willing to meet if Lai would travel to his home in Lashio. On the morning of the meeting, as Saw Lu awaited his visitor, he struggled to remember exactly what Lai looked like. He could only recall the winnowed face of a young servant in the late 1960s, the kid who'd hand-washed his undershirts and strained his tea. Back when Saw Lu was a warlord, Lai barely spoke a word, other than to mutter, "Yes, sir." Once Lai transformed into a Maoist guerrilla, the two sworn rivals never saw each other, only communicating at a distance through gunfire. Saw Lu was in his mid-40s, creases marking his face, and a U-shaped bald spot hidden underneath his cap. When Lai appeared on his stoop, he saw a mature gentleman of similar age, tall as the doorframe, extending his hand in greeting. Lai's comportment bore no traces of his ill-tempered youth. He was even smiling. Lai clasped Saw Lu's hand hard, and if any resentment lingered in either man's heart, it was squeezed out, then and there. It was the first of many sit-downs. Their rapport came easier than expected, for the passage of time revealed they were alike in many ways. When they were both brave-hearted young men, Lai and Saw Lu wanted the same thing, a unified Hua society. Yet by choosing different ideologies, one communist, the other anti-communist, they'd feuded bloodily, just like the headhunters they scorned. In Lashio, Lai spent long nights inside Saw Lu's home, swilling beer and dreaming out loud. Never much of a boozer, Saw Lu sipped juice and sucked on a bamboo tobacco bong. That they'd once tried to shoot each other seemed absurd. Chairman Lai treated Saw Lu as an informal advisor. He never demanded that Saw Lu assume a subordinate role, but he didn't have to. Saw Lu voluntarily acknowledged Lai as his superior. His day-to-day occupation, keeping tabs on fellow minorities for Burma's despotic regime, had eaten away at his conscience, and here was a chance, through Lai, for Saw Lu to redeem himself by shaping the future of a fledgling Hua nation. What else was there to say to him, Saw Lu said, other than, by God, it seems I was not the leader I thought I was. I told him, Lai, you've done it. You are our true leader. Tell me how I can serve you. What Lai needed was good counsel from a man who never bit his tongue. Like other revolutionaries before him, from Mahatma Gandhi to Mao Zedong to George Washington, Lai was discovering that governance is rife with ugly compromise. And he'd already made one concession that troubled his soul. He told Saw Lu about the half-Chinese businessman named Wei Shikang, fast assembling a heroin trafficking enterprise for the UWSA. This was Hua State's economic engine, paying for food, oil, bullets, vehicles, everything. And Lai feared his citizens would eventually see themselves as mere personnel for a narco corporation. You are right to fear this man, Saw Lu said. In fact, you do not fear him nearly enough. Everything you build with Wei's drug money rests on quicksand. As Hua poison flows into American cities, we make enemies of the strongest country on earth. Lai was, at heart, an isolationist. He preferred minimal contact with neighboring countries and zero contact with Western countries, which, to his mind, had no business on his side of the world. But Saw Lu advised him against this instinct. For too long, Saw Lu said, the Hua have cherished isolation as a virtue, ignoring the world's scorn. But are we not a lonely people, starved for respect? We need things drug money cannot buy. Foreign expertise in practicing proper medicine, developing decent schools, building modern roads. Like it or not, he said, the Hua nation will never develop without foreigners' help. And as long as Wei floods the world with heroin, no developed nation will assist us, for we will appear to be a drug cartel masquerading as a country. As months dragged on, Saw Lu and Lai had many conversations along these lines. Lai hadn't introduced Saw Lu and Wei, nor did he intend to. But each took resident on his figurative shoulders, the devil in one ear, the angel in the other, presenting starkly opposing visions for Hua State. Lai was torn between a dreamer and a cynic. Suppose Saw Lu got his way, and the Hua stopped producing heroin. How would they feed themselves, or even afford weapons to defend their motherland? Suppose Wei's rise went unchallenged. Would the Hua nation not wither in ignorance, turning ever more decadent, all while the American superpower threw endless resources at its destruction? Chairman Lai smoked and pondered and drank. As he saw it, both visions led to ruin. Until one day, Saw Lu came to him and said, Lai, I've got it. A plan. Saw Lu revealed that he was lightly acquainted with the DEA, America's global anti-narcotics police. The DEA had a tiny office in Yangon, and its agents sporadically contacted him. Saw Lu, as a civilian intelligence collector for Burma's regime, often traveled to minority villages in the hills, a hotbed of opium production. And the DEA agents sometimes picked his brain, prodding for information gleaned from the poppy lands. He wouldn't tell them much, just enough to earn an envelope of cash. Saw Lu hadn't bothered to inform his Burmese military minders about these DEA confabs. Unauthorized contact with foreign powers was prohibited. But the meetings were so infrequent that Saw Lu barely gave them much thought. Saw Lu wanted permission from Lai to upgrade his relationship with the DEA, to speak to them as a secret representative of the Wa government, to propose that America, the country most contaminated with Wa heroin, forgive the tribe and help them go clean. Supplant our heroin profits with U.S. aid, he'd say to the DEA. Assist us in becoming a wiser, more virtuous nation. Both of our populations will benefit. The concept was outrageously optimistic, if not half crazy. But Lai had to admit that, if successful, it might allow his nation to prosper without opium and heroin. The chairman gave his blessing for Saw Lu to reach out to the DEA and explore the possibility. But then, contemplating the thunderous potential for conflict, he added, Saw Lu, for God's sake, do not tell anyone what you are doing and do not get caught. More likely than not, Saw Lu's idea would come to nothing. But if the dreamer somehow pulled it off, the cynic would lose everything. Book 3. Confidential Informant. Jacob drove me to the hotel, windows down in his hatchback. We passed golden stupas shimmering with moon gleam. Street dogs prowled Lashio on the midnight shift. We just left Saw Lu's house, somewhat abruptly, after my bungling attempt to ask about Wei Shikang. Jacob said I couldn't have known what that man had done to Saw Lu, or that simply uttering his name would reanimate trauma. Saw Lu and Wei are the worst enemies in the world, he said, implying that Saw Lu still bore physical scars from their rivalry. I felt too contrite to ask for details. I'd already probed too deep, hitting pain whose depths I didn't yet understand. Jacob took a deep breath. You have to understand about Wei Shikang. His name makes everybody uncomfortable, even inside Wa State. Everyone knows that Wei is Wa State's finance chief, he said, and that the United Wa State Army, the UWSA, relies on his fortunes. Yet in public, at least, most Wa instinctively lower their voices when speaking about him. Wei is a wraith-like figure. He does not appear at ceremonial events. He avoids daylight. Wa State's Central Committee has removed Wei's name from its roster. The current party line is that Wei vanished years ago, even though everyone knows where he resides, in a fortress-like compound outside Pangsang, guarded by a Praetorian guard loyal to Wei alone. Have you ever seen it? The compound? Yes, from a distance. Jacob changed the subject as we neared the hotel. Patrick, do you like music? Sure. Can you play music? Guitar, yeah. Drums if I have to. I was in a band. What kind of band? Don't say punk rock, I thought. They're Baptist. Just a rock band. It was a long time ago. Maybe you would like to play music together. Yeah, why not? Very good. Tomorrow I will ask the assistant pastor to unlock the church, and I will pick you up at 4 p.m. The genre was gospel rock, and the chord changes were simple enough for me to follow, even though I'd never heard the songs. It was Jacob on keyboard, quite good, myself on guitar, quite mediocre, and his wife on vocals. The drummer couldn't make it, so Jacob ran a syncopated beat on his Yamaha synthesizer. A few sullen wah teens sang backup. The only words I made out were Jesus and Hallelujah, which always appeared in the chorus, no matter the song. A massive copper cross hung above our heads. The church walls were freshly painted white, and purple irises adorned a wooden pulpit. The only detail out of place was an industrial rubber trash can by the lectern. Our jam session ended around dusk. I needed to get rid of my gum and headed for the trash can. Thankfully, I looked inside before spitting. The bottom was lined with uncooked rice. Patrick, sorry, it is not for rubbish. Jacob was forever apologizing for my mistakes. Oh, sorry, what is it for? Our tradition. Everyone who comes to this church should throw a handful of rice inside. Who eats it? We do. Me and other staff. I am a music teacher here, one of my jobs. The rice is part of our pay. The other band members were standing in a circle, waiting for me to join. I knew the routine. We clasped hands, closed our eyes, and bowed our heads. Jacob spoke in a mix of Wa and Burmese. Switching to English, he asked, Patrick, do you have any praying? I did. Thank you, God, for letting me play rhythm guitar for Jesus. Please steady my fumbling journey to understand the UWSA's inner workings, and forgive me for being so nosy. Our Heavenly Father, I said, accept our thanks for these and all blessings. Please bless all of the Wa people and bring them happiness. In Christ's name, amen. Amen, they said in unison. The churchgoers filed out into the dark. It was my last evening in Lashio, and I'd planned on eating something greasy at the hotel and turning in early. I was helping tidy up the instruments when Jacob touched my shoulder and invited me to eat at his house instead. I'd be honored, Ago, big brother in Burmese. You're sure it's not too much trouble? It's fine, Patrick. Actually, Saul Lu will be there. He has asked to speak with you. We had moik again, plus Burmese-style curried pork. Jacob and his wife, Saulu and Mary, and I all crowded around a wooden table on the patio. A black dog named Rambo loitered at our feet. Moths the size of jetliners careened into an overhead light bulb. Saulu said grace. I tried to keep the conversation light this time. Kids, food, church. But Saulu wasn't much for small talk. He finally warmed up when I asked about past hunting exploits. I killed a tiger with a shotgun once, he told me, when I was young. How did it taste? Like beef if you can get past the sour smell, he said. Tiger meat stinks, but anything tastes good when you're starving. Saulu, you weren't scared to confront a tiger? I was trying to flatter my host. No, tigers don't scare me. People do. They can lie and play tricks. Tigers can't. I laughed. He didn't. Saulu barely ate. Mary volunteered that diabetes and a bad stomach constrained his diet. His ailments were mounting in advanced age. He has good days, she said, but on bad days, Saulu suffered fits of paralysis, a consequence of torture. I dared not ask. Saulu then turned to me and, with zero abashment, asked for a favor. I could use your help, he said, in reconnecting with the Drug Enforcement Administration. DEA? I pronounced the letters slowly. You worked for them? Tell them I have medical bills. And the DEA will know what that means? Of course. He alluded to injuries suffered in the line of duty that still plagued him. At the very least, the DEA ought to fly him to a decent hospital in Bangkok. I lost touch with them. I don't know how to get through. You're American. They'll listen to you. I wasn't so sure. Whatever Saw Lu once was to the DEA, the organization probably wouldn't acknowledge him, least of all to a prying journalist. It was an impossible request. And yet I said none of this out loud. Saw Lu held me in his gaze, his pupils unblinking obsidian. Yes, sir, you have my word. I plopped my notebook on the table. I'll need a name, though. The DEA is a huge agency. That was the problem. Saw Lu's most recent handler was dead. Can you tell me his name? Bill Young. Okay, Bill Young, who is dead. Was there any other agent you worked with? Saw Lu leaned back and tugged on his earlobe, as if to yank loose some calcified memory. Bruce. But that was a very long time ago. Bruce who? I'm not good with white people's names. Just Bruce. Back in Bangkok, my hunt commenced. I discovered a Bruce who'd served the DEA for 3 decades with long stints in Thailand and Burma. Bruce Paul Stubbs. Known for his terrific sense of humor and ready smile. Survived by his wife, Soo-yeon, and daughter, Alana. In lieu of flowers, send donations to the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle. So read his 2006 obituary. More hunting turned up the name of Bruce's former boss, Angelo Saladino, former DEA country attaché in Burma. They'd served together in Yangon in the early 1990s. Saladino would be in his late 70s at least, if he was still around. An online phone directory listed Angelo Saladinos in Florida, Illinois, Colorado, and New York. I carpet-bombed their answering machines. No responses. I waited 1 week before pestering all of the Angelos once again. While leaving a message on one of their machines, there was a click and then, Patrick? Hello, yes, Patrick Winn, calling you from Thailand. Winn, hi, you're on speakerphone. A woman's voice this time. This is Barbara, Angelo's wife. I've advised Angelo to avoid you. Oh. Yeah, that was not a happy period in our life. There were physical threats, internal government rivalries. I'm not sure we should talk about it. But Mr. Saladino couldn't resist sharing a few old drug war stories while I was on the line. He told me about chasing Thai dope trawlers in the 1970s, the tragic death of Joyce Powers in the 1980s, adventures with the Wa tribe in the 1990s. Soon enough, Barbara was chiming in too. They'd been married more than 50 years. Each tale was punctuated with, I sure wish it was Bruce telling you this, because Bruce was the better storyteller, able to wring hilarity out of any story, no matter how dark. But who was it that I was calling about? Saul somebody? Saw Lu. I ventured a description. Wah man, medium build, room-filling presence, recovering warlord, extremely Baptist, and gifted at recruiting people into precarious ventures, myself included. Oh, superstar. That's what we called him. Hard to forget someone like that. Superstar, he said, was the finest confidential informant, or CI, to ever come out of Burma. Hell of a CI. No wonder a man like that was still breathing. They'd last seen each other in late 1991, just before their secret relationship came to light. That was the worst episode of my career, Saladino told me. The memory still haunted him. The way the DEA failed to protect his source, and as a result, Saw Lu, the superstar, ended up trussed up by his feet and hung upside down from a tree. Kick the cat. July 1989. Special Agent Angelo Saladino had just moved to Burma with his wife, Barbara, and their 2 teenage kids. They'd settled into Yangon's diplomatic quarter, British colonial manners stately in their decline, ringing the picturesque Inya Lake. Their appointed home was almost regal, graced with a portico, black and white tile floors, and a second-floor balcony overlooking a jacaranda tree that dripped purple petals on their lawn. A bit further was the lake's edge, bobbing with lotus leaves. Saladino was just shy of 50, silver streaking his dark hair and mustache. On his resume, stints in Miami, Bangkok, Chiang Mai, and Denver, and now the Drug Enforcement Administration wanted him heading up its Burma office. It should have been their most vital outpost in Asia. Burma was the main source of heroin smuggled into the United States, and as President H.W. Bush said himself, the drug was the greatest domestic threat facing the nation today. No narcotic killed more Americans. According to the DEA playbook, Saladino should have teamed up with Burmese cops and troops to lock up narcos, seize dope, and destroy labs, just like agents in Colombia or Mexico. But this was Burma. The rules were very different. Saladino was the sole DEA agent in the country. His office, hidden inside the U.S. Embassy, did not officially exist. The State Department, America's diplomatic wing, which hosts DEA offices in its embassies and lays down the house rules, had forbidden him to reveal its existence in public. The U.S. ambassador to Burma, Bert Levin, warned Saladino, never speak to the junta. He did this knowing the agent needed to fraternize with Burmese police to do his job. Clearly, the State Department, a far more powerful institution than the DEA, wanted the Saladinos to turn around and go home. It wasn't personal. The Saladinos were perfectly nice and always welcome at the American Club, a lakeside sanctuary for diplomats' families with baseball games and cheeseburgers by the pool. But as embassy personnel saw it, the DEA simply didn't belong in Burma. This attitude had everything to do with a junta atrocity 11 months earlier. The previous summer, Burma's masses had revolted, protesting for an end to tyranny. Though minorities in the hills had long demanded the same and endured torture for speaking out, this time Burmese lowlanders in the cities were rising up. They simply couldn't take it anymore. Burma was totalitarian to the core. The junta owned almost everything in sight, hoarding the country's wealth. Its police state was pervasive, even listening to whispers in tea shops. Its generals were venal as the worst kings, with at least one of them rumored to bathe in dolphin blood, believing it conferred youth. All walks of life joined the protest movement. Shopkeepers, farmers, students, monks in wine-colored robes. They rallied around Aung San Suu Kyi, daughter of a Burmese martyr credited with driving out the Brits 4 decades prior. Hair decorated with lavender flowers, Suu Kyi rallied 500,000 people, a sea of humanity in sarongs and sandals. The junta locked up Suu Kyi and slaughtered her followers. Infantry went block to block, shooting between 3,000 and 10,000 people, a massacre more lethal than Tiananmen Square. Monks were not spared, nor were teenagers. When carnage spilled toward the U.S. Embassy, a 3-story edifice in downtown Yangon, diplomats looked down from their windows and saw murder in the streets. The ambassador watched students cower behind trees, and when they fled, the army ran after them and shot them as if they were hunting rabbits. Another State Department official said, "The staff witnessed people literally being beheaded. It was a very searing experience for people there." Before that day, Burma was just another awful regime with which the United States maintained ties. This changed almost overnight. The junta became a sponge for American condemnation. We were to use Burma to soak up Washington's human rights initiatives that might otherwise be directed toward important countries, said Franklin Pancho Huddle, the embassy's second-in-command. The State Department believed that, in Burma, the United States had the luxury of upholding its ideals, he said. Burma was neither huge, nor armed with nukes, nor a vital supplier of oil. No consequence would come from bashing its junta in the name of promoting freedom and democracy. "Everyone needs a cat to kick," Huddle said, characterizing the new policy, and Burma fulfilled the role admirably. The junta's villainy was note perfect. It called itself the State Law and Order Restoration Council, or SLORC, an acronym so ugly it makes your mouth feel unclean. In the view of the State Department and the Central Intelligence Agency, which operate in sync, isolating the junta was paramount. Saladino could forget about playing commando with the SLORC, not after its soldiers gunned down monks and college kids. If he had any questions about the no-contact rule, he could ring his predecessor. The last DEA agent in Burma was caught talking to the junta behind the ambassador's back. He got 48 hours to pack his bags. Ambassadors don't micromanage agents' operations, but they can shit-can narcs who break house rules, forcing DEA headquarters to send a replacement. Saladino was that replacement. Each day, he'd come home from the embassy groaning about another purposeless day. I remember him saying, "They've put every obstruction in my way," with no other justification than, "This is a bad regime," Barbara said. It was a very political atmosphere, which was unfortunate because Angelo doesn't like to play politics. Honestly, he isn't very good at it when he tries. Saladino was excellent, however, at working drug cases, and he was determined to find some way to eradicate heroin in Burma, no matter what the ambassador said. Though Saladino was the sole U.S. narcotics agent in Burma, he wasn't the only DEA staffer. A colleague lived up the lake's shoreline in an equally charming home. I'll call her Bien. Late 40s, smartly dressed, black hair and a bun, Bien was a DEA intelligence analyst. In the DEA, she told me, agents are king. Analysts are second-class citizens. Analysts can't carry pistols. They rarely go into the field. They sit at their desks, sifting through transcripts of whatever confidential informants blab to agents, hunting for clues. They write lots of reports. Most agents hate writing reports, Bien said. They just want to catch criminals. Bien had come to the DEA's Burma office the year before, just in time to witness the 1988 massacre. I felt sorry for those student revolutionaries. They faced soldiers in boots, but showed up in flip-flops. They weren't real killers, not like Vietnamese. We know how to fight. Born in Vietnam, Bien didn't shrink from much. She'd muscled her way into the DEA, a notorious boys' club, becoming the rarest of its employees, an Asian female immigrant. Before Burma, Bien worked in the Bangkok office, dominated by macho agents who chain-smoked in the halls and held briefings in go-go bars. Bien applied for Burma, hoping to make her mark in a country others avoided. Most DEA agents didn't want to come to Burma because their wives were too scared. Not a problem for me. Saladino and Bien got along great. He was a family man, not a boor, and he treated her as an equal. Each weekday morning, they'd carpool in Saladino's government-issued sedan, leaving their lakeside idyll and driving into Yangon's downtown, a kaleidoscopic racket. Lining the capital's narrow lanes were brick facades painted apricot, mint green, and butterscotch, and often marred by colonies of black mold. Up above, songbirds tight-roped across clotheslines. A few blocks from the embassy was a gold-plated stupa, Sule Pagoda, rising magnificently from a traffic circle, slowly orbited by rusty cars. Saladino would park and they'd walk into the embassy, through the same portico where protesters had bled out the year before. The basement contained a shop selling cheap liquor and spam. The CIA occupied the second floor. The DEA's office was hidden on the third. Its furniture was chipped, its carpet cruddy. Saladino had a decent-sized corner office, Bien a smaller one nearby. 7 or 8 Diebold safes lined the wall. Fireproof, drill-proof, impenetrable, if you didn't know the combination. Inside one safe was a disassembled AK-47, unregistered, in case the embassy fell under siege. This was Burma. Anything could happen. The only other DEA staffer was a Burmese national, John Tin Ong, paid off the books. He hailed from a high-born Burmese family and spoke regal British English. Officially, John was just a paper pusher inside the embassy, but in truth, he was the DEA's super fixer, an interpreter and expert CI wrangler. It was John who approached Saladino one day and told him an occasional informant from Lashio wanted to meet in a secluded location in Yangon. Saladino doesn't recall much about his first sit-down with Saw Lu, only that he grasped over a series of meetings that this man was no ordinary CI. Saw Lu was potentially a secret weapon who could enable Saladino's scrappy DEA outpost to defy all expectations and pull off something big. They never said Saw Lu's real name. In written reports, he was a string of numbers and letters, SWQ-86-0005. In hushed conversation, they used his code name, Superstar. They never rang him on the phone either. The lines might be bugged. In fact, they couldn't reach out to him at all. Superstar had to contact them, often through a messenger carrying a note. Here's a date and time. See you at the usual rendezvous spot in Yangon. We had to be extra careful, Saladino said. Superstar wasn't some nobody. Burmese military intelligence knew exactly who he was. And who was Superstar? Saw Lu, a civilian agent of Burma's military. His job, monitoring the hinterlands for the junta. He regularly visited the Shan Hills, part of Burma's poppy-growing heartland, a region where many villages harvested opium for rebel groups, criminal clans, and other middlemen, many selling in bulk to Kun Sa's people or lesser drug lords. But Saw Lu wasn't just collecting information for the junta. He'd been very busy. Before reaching out to Saladino, Saw Lu had tirelessly mobilized drug trade informants in the Shan Hills, a network unknown to his regime handlers. His moles were indigenous Baptist, whose forebears belonged to William Marcus Young's sect. The descendants of these converts still felt a sense of kinship, even though the white missionaries were long gone. Some of these folks had strayed into the drug trade. More literate than most, they'd scored high positions in trafficking organizations, large and small. Saw Lu recruited them, more than 100 men and women, to pilfer intel, and he kept files on his discoveries. It was his own secret spy web, run on Baptist whispers, and all the more ingenious because he had the perfect cover story. His job, after all, was to keep tabs on minorities in the hinterlands. The point of this enterprise was to impress the hell out of the DEA, and he did. Amazing stuff, Saladino told me. You wouldn't think it, but villagers from mountaintop to mountaintop keep great records on how many hectares are cultivated. We had access to all of that. But this was a highly dangerous relationship. Because Saw Lu lacked approval to speak with U.S. agents, the junta could charge him with subversion, or just shoot him. Though Saw Lu was a trusted asset going back to his warlord days, he was still a minority, and Burma's Gestapo-like police state watched minorities closely. They were highly sensitive to citizens confabbing behind their backs with the United States. To avoid detection, Saw Lu only met the DEA infrequently. He'd usually wait for his junta bosses to summon him to Yangon for some meeting, and use the opportunity to slip away for a quick rendezvous. Saladino's Burmese sidekick, John, set up a safe house in Yangon just for Saw Lu. It was something like a middle-class Burmese couple would live in, Saladino said. Bien would come along too, even though in most countries, agents never brought analysts into the field. To evade the junta's police state, they'd drive to the safe house using circuitous routes, just in case they were tailed. Once parked outside the house, John would scan the street. After he'd given the all clear, they'd slip through the door. Often, Superstar was already seated inside, handwritten reports arrayed on the table. The typical CI is allergic to paperwork. They just yammer away, embellishing here, obfuscating there, groaning for more cigarettes. But Superstar was a straight-A student, always putting his information in writing and always anticipating the DEA's needs. Collecting tidbits from dozens of moles in Shan State, he provided a real-time portrait of the drug trade, smuggling routes, refinery locations, the status of gang feuds, everything a narc could want to know. Saw Lu hadn't mentioned his affiliation with the United Wa State Army, the UWSA, not just yet. He was still reeling in the DEA, making himself indispensable. But as the DEA relationship deepened, he'd slip in proprietary documents from the UWSA, Asia's biggest cartel after Shanland. These were real files, straight from UWSA headquarters, not mere gossip, and they indicated how many poppy fields the Wa controlled, down to the hectare. Saladino and Bien, elated to receive next-level insight into Burma's narco trade, told Superstar to keep up the good work. Each secret meeting ended the same way. Saladino would produce a receipt for purchase of evidence. Saw Lu received roughly $1,000 for each report, sometimes more, but to get the cash, he had to sign a receipt. He hesitated to write his name on any document proving illegal cooperation with the United States, but Saladino assured him the receipts were above top secret, among the DEA's most closely guarded documents. Fine, Saw Lu said, but he'd take an extra step to obscure his identity. Sometimes he'd scribble his name in Burmese, other times in Chinese or in Wa, which uses the same alphabet as English. On the off chance regime spies intercepted the files, they might get confused, thinking Saw Lu was multiple people instead of one. It was just a little trick to help mask his scent. Back at the embassy, Saladino was always careful to store Saw Lu's receipts in one of the Diebold office safes. Only he and Bien had the combinations. Saladino and Bien took pains to hide their relationship with Superstar from the ambassador. But as months unfolded, the embassy staff realized this mysterious DEA duo had stumbled onto an intel jackpot. They just weren't sure how. Every U.S. embassy in a major drug-producing country must furnish, to the White House, estimates of how much cocaine or heroin is generated inside that country's borders. This was the DEA's remit. But by 1990, the CIA, keen to compete with the DEA, had its own counter-narcotics wing, and the spy agency produced its own figure. In most countries, DEA and CIA estimates matched up, more or less. But in Burma, they didn't, and the DEA wouldn't explain why. Our figures were right, Bien told me. Theirs were wrong. We had ground truth, Saw Lu's reports, and they didn't. Just their eyes in the sky, going round and round. The CIA relied on satellite photos of Burma's hills. They'd analyze the images to identify where the soil sprouted poppies and estimate how much opium all those poppies could produce. Then they'd divide by 10. According to conventional wisdom, it takes 10 kilos of opium to produce 1 kilo of heroin. That was the CIA's formula. But it's never that simple, okay? Bien said. Depending on the weather and soil, it might take an average of, say, 13 kilos of opium to make a kilo of heroin. It changes every season, just like any vegetable garden. But oh gee, you can't challenge the CIA. Well, you can. It just takes guts. Bien had guts. I tried to tell them, your formula, it's wrong. The CIA had the technological edge, she said, but we had something better. Nitty-gritty details, courtesy of Saw Lu. It was pure ground truth. That was probably the beginning of the CIA hating us, but I won't apologize for being right. Spring, 1990. The supreme ruler of Burma's Orwellian state was not a president or a premier, but, fittingly, the military's spy master, Kin Yun. The dictator wore oversized golden wireframe glasses and a thick gold ring. His black hair, parted to the right, looked hard as varnished wood. He was quick to smirk, yet known for his mood swings, and he insisted that everyone call him Secretary One. America scared the hell out of Secretary One. Following the massacre, the White House blocked U.S. aid to the country. The State Department was urging the president and Congress to go much further, enacting sweeping, shattering sanctions, the sort of economic warfare that could result in even worse poverty, possibly sparking another revolt. Though the United States harbored no plans to strike Burma militarily, Secretary One didn't know that. He'd seen what the United States did to other reviled regimes. Libya, bombed in 1986, and Panama, invaded in 1989. The dictator had to give America some reason to back off, short of relinquishing power. His junta's survival depended on softening Burma's image. Secretary One spoke of rebooting his regime, less dolphin blood, more market reforms. He even promised a transition to electoral democracy, a very, very slow one. The State Department wasn't buying it. No institution hated the junta more. So Secretary One focused on the DEA instead. With America's war on drugs in full swing, Burma could promise to help U.S. narcs hunt down narco-traffickers inside its borders. Secretary One knew he couldn't actually decimate Burma's drug trade. The big whales, Kun Sa's Shanland and Wa State, were too tough to topple. As for middle-tier traffickers and middlemen, junta officers were in bed with them, taking kickbacks, letting smugglers pass through military checkpoints. But a few of these traffickers could be sacrificed, if that's what it took to get the United States off Burma's neck. Big seizures executed in tandem with the DEA might win favor with the White House, and maybe even get the president to rein in that feisty State Department. Secretary One told his top deputy, Colonel Chaw Tain, to cultivate a relationship with Agent Saladino. The colonel spoke superb English and with his gentle face and pomaded hair, he looked like a doo-wop singer. He started regularly inviting Saladino to his office for chats. The U.S. ambassador's term was winding down later that year, and his hardline communication blockade, barring U.S. officials from talking to the junta, proved difficult to enforce. The colonel told Saladino, "Just call me KT." They got along nicely. Most guys in the military were like third graders with guns, Saladino told me. KT was well educated. Slork was a very bad word at that time, and for good reason, but KT saw a better way to do things. He wasn't so insular. Over the course of long talks, KT, in his lilting voice, would admit to the regime's awful behavior. Such thought crimes would land a civilian in prison. That the dictator's deputy uttered them out loud made Saladino feel there might be hope for Burma yet. But he hadn't come to turn despots into Democrats. That was the State Department's job. Saladino's mission was to shut off the fire hose of heroin aimed at America's cities, and he figured the Slork had every reason to help him out. I knew this was a horrible regime. I had no delusions. I just wanted to do some good for the American people. Saladino suggested baby steps. Burmese troops already seize heroin here and there, he said, but everyone assumes you resell it on the sly. Why not burn the drugs in public, KT? Show the world you're serious. The colonel promised to relay the idea upstairs. In late April 1990, while Ambassador Levin was briefly out of the country, Secretary Winn seized the moment. He summoned Western diplomats to a dirt field in Yangon. At its center was a metal plinth, piled high with white sacks, each plump with heroin. Foreign media, typically barred from Burma, were allowed to fly in for the spectacle. The scrum included reporters from Time magazine and CBS News. Cameras rolled as Burmese soldiers doused the pile with gasoline. Secretary Winn stood nearby, face half in shadow under a peaked cap too big for his head. The dictator picked up a flaming wand. He was about to ignite a $500 million worth of heroin, the largest eradication in Burmese history. But he paused, scanned the spectators seated in wicker chairs, and located Saladino in the crowd. He gestured, and the agent, right on cue, strode forth in short sleeves and aviator shades. He handed me the torch to light this huge pile of drugs, and at that moment, the status of DEA in Burma went from covert to operational. A CBS evening news segment anchored by Dan Rather identified the torch-wielding American, Angelo Saladino, Drug Enforcement Administration. Saladino hadn't sought State Department permission to publicly acknowledge the DEA's presence in Burma, nor would they have given it. At a televised conference in Washington, D.C., following the drug burn, the Assistant Secretary of State warned that the United States would not get itself into the business of helping Burma whitewash its record. The diplomatic corps seethed. As they saw it, Saladino wasn't kicking the cat. He was making it purr. Through early summer, Saladino continued meeting with Saw Lu at the safe house, sometimes with Bien and sometimes not. Their camaraderie grew warmer with every rendezvous. As CIs went, Saw Lu was one of a kind, not a rat or a slimeball, but a true professional. By that point, Saw Lu was providing UWSA documents of the highest caliber, including profit and loss sheets taken directly from Hua State's Pangsang headquarters. But he needed Saladino to understand he wasn't snitching on the Hua. Saw Lu revealed that he was an advisor to Hua State's leader, Chairman Zhao Nilai, who'd approved every meeting with the DEA. He also insisted that his noble UWSA was nothing like Burma's largest cartel, Shanland. Kun Sa is a callous businessman posing as a revolutionary, Saw Lu said. We're just an impoverished mountain tribe in a bad spot. Producing heroin was but a temporary embarrassment for the Wa, a way to get their nation up and running. We want to go clean, and we need America's help. Saw Lu revealed the plan he'd carefully crafted in his head. He envisioned the United States building schools, hospitals, and paved roads in the Wa Peaks, sending American teachers, doctors, engineers to lay the foundations of a modern state. In exchange, the UWSA would incinerate its poppies and shut down its labs, whipping up heroin for export to U.S. cities. Under this plan, both of our civilizations will grow healthier, he said. We're ready to ally with a Christian nation that believes in the power of redemption. So this was the CI's long game. This whole time, he'd been angling not for a fat Swiss bank account, but for a humanitarian outcome: literate kids, decent medicine, Uncle Sam's largesse. It would have been simpler if Saw Lu just wanted a pile of cash. Saladino instantly imagined all the hurdles standing between this dream and reality, and each looked more daunting than the next. Were he crazy enough to endorse Saw Lu's plan, Saladino could expect resistance from the following institutions. Burma's junta. Not in 1,000 years would the junta let the U.S. government directly collaborate with the Wa government. An unmitigated alliance between a hostile superpower and a fearsome mountain tribe? Not happening. America was notorious for sneaking into rival countries, riling up minorities, and pitting them against the regime in charge. There was a reason Saladino and Saw Lu had to meet in secret. Any contact between the United States and an armed ethnic group, especially the mighty Wa, would trigger Secretary Won's paranoia, possibly causing him to boot the DEA out of the country. But Saladino didn't dismiss Saw Lu's idea straight away. There might be a way to finesse it by letting the junta closely mediate an American Wa project. After all, the junta was looking for ways to take its DEA relationship to the next level. Perhaps the Burmese regime and the DEA could team up, go to Wa State with its leader's permission, and jointly eradicate loads of heroin. Saw Lu indicated that his Wa superiors would allow that, so long as they got schools and hospitals in exchange for their precious narcotics. The trick would be giving junta officials the power to supervise every little interaction between DEA and UWSA representatives. At each step, they'd need to feel totally in control. To make this work, Saw Lu would need to consider certain concessions. Any hypothetical U.S. aid to the Wa would have to flow through the junta first, so the generals could take a cut for themselves. Secretary Won would also demand most of the credit for this altruistic project. The dictator was desperate for international acclaim. Headline screaming, "Burma eradicates drugs," to redeem the government's loathsome image and achieve his larger goal, warding off the threat of extreme Western sanctions. Bottom line, if Saw Lu was willing to include the junta in his plan, Saladino thought it might have a future. A few drug-burning spectacles in Wa State could even acclimate the Burmese military to the sight of Americans on Wa soil. And eventually, perhaps the junta would, under close supervision, allow the United States to send teachers, doctors, and engineers. The U.S. State Department. A much bigger obstacle to Saw Lu's dream. Its diplomats sought maximum pressure against Burma. If any DEA project flattered the junta, they'd try to thwart it, no matter how much dope hit the bonfire. Worse yet, Saladino was already on their shit list. He couldn't imagine how they'd react if he suggested the United States pump aid through the junta to a drug cartel, Overriding the diplomats' objections would be difficult. In terms of power and influence within the U.S. government, the DEA was a scrappy bulldog, but the State Department was a saber-toothed tiger. Saladino would need DEA headquarters to fall in love with the plan, then convince America's supreme wings of government, Congress and the White House, to endorse the experiment. Only then would the diplomats back off. The CIA. Same anti-junta agenda as the State Department, only seasoned at getting its way through covert tricks. The institutions were cross-fertilized. Of the 50 or so U.S. personnel rotating through the Yangon embassy, more than a dozen belonged to the local CIA station, though most posed as diplomatic staff. The CIA station in Burma was known for its brazenness. At the time, mid-1990, as Ambassador Levin was preparing to depart, the CIA was trying to install one of its own, a spy embedded in the State Department, as the new U.S. ambassador. The junta got wise to the play and blocked it. Point being, the CIA would go to extreme lengths to get its way. And if Saladino proposed Saul Liu's plan, his own country spies might cook up ways to sabotage it. The DEA. You couldn't miss the irony. Saladino, a veteran DEA agent, proposing a harmonious relationship with a drug cartel, but he believed DEA headquarters would give Saul Liu's plan a fair hearing. Saladino liked it, and his track record was strong. Besides, if this long-shot idea worked, the United States would neutralize Asia's second-largest heroin trafficking syndicate without drawing a single drop of blood. The UWSA controlled some 70,000 acres of poppy fields. Burning them down would crater the opium supply and save many American lives, and that was a noble goal, even if pursuing it required cooperating with a murderous junta and a heroin cartel. You have to understand, Saladino told me, Wa heroin was very, very pure. A single kilo smuggled to the States was potent enough to adulterate with filler and make 4 street-ready kilos. And the Wa were pushing out thousands of kilos a year. Now, if you have an opportunity to stop that, don't you have to take it? Honestly, I could see it. His dream, Saladino said. Hell, it was worth a shot. Saladino told Saul Liu he'd run it up the flagpole, see how his DEA bosses at headquarters responded. Their interest would determine whether they could even begin to discuss it with other wings of the U.S. government. More thorny still was thinking up a way to suggest the idea to Burma's government, without revealing that the DEA and UWSA, through Saladino and Saul Liu, had conspired in its creation. There were many obstacles ahead, so don't get your hopes up, superstar. In the meantime, Saladino said, "You be careful coming in to see us, we'll be careful too." If Burma's junta discovered the two were meeting secretly, this little dream would die a quick death, and Saul Liu wouldn't fare too well either. To Saladino's surprise, DEA headquarters didn't just give him the green light. It transferred another special agent to Burma to help explore the potential of Saul Liu's plan. A real second agent, unlike Bien, a mere analyst. Bien couldn't help but feel threatened. In July 1990, she watched with great annoyance as moving trucks pulled into Yangon's diplomatic quarter. Agent Bruce Stubbs, transferred over from Thailand, was taking up residence next door. I already knew Bruce from my time in Bangkok. Never liked him. But you know what? He got a modest ranch home in Burma, while I had the more beautiful 2-story house. His house normally went to embassy secretaries. Ha! Stubbs, nearing 50, was a Southeast Asia long-timer. He'd even helped investigate the Joyce Powers murder back in 1980. Built like John Goodman, he smoked Winstons and a tobacco pipe. His sandy brown mustache was thick as a painter's brush, and, when deep in thought, He rubbed it flat with his fingers. Bien wasn't the only person dreading Stubbs's move to Yangon. His own wife, Su Yan, wasn't thrilled either. Bruce and Su Yan Stubbs had been together since the 1970s, when Stubbs, then a young U.S. military intelligence officer, met her in South Korea. After he joined the DEA, they moved to Bangkok and lived there for nearly a decade. To the couple, Thailand was familiar and cozy. "We Koreans don't smile all the time, but Thais do, and so did Bruce," she said. "He was like a Thai in that way. People said he'd become more Asian than American." She believed Stubbs was the most gentle person you could ever meet, full of empathy for all types of people, and Su Yan would follow him anywhere, even Yangon, a place she hated at first sight. All that barbed wire and poverty, the junta's 10 p.m. curfew, the checkpoint in front of their neighborhood manned by underfed soldiers with dead eyes. On move-in day, approaching her new home for the first time, Su Yan froze by the entrance. An iguana-sized lizard was squatting on the front door frame. At first, it was still as a gargoyle. Then it slowly tilted its head toward her, opened its pink mouth, and screamed, "Tuke!" Tukes are big geckos, common in Burma, and apparently this one was going to be her housemate. Su Yan was still processing that unappealing fact hours later while eating dinner at their kitchen table, when the lights sputtered out, plunging the couple into darkness. "Bruce," she said, "how often does the electricity go out around here?" He laughed. "Often. Especially during monsoon season, which raged in midsummer. She'd never experienced anything like it. Thunder bellowing like war drums, palm trees bent sideways, black skies sobbing, and the next day, storm drains gurgling like drowning animals. On top of that, it was a prison, the government telling you, don't do this, don't do that. If I left the neighborhood just to visit the market, military guards asked where I was going. At least her husband enjoyed his new assignment. Stubbs started working long hours